Hi there, welcome back. This is Code with SDM, and today we are going to build a full stack application which is called the expense tracking application. So our application is built on top of Tailwind stack, means we are building it with the combination of Laravel, Livewire, Alpine.js, and Tailwind CSS. So we are going to go deep on each of step on how you can build this application, and the application have the following powerful features. So basically we have one interactive dashboard which have like real-time statistics, some beautiful charts, and a way of designing or visualizing your spending pattern. Also, we have a way of managing our budgets. Then we are going to see on how you can categorize your budget and expenses. Means you will use something like categories, tags, and something like that. But also we have a way of managing the recurring expenses, which will be set up automatic and will be created according to the schedule that you build. But also the system have the real-time update feature, means you don't need to refresh the pages. So Livewire gives you that feature behind the scene, so we will see on how to utilize it. And out of that, the application have more features, but also the application is fully responsive, means you can use it on any type of device. So if it's a mobile phone or a laptop or tablet, it will work just fine. Other than that, we have a way of having the notifications. So let's say a user has set a certain amount. So if that budget is exceeded, so the user will receive the email notification and they will be able to take an action accordingly. But one of the important thing about this application, it contains one more interesting feature, which is AI. So we are going to see on how we can integrate artificial intelligence into our application, and it will help us to make pure decision to our users. So for example, when the user is about to create their budget, so the AI will track the history of how they spend their previous 3 months budgets, and then it will suggest a likely good budget amount. So that is the important thing that we are going to see on this application. So without further ado, let's see what we have into our application. Alright, so what you see here, this is our landing page of our application, and as you can see, we have this top bar which have some of the actions or navigation links where the user can go to see the features. They can see how it works, the pricing, login, and get started. But this pricing and how it works, these two sections have not added it, but you can add them if you want, because for now the application is not a software as a service, so I didn't add the pricing for this application. So the user can be able to log in or get started. So that when they click here, they will be directed to the registration, and here they will be directed to the login page. Down here you can see we have this beautiful hero section with the text on the left side with the statistics, but on the right side we have the beautiful animation of this particular card, which shows like insight of what we are going to have into our application. And down here you can see we have the section which shows the features that we have into our application that I've already shown you. Down here we have another section which shows the technologies that used to create this application. Down here we have another section that shows the user they can start their free trial or view the demo. So here you can replace with anything that you want, and at the end we have a footer which shows the quick links and other important things that the user will find into our application. So without further ado, let's go direct and log in, because I've already created a demo user. So when they click get started, they will be directed to the registration page. So here is when you are going to register your user here. But because I have a demo user, so let's go to the login and let's log in with the user. So let's put the email and password. And this is our dashboard that we have been redirected to. And as you can see from here, this is a text message that will be shown to the user. So welcome back, and then the name of the user that has been logged in. Down here you can see we have this 4 beautiful statistics card which shows the total spent amount, and it says if the amount is still under the budget or not. Here we have the monthly budget that is currently there, and it shows the percentage of the progress or the percentage left. So after that we have the categories, means how you are categorizing your budget or spending, which we are talking about the expenses itself. Okay, and after that we have this another card which shows the number of recurring expenses that you have set up into your application. And up here on the right top corner you see we have this is the way of navigating from one month to another month. So for example, now we are on October as I'm recording this video, the October of 2025, but I can navigate back, let's say, to September. So you can see this is September, and you can see the details has changed here. So this is the way that you can control the details of this dashboard. Let me go back to October. Okay, you can see this is October. And down here you see we have the 6-month spending trend, which we have shown it through the chart, and this is the line chart that we are going to add ourselves into this application. After that we have the spending by category. So here it shows on how each category has their spend or the expenses and the amount, as you can see. After that we have the top spending categories with the amount, so you can see, and the percentage itself that they accumulate. And after that we have the recent expenses. So here you just see the recent expenses that you have done, and down here we have the quick actions that you can use. So for example, we have the one for adding expense, recurring, and categories. And after that the user is able to manage their expenses from here: budget, recurring expense, categories, and notification preference. And down here we have a way of managing our profile from settings, which is coming with the Livewire starter kit. So I'm going to show you how to manage that. But for now, let's see on how you can add the expenses. So on expenses page, you see here we have a way of adding a new expense. So without I go, let me change this, let's say, to another, let's say a white theme, so that we can see everything clearly. So let me go back to the expenses, and from here you can see, so we have these filters, and from these filters you can be able to switch between let's say categories. You can search, you can change the date. So you can see this is 1 month filter, so it's the filter only for the current month that you have. So now it is on October, that's why you see this date range from the 1st of October to the last date of that particular month. And down here you see we have a way of paginating our data for performance. We have a way of editing and deleting these expenses. We have the date that expense happened, the categories, title, and their description, without forgetting their particular amounts. So after that, the user can be able to switch between these. So you see, for example, you will see the categories for education. You see you can switch between this one, but we are going to see all of this as we continue with the video. So you have a way of creating a new expense from here, and the form will be opened like this one, and you will be able to add the name of the expense, the amount, the date, the category that you are doing, the description if you want, which is optional, but there is option to create a new category if you don't see the category here. But also down here we have a way of switching between the two types of expenses, if it is just a single time expense or it's a recurring expense. And when you switch to recurring, there is a field that will happen here. So you see this field will be shown, which means when you switch back to one time, it will be hidden. So when you go to recurring, it will ask you so that frequency, on which frequency actually that expense will be occurring. Okay, so you to check that if it is daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly, and then you will be able to switch between these dates. So you can just update this date if you want, and you will just add the start and the end date if it applies. Okay, so this is just a note, and after that you can be able to create it by clicking here. So now, because we didn't add anything, so you can see the validations. So if you click there, so basically you will see the validations for the required field to be added. Okay, and after that, when you add this expense, means it is going to affect the budget that you have created. So basically on budgets, let's navigate to the budget. Here you see on budget, and basically you can navigate between the budgets of different months as we've seen on the dashboard. But here you have the overall budget summary, means all the budgets that you have on your system, which belongs to you as the user that has logged in. You will see it here, the amount that you have spent, the remaining amount, and the usage percentage. So this will be a progress bar that will be tracking the amount that you have spent. Here you have a way of creating a new budget, and here you have the budget by their categories. So we have the overall budget that you can create, and also we have the category-wise budgets. So for example, this is the overall, and this one is the educational budget. Okay, and basically these cards we are going to see on how we will create them. Here the user have the options to edit, delete, or perform any of that actions. So let's try to create a new budget, and here is where we are going to see the feature of AI. Basically, when you visit this page of creating a new budget, it will give you the suggestion of the month, because it will see on which month or date that you have. So currently I'm on October, as I've mentioned, so that's why you see the suggested month is October. Okay, and the year automatically will be populated. And here on the budget category, you are supposed to select, if you don't want to create an overall budget, so you have to select the category that you want to create that budget for. Okay, and after that you will be able to add their amount. Okay, and down here there is budget tips, so these tips you will go by yourself, and there is budget examples down here, which is like recommendations or suggestion for your users. But the AI, basically what it happen is when, let's say, you switch between these categories. For example, if I go to the education, and if you don't see the suggestion for the AI, means on education you don't have enough history for the AI to be able to suggest to you the correct amount. So let's go to the food and dining. That is not, let's say, to entertainment. Okay, and yeah, so now means I've added some of the history data. So now means, for example, if I click this one, so you see I have this button which says get AI suggestion, and if I switch between these categories, you see, so based on that category, so automatically Laravel will track if that selected category has enough data for the AI to give you suggestion. So if it does not, like this one on education, you see we don't see that button for AI suggestion. But if we go, let's say, to food and dining, you see, so this one has enough history, and that's why you see this button has been shown. So now if I click this button, AI should take some time to create the let's say to generate a suggestion, and then it will show us here. So let's click that and see the magic. So now it is analyzing. Yep, and you can see down here it has added this new AI generated recommendations, and you can see the confidence is high, and the AI recommendations, so we have this one, conservative, we have the recommended one, and the comfortable one. So AI gives you the three suggestions or recommendations, and it will give you the one which is in between of those two, like the one which it recommended mostly. So you can see, and it will give you why this amount, so why to this one. So it will say the average spending over the last 3 months is this one, and there's a slight downward trend, setting the recommended budget slightly above the average gives you a caution while still encouraging continuing reduction in spending. So basically this is AI generated information, and you have to be very careful. So basically what we've done here is just to give you the feeling of how you can integrate and use or utilize the powerful feature of AI, including with TALStack development. Okay, so for now the user is able to use any of these three suggested amount. So for example, if I click this one, so you should be able to see it here, and after that the user can be able to save this one, so create budget, and they can change. Actually they can decide to use this one or this one, so all of that will be auto-populated there. So for now let's go with this one, and after that let's click create budget, and now you see the budget has been created. You see, so this is the budget, and basically means we have some of the expenses basing on this particular category. That's why you see already we have this progress on this particular category. So basically this is how easy you can just do that. You can edit the budget, so this is how you can edit it, and on edit you don't see the AI suggestion, and now we have a way of also managing the recurring expenses, as I've mentioned. So this is where you're going to manage the recurring expenses. For example, for let's say Netflix subscription, rent payment, and you can see the start, and we don't have the end, so means it will be just automatically generated until when you will stop it by giving the ending date. Okay, and after that the user can be able also to update these details, like changing this data, and basically these are just the expenses but with this typo checked. Okay, so after that we have categories. So these categories is where we're going to manage the categories. So you can see from here we have the list of categories that we have already created, and from here is the form of how you're going to create the category. So for example, if you add a new category like personal health, or just personal care, something like that, and you can change the color to this one, and you can see this is the preview of that category. So if you change that one, let's say to this one, to this one, or this one, so this is the preview, and when you create it, it will be created automatically, and down here you see it, and you have a way to delete it and edit. But on delete, you see this option is available because it doesn't have any expenses on it. But for this one, let's say it has 3 expenses, you are not able to delete this particular category. So here I can be able to delete this one, see, so that it has been deleted, and I can be able to edit any of these. So for example, if I click this one, so it will be populated here automatically, and I can be able to change that, and then I can click the update here. So we are going to see on how to add all of this information and how to implement this application from scratch. So after that, I think for the demo this is enough. So let's dive into our coding session. So we are going to start with setting up our environment, and then after that we'll dive into coding session. Yeah, so before we go forward, if you are new to the channel, consider to subscribe. So this is my channel. If you you are not one of these subscribers, so consider to click the subscribe button, so like my videos and share with others. But also you can get a 20% discount from Hostinger when you buy any plan by using this referral link, which I'll pin it in video description and even in comment, so that you guys can be able to support me through that link. Okay, and at the end of this video, as I've mentioned, we are going to use Hostinger as our testing server. So we are going to see on how you can deploy this application into the live server and how users can access your application. So this application is completely open source, so you can just clone the application, you can fork it, and you can be able to use it as the way that you want. So the main target of why I created this video is just to showcase how powerful TalStack can be. So, and this is the right channel that you have. So here we are just focusing on building the real world application. So we are building the full stack application, and let's go direct and start to see what we need in order to build the application. So the first thing you need in your system is to support the Laravel development. Means you need to follow this documentation on here when you can be able to create the Laravel application. So basically, before you create the Laravel application, you need to make sure that your local machine has PHP Composer and the Laravel installer installed. In addition to that, you need to have Node, and this I'm going to show you on how you can add all of this. Okay, and after that, you need to install the Laravel installer. After that, this is when we will start to build the application. And the alternative to this one, you can also use Laravel Hard, because this is the the graphical PHP installation and management experience application. So basically, I'm going to use that for this particular video. So here is Laravel Hard, which I've already started it, and this is when we are going to start to use it. So before that, this application, as I've mentioned, we built it by using Laravel and Livewire. Also, we have Tailwind CSS and Alpine.js, but Alpine.js already come with Livewire. So the moment you install Livewire into a Laravel application, you will have access to Alpine.js. And after that, we have Tailwind CSS, which already comes with a Laravel application. And so what we lack is just a Node. So you just need to go and download Node.js if you don't have it in your system. So let's go to the Node, and make sure that you go to get Node, and from here you can install it or download it based on your OS, actually the operating system that you use. So basically I'm using Windows, so I'll just install it by clicking this one. So I'll click that, and it will start to download the Node for my system. And after that, the other thing that we are going to use in this application, we need to use this Google Gemini PHP Laravel official package, which will help us to integrate the powerful features of Gemini AI into our application. And after that, we are going to use the Google AI Studio, which will give us access to the Gemini by giving us the API keys. So we're going to see on how you can create your API keys that will help us to interact with the Google Gemini APIs. Okay, and after that, you need to have a way of storing data. So we are going to use dump as a database. So we're just going to utilize it for basically because it gives us PHP, it gives us Apache as a local development server, but the main target in here is to get the database for our development. And after that, this application you need to install because now it is ready. So just follow the instruction of installing Node.js if you have never done it before. So just do it. So currently on my system already I have Node, and already I've installed the Laravel Hard. Okay, and after that we need to have XAMPP installed, because here is when you will get XAMPP. So just click here and it will direct you to this page where it will start to install Laravel XAMPP basically to download it and it will install it, and after that you'll be in a good shape to start building our application. Yeah, so basically let's navigate here, and from htdocs let's create a new application by using the git bash, but you can use a cmd if you want. So I'll use git bash. So from git bash here, let me zoom a little bit. So we are going to run the following command. So Laravel new, and then let's give the name of the application to expense tracking app, and after clicking enter, this will give you the option to select the starter kit that you want. And if you don't see these options, means you have not installed the Laravel installer. So basically follow these instructions as I've mentioned. So follow these instructions, and after that let's use the Livewire starter kit. So Livewire, and after that we are going to use the Laravel built-in authentication, and we are not going to use the Laravel Vault, so let's give it a no, and I'm going to stick with PHP unit. And after that, this will start to build, like to create our Laravel application into this directory where we have mentioned it. So you see, this is the application that has been started to be created. So I'll pause the video, and when this will be done, I'll continue with my video. After that, we have this option to install npm, which is Node package management, and to run the npm run build. So let's click yes. And after that, after this has been installed, we will start to build the application from scratch. Okay, and now this is done. So let's navigate to this particular project. So let's go to change directory, then expense tracking app, and then let's open it in our VS Code. Okay, so here we have opened it in our VS Code, and let me close this one. So let me trust this directory, and let me zoom a little bit so that you can see what I'll be doing here. Alright, and now as our application has already been created, let me delete this GitHub tests. So let me remove it, so that when I'll push it in on GitHub, it will not give the failures because the application is still in development. Okay, and after that, now the first thing will be to run the application and see it running. So here let's run PHP artisan save. Okay, so the application is running on this link. So let's open it in our browser. Yep, and now the application is up and running, and as you can see, this is our application. We can be able to register the user. So this is a form for registration. So let's create a random user. So let me change this one to password. Okay, and let's create an account. So this will direct us to the dashboard. And this is our dashboard of our application. The user can be able to navigate to the settings, and that's when we can be able to change different settings or profile. And from here you can see we can be able to update the name, the email, and also the user can be able to delete the account, but also they can be able to change their passwords, means from changing from the current to the new password. Also, they can change the appearance of the application. As currently you see, we are on the light mode, but you can switch that to the dark mode. Like you can switch like this one, you see. And also the user can be able to enable the two-factor authentication. So if you have never visited my channel, I have already explained about how you can enable the two-factor authentication with this particular video. So navigate to that video, which I've already added the video on the video description, so that you can be able to see on how you can enable this one. So the first step, you need to pass the password here for the confirmation, and after that you will be directed to the page where you can enable the two-factor authentication. Yeah, here. So by default it is disabled. So when you enable this one, you need to enable it and use it as you want. Okay. So for now, let me just go back here, and the next step will be to set up our database so that we can start to build the application. So let's go back here. Let's add a new terminal. So from here, we are going to create the following models and their migration. So PHP @make model. Then we are going to have the category model, but I want its migration, so I'll give the flag of -m, which will create the model class and its migration. And after that, I need the budget model, and I need the one for expense. Okay, after that, let me clear the terminal and let me go back here. So here we see we have new three models that have been added, and also we have three migration that have been added. So the one for the category, we have another one for budget, and another one for expenses. So now let's start to edit the models, the migration first, and then we'll edit the models. So on migrations, let's start with the categories, and here on the categories, we're going to have the following. So the first one will be the name of the category. Then we are going to have so let's have the other one for, this one should be for the color, because as I've shown you on the demo, we are going to see on how you can manage the colors. Okay, so here on the default, we are going to have the following color. So let me just paste it. Okay, and after that, you can have the icon if you want. So let's say table icon, and this should be nullable. Okay, and after that, we need to track this let's say category has been created by which user. So here we're just going to use the foreign ID, and here we're going to say user then ID. So this will constrain itself to users table. Okay, so this is done for the categories. Now let's go to the one for budget. So on budget, we are going to have the following fields. So let me paste them here. So the first field will be to store the foreign key for the user. So this budget belongs to which user. And after that, we are going to see on how you can have a relationship between the budget and the category. So means this helps you to categorize or to organize the budgets, so that you can know that this budget is intended for which category. So also we have the field which stores the amount of that particular budget, then the month of that budget, and the year for that particular budget. And after that, for performance, when you are accessing these fields, so you can add the index for that. So you can just say let's have the unique field here, which will help us to identify that this budget is unique from the other one, so that when users are creating the budget, they cannot recreate the same budget again. Okay, and after that, now let's update the expense table, which is this one. And on expense, we are going to have the following fields. So let me update it here. And on expenses, we are going to have the user ID, which will be a foreign key as we have on budget. Also the category ID, as I've explained. And here also we are going to have a field that stores the amount, which is in decimal. And here the number of digits, and also the number of decimal places. Here we are going to have the title of that particular expense. Then we are going to have the description, which will be nullable by default, and we are going to have the date field when that expense was happening, and make sure that this is on date type of column. And we have an enum field which stores the type of expense, which we are going to have the one-time expense and the recurring one. So by default it will be one time. After that, we are going to have the fields that are useful when you are doing the recurring expenses. So on recurring expenses, we have an enum field which stores the recurring frequency, which can be daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly, which help us to control on how the user can store this data. So it's just a matter of selecting from these options that we have already predefined them. Okay. After that, we are going to store the recurring start date, when that recurring expense start, and when it will end. Okay, so make sure that all of these are in date format. After that, we are going to have this foreign key, which will store the parent expense ID, and this will help when you are doing the recurring expense. Means if you already have one expense, so all of the next expenses will fall as the child of that the first expense. Okay, I'm going to show you and you will understand this thoroughly. And after that, we have this field, which is a Boolean field with check if this particular expense is auto generated. And this will help us to track for all the recurring expenses, because some of them will generate them automatically, so they will be generated by the system as we have planned to do. And after that, we have the timestamps, which will help to create the created art and the updated art. But here we have the other field which enables the soft delete, which means it will add the deleted art field. So this will help us to let's say to implement the soft delete functionality into our expenses. And down here we have the indexes, as I've mentioned. So this will help us to update or to help in optimization of our data. So when you are accessing this type of fields, so they will help you to be fetched or easily, rather than going through all the data. Okay, and after that, now it's a time for migrating these created migrations, so that we can create the tables. So before we do, let's update the configuration for our database and our application. So the first thing will be to change the name of the application. So this is expense app. Okay, and after that, we need to change the database connection. So we are going to use the MySQL database. So change that and enable these ones, and this will be expense DB. Okay, so my database has no any password or any restriction, so I'll just leave it this way. And after that, we are going to need to update these email configurations, because I'm going to show you on how you can update the emails. So here, let's update that with the following credentials. Okay, and this password actually I'll delete it at the end of the tutorial, so that you cannot access it and utilize my email. Okay, So you just need to change this to your particular email. So just put the name, the email as the username, the password that is auto-generated from Google. So to do that, just navigate to Google and go to manage your Google account. And from here, just search for app password. And enter your password. Okay, and after that, just give the name of the password. And after that, when you click create, you will get a password like this one. And that's when you are going to be able to use it into your Laravel application. Provide other required configurations, and after that, we are going to have a full working application. So for now, that's fine. And now let's migrate our tables. So PHP adds an migrate. So this will ask you if you want to create that database. So let's say yes. Okay, and after that, now you can be able to check the tables that you have created. So you can use the shell command if you are comfortable with that. So here is just a matter of logging into MySQL, and then you can just say MySQL, then the username is root, and because I don't have password, I can just leave it that way. And from here, I can say show databases, and you can see from here we have the database that we have created, which is expense.db, and currently you can say use expense_db, and now you can say show tables, and you can see all the tables that we have created. The one for budgets, categories, and expenses have been added. So the rest is the default database or tables that comes with the Laravel. Okay, so after that, if you are not comfortable with the command line, so let's navigate to the admin dashboard, where you can see the PHP my admin, and from here you can manage the database from the UI, which is actually simple than using the command line. Okay, so now into our application, the next step will be to update the models to make sure that they use all the necessary things that we need. So now for the category, let's update the category model. So on category model, we are going to have the following things. So basically, we need to have the fillable attribute, which help in mass assignment of your model. So just mention the field that you have in your database migrations. So make sure that they compromise with this one. Okay, so make sure that they are the same. Okay, and after that, we need to have the relationships that will help us to track the details for the budget, user, expense, and budget. Okay, so let's import these classes, and this one has many. Okay, so this first relationship shows the relationship between the category and the user, so that we can know that the particular user is the one that belongs to this or is the one that created this particular category. So that's why we are using the belongs to relationship, which can be a one-to-one or one-to-many. Okay, and after that, we are going to have the expenses, which is one-to-many. So basically, this will just show the relationship between the category and the belonging expenses. This is we are going to see on how to utilize this one when we were seeing the delete functionality of category. Some of the categories were not able to be deleted. Why? Because these expenses were not null. Okay, and after that, we have the relationship to budgets. So one category can have more than one budgets. Okay, and after that, now we need to have a helper method which will help to get the total spent for that particular month. So let's add this particular helper method here. So this helper method will accept two parameters, the one for month and the other one for the year. And from here, we're going to get the expenses, and then we're going to run this where statements. So for the first one, we'll check for the month, and the second one will check for the year. And all of that, if they are true, means we are going to get the sum of those expenses, and then we are going to return to this particular method. I'm going to show you how to utilize that one. So after that, now let's update the budget one. So let's update the budget model. So on here, we need also to have the following fillable parameter or property or attribute. So this will also should make sure that they comply with this particular fields that you have here. Okay, so let's do that. And from here, make sure that these are the fields. And down here, we need to have the cast. We need to cast these fields so that the user cannot add data that don't align with the type of data that we have defined in our database. So for the amount, we need to make sure that it is in decimal, and the password, the decimal places in 2. And then for the month, it is an integer, and for the year, it is an integer. And after that, let's define the relationships. So we have the relationships between the budget and the user, but also we have the relationship between the budget and the category. And this, all of these belongs to, means they are one-to-many or one-to-one. Okay, and after that, we need to have the following helper methods. So let's define the following helper methods, which will help to utilize the database good. So here we have this method which is called get spent amount, and which will return a float value. And here we are just going to check if the category ID that has been passed in this particular budget, if it is there, means we are going to return the following method. So this method will just call this method, which will be available in our category model. As we know, we have already defined this method. So if you go back to the category, you see we have this method which is called the get total spent month. So this is the method, and here it will get the month and the year. Okay, and after that, if this is not true, we are just going to return the expense for the user, and we are going to get for the particular month and year that has been passed, and then we are going to get the sum of it. Okay, so this is the default method which acts as a fallback, but if you have the category, means we are going to get the spent month basing on that particular category. Okay, after that, we have the method which will help us to get the remaining amount by getting the amount that you have, and then you get the spent amount. So means this will be from the budget, and then we need to get the spent amount, which will be defined here. You see, so this is the get spent amount which will be generated out of here. Okay, so by taking the total amount of that particular budget and minus or subtracting it by the spent amount, you will get the remaining amount. And we have seen so many places this is useful, so we are going to use that, and I'll show you that. And after that, we need to get the percentage of that spent amount. So this is how we are going to calculate it, and we're just using the spent amount divided by the total amount and times by or multiplied by 100. Okay, and after that, we need to get we need to check actually, because this will turn the Boolean value. So we're going to check if the spent amount is over the budget. So if it exceeds the budget, this will turn it true, and if it's not like that, it will turn false. Okay, after that, we need to update the expense model. And on expense model, we have the following attribute. Basically, we need to use this attribute because on expenses, we have used the soft delete. So make sure that you import this one. So use that as a trait. Okay, And after that, we need to have the fillable attribute. So let's add the fillable attribute, which complies with our fields on our database, or the columns from the database. Okay, so we have the user ID up to is auto generated. Okay, after that, let's add the cast. Okay, so this is a way of make sure that you are protecting the type of data that are coming into the database. Okay, and after that, let's define the following relationships. So let's define the relationships here. So let me import this. Okay, as many. Yep. Okay, so we have the relationship between an expense and the user that has created that particular expense. We have the relationship between the expense and the category. So in which category does this expense fall? And also we have the parent expense and the child expenses. So the parent expense that will be useful when we are doing the recurring expenses, and I'm going to show you why this is important. Okay, and after that, we need to have the following local scope into our model. So let's define these following scopes. Okay, so the following scopes we are going to have in order to get the data that we need. For example, if you need to get the all the expense that has been performed by a particular user, so just call this for user, and basically it will give you all the particular expenses belongs to that particular user. So this is the ordinary way of defining a scope, but the new way is using the attribute. So you can just say something like this, and then here you can just say scope, and make sure you have imported this one. And after that, you can be able to remove this one. For example, you can remove this the word scope like this one, and here you can say, let's say, for user. Okay, so this is the new way of defining the scope, but I'll just stick to this one so that we can be a little bit quick and finish our application. So this is the way of defining a scope. So it will be the same way for recurring, so you can just check for the type. It will be the same way for one time. It will check the type if it is one time or it's recurring. And if you want to get all the expenses in a certain month, so this is the way of getting it. Similar way to if you want to get all the expenses in a scope date range. Okay, and after that, we need to have the following helper methods. So let's define the helper method like this one. So basically, we need to see if this particular expense is recurring. So this is the method that we are going to use. So if the type is recurring, we are going to return it true, and if it's not, it will be false. Okay, and after that, we are going to see if we can be able to generate the next occurrence of that particular recurring expense. So here we're going to check if it is recurring, which we've already defined here. And if it is not, we are going to return false. If the recurring end date and now is after the recurring end date, means the recurring end date is already after the now or the date, so means we are going to return false, so that because already the recurring expense should be stopped. And if all of these two conditions were not met, means we are going to return it true, and we are going to be able to generate the next occurrence of that recurring expense. And after that, let's have another method which will help you to get the next occurrence date. Okay, so this is the method which says get next occurrence date, which return an instance of carbon. So here we are going to check if this is recurring. So if it is recurring, yeah, we are going to skip this one, but if it's not, we are going to return null. And we are going to check the last child expense that was generated, and that is coming from this one. As I've mentioned, we are going to use that from here. Okay, and after that, we are going to get the first child. Okay, and we are going to order them by date, and then we are going to descend them. So basically, we are going to get the latest one Okay, so instead of using this one, you can just say here latest. Okay, and by using the latest, you are going to get the same results. Okay, so that is one way of doing it. And after that, we are going to get the base date, means the date that this was started. And from here, we are going to check if the last child is there, so means we're going to get the date. But if it's not there, means we're going to get the start date. And after that, we're going to run this match function, and it will be checking if the recurring frequency is equals to daily, means it is going to add 1 day to the base date. Okay, so if it is weekly, it is going to add 1 week. If it is monthly, it's going to add the 1 month. If it's yearly, it is going to add a year. Okay, and that's a way we are going to get the next occurrence date. So now we are done with the models. So the next step will be to start to build the application. So because already we have installed the Livewire starter kit, so means now already Livewire is installed and Livewire Flux is already there. That's why we can see our application with this particular view, because this sidebar is coming from the Livewire starter kit, which uses the Flux. Okay, so the Flux UI is the one that powers our application. So the next step will be to start to build the application components. So we're going to start to build each of the components from the Livewire and build the application step by step. Yes, welcome back. Code with SJM here, and today we are going to continue with the second episode concerning our series of video that we were building a full stack application. And as I've mentioned before on my previous video, we are going to build a full stack application based on Tailwind, which we will have an AI feature integrated into our application. So we are going to build a smart expense tracking application, which AI will help us to have a smart way of creating budgets and recommending the appropriate budget based on the historical background of the spending nature or the spending behavior of the user. So in today's video, we will be focusing on starting to build the real application, because on the previous video, we do the demo, we started to set up the project, we did the setup, also we did the setup of our database connections, also we created the models and the migrations, we defined the relationships between those models, also we defined the helper methods on those particular models, which will help us to utilize the powerful features of models. So today we are going to focus on creating the Livewire components. So we are going to start with the component concerning with the categories, because on categories is the way that you will help us to organize budgets and expenses. So that is an important thing that is acting as a ground. So we need to start with that one. So before we go deep on that, let's start to register a demo user that we are going to use to perform the functionality. So it will be the one that we are going to test throughout the demo. So let's create that account. So here I'm using the form filler, which will fill the actually the dummy data. So you can see here, this is the password. So let's register. So this will create a new account and it will direct us to the dashboard, and that's when we are going to start to build the application. Yeah, so here you see we have been redirected to the dashboard, and we have the options to update the details, like you can change the name, email, you can delete the account, you can change the password if you want, and also you can be able to enable the two-factor authentication. So just add the password to confirm, and after that you will have an option to enable two-factor authentication. And if you don't know how to do this one, so I have a video on that, so you can just check it from the channel here. I already published it a couple of days before. So here you can see from here I have that video, which is this one. So you can just check it and you will see this was the Laravel 12 update that was updated. So you see it says how to enable two-factor authentication in your Laravel 12 application. So that will help you to go through that, so you can be able to enable this one. And also the users can be able to change the appearances of the application. So for now you see we are on dark mode, but you can switch to the light mode like this one. Also you can leave the system to decide. Okay, so for now let's stay with the dark one, and for the current now let's go to the VS Code here. As you can see, this is our application. Make sure it is running, so make sure you have run this command, so php @save, and also you have built the assets of your application by using npm run dev. Okay, after that let me create a new terminal, and from here I'm going to create a new Livewire component which will be used to categorize or to manage the categories. Okay, so here I'm going to say php @make, then Livewire, then I'll give the name of the component, which should be categories. Okay. Oh, I've misspelled this one. This should be categories. So let me create another one. Categories. Yeah, this one. So let's remove this one, which has been misspelled. So let me start to remove the view. This one. So let's remove it. Yes. Okay, categories. This is the right one. Also here on the component class. So let's remove that. Yes. Okay, so now we have the categories component class, which is this one, and we have the blade file, which is this one. So if you have the Livewire Go to, you can just click this one. So just hold the control, then you click, then you will be directed to the same file. Okay, so that will be available if you have the extension called the Laravel Go to, which is this one. Okay, so that will help you to do that. Okay, so now as we have these two files, now let's start to update this categories component. So the first thing will be to define the public properties that we are going to utilize throughout this particular component. Okay, so the first public property that I'm going to define, so let me define the name of the category, so which should be an empty string. Also, we are going to have another one which should be public color, because on categories, as we've seen, we're going to have a way of identifying or categorizing our data based on their colors. So this will help us to identify the categories in a good way. So this will be the default color for all the categories when you are creating the categories. So this will be the default color. Okay, and after that, now let's add another public property, which should be public icon. So you can define the icon of the category. After that, let's define another flag which will help to track if we are editing or not. So editing ID, basically editing ID. So this will be the ID of the category that we are editing currently, and by default it should be null. And then we are going to have this flag which is will help us to track if we are doing the editing or not. Is editing, and by default it should be false. Okay, yeah, so those are the main public properties that we are going to have on this particular component. And then now let's define the colors, or the array of colors that we are going to have when we are doing the changing. As you can see from the demo, we have a way of switching between the colors. So here, let's define a couple of colors, and I'm going just to paste it here because this I've already prepared it for you. So let me just paste it here. Okay, and I've tried to give the name of the colors so that you can remember which color and how they are supposed to be. So we have the red, orange, amber, yellow, lime, green, emerald, teal, we have cyan, sky blue, indigo, violet, purple, and we have this one, and those. Okay, so these are the colors that we are going to use when we are doing the following categories. Okay, and after that, now let's edit the render. So when we are doing the rendering here, basically we are supposed to define a way of getting the categories from the database. So for that, we are going to use the computed properties. So here we're just going to define a public function, then the method will be categories, okay, and then let's perform the functionality of getting the categories. So we are just going to say return, then we are going to get the category from the category model, and then we are going to say with count. Okay, and with count, then we are going to pass the expenses relationship, so it should count the expenses that are relating to this particular model. Okay, and after that, we are going to say where the user that is editing, so user ID will be equals to the ID of the logged in user, means we are going to retrieve only the ID or only the categories that are relating to this particular user. So the user, one user cannot edit the categories of another user. Okay, and after that, we're going to have another order by constraint, and here we're going to say order by name. So this means we are going to order by name of these categories, and after that we are going to retrieve them. So we are going to say get. Okay, but in order for this to be a computed property, so you need to use this attribute. So just to say computed, okay, and make sure you use this one. And after using it like that way, make sure you've imported it here, and make sure you've imported this category model. So this is the model, and from here we have this relationship called the expenses. That's why we are calling it here. So make sure that you have already defined this relationship before you can utilize it here. Okay, so after that, you can be able to call this one here. So we can just say categories. So we can just say categories. Okay, like this way. So this should not be a function. So this is actually a property. So it's actually a similar way that you can define just here, like you can define it and then call it in a mount function, and then you can assign it. But by using the computed way, this helps you for optimization, because it will just retrieve these details and then it will catch them so that you can use on the future uses. So that's why we are using that, because it helps in a performance issue. Okay, so now we have the categories. So now you can be able to see the categories from here. So now, in order for us to see if the categories are there, so let's try to do the for each loop, and basically we don't have any category on our database, so basically we will not see anything. So let's start to update this page first, and then we will see while we are doing it. So from now, let's update the web.php so that we can reference that component here. So we are just going to say route, then you get, then we are going to say this is categories, so we are going to say categories, and then we are going to say categories. Let's reference the Livewire component, which is categories, then a class, then let's give it a name, which should be, let's say, categories.index. Okay, so it should be that way. And then now let's update the Livewire sidebar. So this is coming from the Livewire starter kit. So let's update so that it can be shown here. Okay, so let's go to the sidebar. Yeah, so here we have this group of listing. So now let's copy this one and paste it down, and then we are going to use this route, which is categories index. So let's copy that, and we are going to update this one. So update this one, which is on a H hyperreference, and also on a checking if this is the current URL. So we are going to update this one and this one. So to select both of these, so just select this one, make sure you have highlighted it like this way, and then Control D, so it will select all the text that match with the first text that you highlighted. Okay, so for now let's update only those two. Okay, and after that update this one to be categories. Yeah, so that is good. So for now let's go back and see here. So we have the categories, and let's see why this is refreshing. Yeah, so here you can see this is categories, and when you select that one, you should be redirected to the categories, but you will not see anything. And now we need to change this icon, because that icon is not the one that you should use. So basically I believe we can use the hero icon, and let's find a good icon to use there. So let's use the square, yeah, this one, the 2x2. So let's use that on our app here. So let's use that one, and now we should be able to see that icon updated here. Yeah, and here you can see the icon has been updated. So let me zoom a little bit so that you can see. So you see the icon now, it is using the new icon that we have used. Okay, so now we have the page, and you can see we have defined it here on our web.php. So means now this is a full page component. So make sure that you have defined it here, and when you give it a route like this one and make it a full page component, it should utilize the layout that is already defined from the application, which is already defined here on the component. Then layout, here on app we have the layout, which is app.blade.php, which is this one, and you can see currently we are using the sidebar, but you can change that to the header if you want, because Livewire starter kit give you these two. So you can see we have a way of using either the header or the sidebar. Okay, so means here if you change this one, let's say to header, so if you change that one to header, it should also change the layout here. Yeah, and you can see from here now the layout has been changed, and now we have only the dashboard, and we don't see the page that we have added for managing the categories. Why? Because we have only updated the sidebar and not the header. Okay, so if you want to add it to the header, so make sure that you just come here and update it like what we did from the sidebar. Okay, so now let's update this back to sidebar. So make sure it is using sidebar, okay, like this one. Okay, and now let's start to update the view for these categories. Okay, so now let me close this one and also the sidebar. Okay, So here we have already defined the categories. So now let's update this view so that we can see what we have created. So the first thing will be to show the categories. So I'm going to add the header for this particular page. So I'm just going to define an outer div, which is like this one. So let me just replace it. So we are going to have an outer div like that one, and then I'm going to close it like that one. Okay, and from there I'm going to paste the header. So we are going to have the header. So this will be the header that shows the categories. So now if you go back here, you should be able to see the header, and you can see the page now is shown like this one, and you can see this is the header with each simple or brief description. So that is this one, and you can see the background, it is a white, but on this header the background is a gradient from this grid to this one. So that's why you can see this grid coloration. Okay, so now make sure that this adapts to dark mode. So for example here you can say on dark mode the background can be, let's say, neutral, or let's say 800. Okay, let's give it 900 so that it can match with the one that has already defined here. Yeah, so you can use that one. So this will be for background, I mean for the dark mode, and if you go to the light mode, it should be white. Okay, so if you go to the categories, now you see, so this is adapting well. Okay, let's go back to the dark mode. Yep, so let's go back here. All right, so after that, now let's have another div that will contain the message for showing the actually the message is if the data has been created successful or not. So or if there is an error, so it will be here. So here will be for messages, or you can just say the flash messages. Okay, yeah. So down here, let's add this div. Okay, and inside this div, basically you have to define this Tailwind CSS classes, which will help you to give the width that you need, the margin, and also the padding on your x-axis. Also, you are going to control that padding for small devices and also for the large devices. Also for the padding on your y-axis, so this is the right padding. Okay, so after that, here you will not see anything because we don't have anything inside it. So for now, let's paste these two. So here we are going to have if conditions. Okay, this if condition will check from the session if we have a message, and if we have a message means we are going just to show that message here. Okay, so this is the div that is going to be shown. Okay, so if we don't have the message, so means this div will not be displayed, and inside it we are going just to show this particular message. Okay, and from that message we are going to define this button, okay, which will help to remove that message if you want. So this will just call the on a click and it will say parent, then you remove that particular message. Okay, and this will be just for the correct message or the message that is successful. But for the error messages, we're going to use another if down here, and this will check if on a session we have error. So instead of message, here we will check if we have error. Okay, and from there, then we are going just to show the message here. See, so this will be the error message that we need to show. and here it will have this button which have this SVG icon for deleting or just for closing it. Okay, so this will be for an error. Okay, and after that, now we are going to have another div which will define the grid for our page. So let me just go down here, and we are going to have another div which will define the grids. So you can see here we are using the grid, and the grid columns will be 1 by default, but on the large screen it will be 3. Okay, and we are going to define the gap of 80 columns. Okay, or the column span. Okay, so after that we are going to have two things inside this div. Okay, so the first one will be the edit or create form. So that will be on the first grid. So means here we are going to define something like this one. So we are going to have the create or edit category form. Okay, and after that we are going to have another one grid for category listing. Okay, listing, yeah, so this way. Okay, so for now let me paste the one for showing the form. Okay, so here we're just going to paste it like this way, and yeah, so this one. So you can see clearly from here, you see, so this will be the div which have this call span of 1, and as you can see here we are going to check if we are editing. So by using the flag that we defined here, which is this one, so if it is true, means we are doing the editing. So if we are doing the edit, the form or the heading of our form should be edit category, but if we are not editing, the form header should be create category. So now if you go back here, you should be able to see that form here. So you see, so now we are creating, so that's why you see create category, and down here you can see we have this form that we've already defined, and it is trying to submit it to the save function, which we are going to define it in a minute here. So we are going to define a public key function called the save. Okay, yeah, so that will be the function that we'll be calling here. So on the Livewire, these are called the actions. So this will be the action where this form will be submitting to. Okay, and inside this form you can see we have the category name, where the name that you see here, where the user will be adding the name of the category. Okay, and as you can see also we are going to have this one for showing that this field is required, as you can see. So this will be the asterisk that you see from the form. Okay, and for the text that is inside the field, we should make sure that it adapts to dark mode and light mode, because now you can see on dark mode you don't see it, okay, unless while you highlight it. So to make sure that this is adaptive to all the states, so let me just do the following. So we are just going to say on dark, so text should be the gray of, let's say, let's give it like 900, I guess. Yeah, so now if you type it, you should be able to see it. Okay, and also you can see you are able to change these colors, but you can see here on the preview it is shown. Why it is shown? Because here we have the color picker. Okay, and this color picker basically it just iterates through the colors that we have already defined here. So these are the colors, as you see. So these are the colors that it iterates to, and it is already available to these categories blade file. Why? Because Livewire gives you that ability by default. So when you just define the public property, it is already available here. So that's why you see we've been able to access it from here. So we just run it for each on these colors, and then we get this color option, and from that color option we define the button, which will be the button that you see here. So these are the buttons, okay? And these buttons, this color, they adapt it as the color that is coming from here, okay? As you see, the first one is a red button, and you can see from here it is a red button, okay? So that means this is coming from the component that we have already defined. And after that, when the user will click on this button, you see, so on wire click, you see we are going to call this method, which is called the set, and this will set the color, which means this is the property which is called the color. So it is going to change that to the color option that the user has selected, okay? And after that means the color should be updated of this button. So how it is going to update it, it will be checked from here. So it will say if the color that is coming from here, it will be equal to the color option, means we are just going to add this ring, and we are going to do the offset, and then the ring should be of gray. So this will just for like adding the effect to the actually for the color that has been selected, okay? So you can see, so for the color that has been selected, we've added this ring, and that ring will be removed when you switch the color. So only for the selected one you should be able to see that color. So if I switch, you see, so that ring has been removed from here, and you see it now in this particular color, okay? So now already we have a way of changing the color, and if you didn't select the color, so this will be for showing the error. As here we have already we didn't define the rules, but I'm going to show you how to define the rules in a minute. So another thing down here, it is a preview. As you see, this is the preview that shows the color that you selected here. See? So this is the color, and this is the message. And this message should be populated here automatically, and you can clearly see it from here, okay? So now, let me just show you. So here down, we'll see we have the form actions, which will be changing automatically or dynamic by checking the flag of if we are editing. So if we are doing the edit, the button should be cancel the edit, but if we are not doing the edit, so the button should be submit. So means we're just going to show this button dynamically, okay? So for now, let's add the listing here, and from that listing is where we are going to start to show you how to add the rules here, so that we can be able to see when we create the new category, we should be able to see it from this right side, okay? And also you can update this one to adapt to the dark mode actually. So to do so, you can just update its background color from here, you see. So you can just say on dark mode, the background color, let's say it should be of neutral of 800, which I believe should be looking good, okay? And or you can just use the gray if you want, so you can use gray. Yep. And after that, you can be able to update this text to make sure that they adapt it to dark mode, okay? So for example, I can put this one to 400, okay, and similar way to the other. So let's put them to 400. and also on this one. Alright, so let's update the preview. It's background, so this background should be, let's say, gray of, let's say, 700, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so this looks good. Yeah, so now we've updated this one to adapt to dark mode, but you can switch that, let's say, to light mode and see how it looks like. Yeah, so you can see this is doing good, and this one why it does not update. Yeah, this should be on dark. Okay, yeah, so now it should adapt well. Yep, so now means if you put something there and change this one, so you should be able to see the preview here. Okay, so changing the color, see it is changing corresponding. So now if we do the create for this one, let's say this is food and dining, and let's try to create. Yeah, so you see, so let's try to click create. Yeah, so this should not be working because we don't have the functionality of saving this data on our database. So the first step will be to first update the actually the rules for validation. So let me just define the rules here. So let me just say protected function rules. Okay, and then let's return the rules, which should be in array. Okay, and after that, this should be the rules that you should use. Okay, so here on rules, let me just collapse that one, and here on rules you can see we are checking for the name, and the name should be required. It should be a string. The maximum number should be this one, and we need to make sure that it is unique for the particular details. So it should be unique for the table of categories, and the name should be unique. We are going to check if we are doing the editing, so we don't want to make it to be unique, so that's why we see when we are doing the editing, so we are going to return null, but if we are not doing the editing, it should be unique. But then we need also to make sure that the ID is unique. Also the user ID is unique by checking it with the ID of the corresponding logged in user. Okay, after that also we need to make sure that the color is required and the icon is nullable, so means the user can add the icon or not. So you can see from here we don't have the icon, so that's why we need to make sure that this should be nullable. Okay, and after that you can customize the way the messages for each of these rules will be defined, because in here you just need to suppose to call this validate so that we can be able to validate our fields. So here means if you don't put anything here and try to create, you should be able to see the validation error. Okay, you see, so the name field is required. But if you wish to update this message to another way, so you can use another protected function and define the messages for each of these properties. So you just need to define the properties attribute and call it messages, and from here you need to make sure that you define the name of the field that you are doing the validation to and the property or the rule that you are doing it. Okay, so for the required you can just say please enter a category name. So instead of just showing a random message, so now it will show please enter a category name. So that will apply to other things. Okay, so if the name is should be unique, so you can just show this message. Okay, after that means these rules will be called when you call this then validate. Okay, so all the fields that are defined here on the form should be validated by Livewire automatically. So when you just submit it, they should be called here. Okay, and after that, now let's define the logic for saving and editing our data. Okay, so when you are doing the saving, so means you just need to do the create and then you have to create the data. But when you are doing the edit, that's when the new change should be. So here, when you are doing the create, so this should be for creating. You just need to call the category model and then call the create model, function, and from that function you need to pass the attribute in array. So this should be an associative array, and you should pass the user ID of the logged in user, because that is the user that will be creating the category. And after that, you need to define the name of that category, the color, and the icon if you have. And after that, we need to just to show the session flash. So we just need to say session, then flash, then we are going to flash the message, and we are going to say, let's say category created successfully. Okay, yeah, so something like that. Okay, and after that, now we need to reset the field when you done to create the data. So what you can do is just to call this, then reset. Then inside this reset, you should be able to pass the array of fields that you need to reset. So we're going to reset the name, the color, the icon, and we're going to reset the editing ID, also the is edit. Okay, and these two we are going to see them in a minute when we start to edit the data. Okay, so for now let's just do it that way, and you should be able to create a new category here. So let's say education, and let's give it like this one. So this should be, and then let's try to create, and you see the category created successful, and you can be able to close that notification. So now we should be able to see the category from here, but for now you should be able to see it on database. And here you can see, so the color, you can see the icon is not there, you can see the name and the user ID. It is the ID of the user that has logged in. Okay, so now let's do the editing functionality. So the editing functionality will be making sense when we add the listing here. So now let's focus on adding the listing here. So let me just collapse this one because this is done. So now let's do the category listing. Okay, so let's do the category listing. Okay, so now let me go back up here and explain everything to you. Okay, so on the category listing, we are going to have another call span of 2 because the first one was having the call span of 1. So here we're going to have the call span of 2. So means the grid should be divided to 3 parts. Okay, so the first side will be this one and the second side will be this one, but this one will be a little bit bigger compared to this one because this takes 2 spans, but this one takes 1 call span. Okay, and here you can see we have like a header So this will be a header of your let's say categories. So here it will say your categories, and after that it will show the number of categories that you have from the database. Okay, so remember this is the computed property that we have already defined here. Okay, so this is the public key or computed property. So you can just call the count, and this count will count how many categories that you have in your database. And after that, we are going to have the if condition to check if the count of categories is greater than 0. Means if we have any category from the database, that's when we are going to show the following div. So inside that div, we are going to run the for each loop, which will loop through the categories, and we are going to get this object, and then from that object we are going to define this div, which inside it we are going to show the following details. So first of all, use this wire key, which will help Livewire to identify when you do any change on these categories. So it will keep the track of the IDs by using this key. Okay, and after that, down here you can see we are defining the color. So we just need to use this style, and from the style, and why we're using style, because this is the traditional way of using raw HTML. So we are going to use this is called the inline styling. So you just do the styling of HTML tag by using the inline styling. Okay, so just say the background color should be the color that you defined from here. Okay, so that color that you've passed here, which is this one, will be the one that should be shown here. Okay, and after that, then we are going to have the background color again. So here we will see how this looks like, because this will be the one will be for text and another one will be for the whole background. Okay, so we are just going to see it from here. You can see, so we have this outer one and this inner one. Okay, so you can see the outer one at the end we are adding the 20 so that we can reduce the value of that color. Okay, so and after that, down here we are going to show the name of that particular category, and down here we're going to say we're going to show the expenses count. So from here, the expenses count, as you will see, this is coming from the categories model. So what you do, basically, because we have already defined this relationship, and when we were doing this computed property, if you remember, we called this with count, and then we get to the expenses. So basically, Laravel will give you this way of doing this and get the count of that particular, let's say, relationship. Okay, so the relationship was expenses. So when you do the underscore count, so it should be able to give you the number of expenses that exist from this category or that are related to this particular category. Okay, so after that, this will be the count, but here it should be the plural name of that particular expense. So if it is just one expense, so it should be expense, but if they are more than one, so this should be expenses. So this is just a helper method which will help you to get the plural form of this particular expense. Okay, so now you see here we have 0 expenses, and if you have more than one, you should be able to see that from there. Okay, so here, as you can see, we are now able to edit this one, and when you click this one, it should be able to populate it here, but now it is not populated here. Why? Because we didn't create that functionality. So you can see the error that we get, so means we have not defined the edit method. So now let's define that very quickly, and let's see how it will look like. Okay, so let's go back here, and here we're just going to define the following method. which is called the edit, and from this method you can see we are accepting the category ID as from here. When you click this edit button, which is this one, so we are passing the edit the ID of that particular category, and this will send that request to this particular action or method, which is already here. So after that we are going to accept that parameter, and then we are going to get the category by finding or fail that particular ID, and then that category that we have get, we are going to see its user ID. So if its user ID is not matching with the ID that of that particular logged in user, so we are not going to, we are just going to abort the request, and we are going to say that this user does not have let's say correct or is not authorized to access this particular edit page. Okay, and after that we are just going to populate the ID from the category ID. We are just going to populate it to this one. So this is the one that we defined here, and make it to be null by default. And after that we are going to populate the name so that it will be added to the form, and then we're going to populate the color icon, and we are just going to set this one to true because this is the flag. By default it is false, but now we are going to test to make it to be true. So now if you go back here and click edit, now you should be able to see that name here, and you can see the color has been populated, and also here. And then you see now we have this cancel button because we are doing the editing. So now when you click this update field, it should call the save button again, but when it calls the save button again, now we should be able to update that data through the save function. So when you click the cancel, currently it should not do anything because we didn't define the method for canceling the edit. So what we are going to do is to define this method. So let me just define that method quickly. So let me define it down here. So just say public function then cancel edit. Okay, and from this cancel edit we are just going to reset the fields as we did here on save. So let me just copy this one, and after that we're just going to reset back the color. So let's say this color that we have defined up there, and then we're going to return it to the default color. Okay, so if you remember, the default color was this one, so we're just going to return it back to this one. Okay, here. Okay, so now let's go back here. Yep, and now if we click edit and click cancel, now you see, so everything has been returned to the original state. So now let's update the save function to adapt to this change that we can be able to update the category. Okay, so here let's go back to the save, and on save function what we are going to do is to add an if condition here. Okay, so this if condition is going to check if we are doing the editing. Okay, so if we are doing the editing and we have the editing ID, okay, then we are going to do the category. Okay, and then we need to get that category by using the find or fail. Okay, so we're just going to use the particular editing ID, okay, which we've already defined it from here. So this we've populated it from here. Okay, and after that, after getting the particular category, then we're going to have another if condition where we are going to check if the category user ID, so user ID, it is not matching the ID of the logged in user. Yeah, like that one. So if it is not matching the ID of the user, so we just need to say abort. Okay, the same thing as we did here. So let me just copy that and paste it here. Okay, so we need to abort it, and the user will see that they don't have authorization access to that editing functionality. And after that, now let's update the category. So we just need to say category, then you need to call the update method, category, then update, and here you should be able to update all the fields that the category have. Okay, now we are going to update the name to this name that is here, and then we're going to define we're going to update the color from this color and the icon from this icon. Okay, and after that we are going to say, basically we are just going to do the flashing here. So let's say session flash, then we are going to say message. Okay, and then the message should be category updated successfully. Okay, yeah, so this will be only for if we are doing the editing. So for a good way of doing this, because after updating this one, we also need to reset these fields. So what we are going to do, so instead of redoing the resetting here, so we can just say here we can have else condition, and from this else block we can just put this one. Okay, we can just define that inside there. Let me push this one to here. Okay, so this will flash for the category created, and after that we can be able to reset the password for all. So whether you are doing the editing or you are doing the creating, so this reset will be done after performing any of these two actions. Okay, so after that we should be able to edit our category, and that functionality should work. Okay, after that let's finish with the delete method. So let's define the delete functionality, because now we have this delete button, but it is checked here, so you will only have the ability to delete if the expenses count is equals to 0, as I've showed you on the demo. Okay, so when this is not let's say it is below 0 or it is above 0, so means you are not going to be able to delete it. So it will just show you that you cannot delete the category with expenses. So here let's define the delete method. So we're just going to say function, no, it should be started with public. Okay, public function delete, and here we're going to get the category ID, and from there we're just going to say category, then we will find it or fail, and then we are just going to say if the category and then the user ID, if it is not equals to the logged in user ID. Okay, if it is not equals to that one, just abort the functionality of editing data, so prevent the user from updating that data or deleting it. So let's do the 403, Okay, and after that, now let's do the check for, let's say, check if category has expense. So as expense, and after that, let's have an if. So we are just going to say category. Okay, then expenses count is greater than 0. Okay, so if it is greater than 0, so we're just going to say, just do a flash here. So let me copy this and paste it here. So this should be error. Okay, and then we are going to say cannot delete category with existing expenses. Okay, yeah, this way. And then we need to stop this from running, so we're just going to return nothing. Okay, so this will just stop this delete functionality from continuing. Okay, and if that's not the case, means we need to delete the category, and then we need to flash the message, and we are just going to say the category as or deleted successful. Okay, so that's all concerning with this one. So now let's test the functionality. So let's create a new category. So let's say food and dining. Okay, let's give it this one. So let's click this one and then create. Yeah, you see, so now the category has been created, and you can see this is the category, and actually they look better when you do this on dark mode. So let's go back to the categories, and you see, so this one we need to make it to adapt to the dark mode. So let's go to the listing, and from here you see the background. So let's give it background should be like gray, and it should be, let's say, a gray of 800. And now let's see how it looks like. Yep, so now on the hover, now let's update the hover action. So this is the hover action. So let's do the one for dark. So hover, then the background should be the gray of, let's say, 700, I guess. Let's see. No, this is not. Yeah, so at least this one. Okay, yeah. But now let's update this text. So let's give it a 400. I guess 400 is good on dark or light mode. So that one is good. Also this one. Now on this one. Okay, and expenses. So the number of expenses here, this one should be 400. Okay. Yep, so now this works well. Now let's update these ones. And also for this one. Okay, and on hover, I guess that's fine if we can leave this one. Okay, so now we have seen a way of editing, and when you do the editing, for example, when you do this editing, now you should be able to change, let's say, color. Okay, and when you do update, now you see category updated successfully, and you can see the color has been changed. Now let's test it for the deleting. So let's try to delete this one. So you see, are you sure do you want to delete this category? So delete, and you can see the category deleted successfully. So that's all concerning with this categories component. So this is done for now, and now let's see you on the next session where we will be building the next category, the next component, which will be the one for expenses. So see you on the next video where we'll be doing that. Okay. Yes, welcome to the third episode of our video. And on our previous video, we have an opportunity to build this categories page. And you can see this is the page that we will be organizing our expenses based on our categories. And as you can see, we have a way of adding the new categories. Like here, you can add a new category like food and dining. And when you choose the color, so you see this will be the preview, and then when you create, you should be able to see that new category added here. And you can see this is the flash message, and you can be able to remove it. And also we have a way that you can be able to edit it, and you can see you can change the color if you want, and you can change the text, and after that you can be able to delete it. But as you remember, I've already mentioned that you can only be able to delete a category if it does not have any expenses on it. Okay, so now before we go and start to build the expenses on your application, it is a good idea to create first the budgets, because you cannot spend if you don't have the budget. Okay, so by that concept, let's go direct and start to build the budget components. So let's go to the code, and here we are going to create two Livewire components. So let's start with the first one, PHP @make, then Livewire. Then the first component should be the budget list. Okay, and the second one should be the budget form. Okay, so this will be the page where we'll be listing the budgets, and this will be the form where you'll be able to add or edit the budgets. Okay, so let's create that. Yep, so currently we have two components. So now let's register them first on our web.php so that we can be a little bit quick. So here let's define the one for get, then you can just say this should be budgets. Okay, and then we can say budget list, and then we can say class. Okay, and then we need to rename this, let's say, to budgets .index. Okay, so it will be something like this one. Okay, so after that means we need also to add this to the sidebar, which we use it as our layout. So we are going to add it here. So let's add it here. So this should be budgets. Okay, as we did here. So it is budget.index. So from here you can see it is budgets.index. Make sure you update the one on the hyperreference and the one on the current, which checks if this is the current and if it is a current, it will be highlighted like this one here. Okay, so after that, now we added that. Now let's change this value or the display text. It should be budgets. Okay, and after that we need to update this icon. So let's go to the hero section, hero icon. Okay, and for the on the budgets, let's use the I guess the credit card. I guess this one will be great. So let's copy this one, and we are going to use it here. So replace this icon attribute of your navigation list item, so which is coming from flags. So after that, now we should be able to see that new link. You see, so this is the new link, and you should be able to see the new icon updated here. Yeah, so you can see now this is the budget, and if I click that one, now you see the page is blank, means our page does not have anything. So now let's start to update that one by editing the component that is budget list on this one. Okay, so this is the budget list, and let's start to add the following code. So the first one will be to define the public key properties. So the first property will be the selected month that you want to create the budget. Okay, then we are going to have the selected year of that particular budget, and then we are going to say another one which should be show create model. Then we can say false. Okay, and after that we are going to have a mount function. So let's say public function mount. Okay, and inside this mount we are going to initialize the selected month and the selected year. So selected month should be equals to now, then the current month. So when you use this now, means this is an instance of Carbon, so it will get the current time, and from that current time we are going to access the current month. Okay, and then for selected year it will be the similar thing. So this should be selected year, and this should come from now, and then we need to access the year. Okay, so this would be actually the current year. Okay, and this one should be this way. Okay, yeah, so now that's fine. Now the next step will be to define a function or a computed property that we are going to use to get all the budgets. Okay, so here we need to say public function, then we're going to say budgets. Okay, and from that budget we're going to have something like this one. Okay, so here we are going to return a budget, so it will be the instance of budget model, and then we are going to call this with, so we want to get the category. Okay, also we need to run the where condition. Okay, and here we're going to say the first condition, the budget should be belonging to the logged in user, so like this way, and the second where condition should be actually the month should be equals to the selected month. Okay, also the same thing for the year, so this should be year. And if you remember, on the budget here we have the month and also we have the year. Okay, so that's why you see here I'm doing the where condition on these two columns. And after that we need to get what we were querying. And after that, in order for this data to be like well shown on our page, and which I'll show you in a minute why I'll do this. So here I want to add another method which is called the map, which means I'm going to map the details that will be returned by the function or by the above query, and then we are going to map it here. So let me just say map, and then we're going to map it to this particular variable or object. And then on this object we are going to say so budget, then spent amount can be equals to budget, then we get spent amount. Okay, spent amount, which we have already defined it from the budget model. Okay, so if you go back here, you see, so we have this method which I mentioned before, that this will be a helper method that will help us to get the total amount that was spent for that particular budget. Okay, so here it will just check for the category, and then it will get the total spent amount, and if that's not the case, it will just return the sum of all expenses for that particular month and year. Okay, so here we get that spent amount, and after that we need to let's say budget, and then we need to get the remaining amount, remaining, and then we are going to say budget get the remaining amount, because we already defined this one. So you can see the remaining amount, it will be the amount of that particular budget, and then you have to subtract to the spent amount that you get it from here. Okay, so that's why we have this one, and then we have budget, then we need to get the percentage of the budget that has been used. So here we're going to say budget, and then we need to call the function for getting the percentage, which is this one, get percentage used. Okay, so it will be like that one, and then we need to check if the budget is over. Okay, so we're going to say is over, and then this should call, no, it should be budget, and then we are going to call is over budget. Okay, like that one. So here means all of the things that we get from here, then we add this other data. So now means if you try to, let's say, to render that here, so like to dump it, you should be able to see those details in your data, but because we don't have any data here, so it will not work, but later on I'll show you why we do that. But if this gives you the error, so you can just use this facade. Okay, so you can use this facade. Yeah, so from this you will not see that error again. So make sure that you have imported this facade of auth, okay, which will help you to get the authenticated user. Okay, so after that, now we need also to define another function, which should be like this, as I've mentioned, this should be a computed property. Okay, so if it is a computed property, so we need to use the attribute to say this is computed property. Okay, so import this one. Okay, and yeah, it should be like this one. Okay, so now let's define another computed properties that we will use. So here I'll say computed, and down here I'm going to define another method which will help us to get the total budget. So what we're going to say is just to say total budget. So this will be the name of the function, and then let's close it. And from the total budget, what we are going to do is just to return the sum budgets, then sum, then we are going to sum the amount of the budget. Okay, so here it should be return. Okay, it should be this way. Yep. So now we have these budgets, as you remember. So already we've defined the budgets here, so we can be able to call it from here. Okay, so now we have a way to get the total budget amount, and then we need to have another computed property which will give us the amount of total spent amount. So here we're going to say public function, then total spent. Okay, and from this one we're going to return then the budgets, then we are going to sum the amount of spent amount. So you can see from here on this budget, so we have a way of getting the spent amount, and from here you see we have already defined this spent amount. So from this one means from the budget, here it will be easy way to get the total amount spent. So we just call this spent, which we've already defined it from here. So from this map is where we define it. So it will just call this method, it will give that value, we will assign to this one, and then we can also be able to get it from here and then sum it. Okay, and after that, now let's get the total remaining amount. Okay, so we just need to say computed, and then we just say public function, then total remaining, okay, and then you are supposed to return the remaining. So remember, the remaining we have already defined it on here, paste it here. Okay, also we need to get the percentage used. Oh, this one should be total. Okay, and this one should be overall percentage, so we can just rename it like overall percentage. Yeah, you can just use this way, overall percentage. Okay, and then from there we need to just do the following a simple mathematics. So here we're going to say if then this budgets, and from that budget let's say we can say if the total amount of the budget, so if the total amount of the budget, if total budget is equals to 0, means we need to return the percentage of 0, okay? But if not so, we need to return the total budget. You can just do the following. So we can say total amount is spent, okay, divide by, because here we are getting the overall USD percentage, so here we're just going to say total budget, okay, then we need to multiply this by 100, okay. So what we are going to do is to close this one inside this brackets, and then we are going to times it by 100, okay, like this one, okay. But for consistency, it's a better way to round this data, because sometimes the value can be with more than 2 decimal places, so it will be a good idea to use this rounding. And the precision, you can just define the precision, so I'll just put the precision to 1, okay. And then we need to define another computed property. So let's define the computed property for getting all the categories. So here we're just going to say public function, then categories, okay. And from here we're just going to return the instance of category where the user then ID equals to the ID of the logged in user, and then we need to have an order by, and then here we're going to order by the name of the categories, and then we need to get those categories, okay, like this one. So import this one, yep. And after that, now we need to share these all of these properties to our view, okay. So to share them, you can use this way of sharing additional data to the view. So we can just say budgets, this will be corresponding to all the budgets that we have, okay. Then we have another for total budget, so we can say total, let's say spent, so this should be total spent, okay. Also we need to have the total budget, so this should be total budget, okay. And then we have the remaining, so the total remaining, okay. And after that we have the overall percentage, so overall, make sure that it is corresponding to this one, okay. And after that we have the categories, okay, which will be corresponding to this one, okay, yep. So now the other method that we need to define is basically the method that will allow you to navigate through the page, because on the page of listing we have a way of switching between two let's say from the previous month to the next month, or from the current to the next month. So I'll show you that when we start to update the blade view. But for now, let's define those methods because are of important. So function previous month. Okay, so this will help us to navigate. So what we are going to do here is just to add the instance of carbon, and then we are going to assign that to the current selected month. So what we are going to do, let me just import this carbon, and from here we are going to create a new date from the carbon, and we are going to use the selected year and the selected month, and after that we are going to do the sub month because we are doing the previous month. Okay, so we are going to minus 1 month. So you see, so it will remove 1 month from the current year and current month. Okay, and after that we are going just to get the date, and from that date object or the carbon instance which is stored here, we can get the month and the year, and after that we assign them to these two properties that we defined on top here, and after that means it will update all of the other functions that depend on this one. Okay, so that's when we are going to see the changes on our page. So after that, now we have another method which is called the next month, which help to navigate to the next or to the coming month. Okay, so to get the next month, we are just going to do the same thing, but the difference is here. So instead of sub month, we are going to use add month. Okay, so from the current selected year and month, we are going to add 1 month. Okay, so we have a lot of let's say carbon methods. So you can add centuries, you can add days, decades, you can add anything that you want. But for here on our context, we are going to add a month. Okay, and if you want to add months, so you can just say add months, and then you define the, or you specify the number of months that you want to add. Okay, so this is only 1 month, like one step of a month. Okay, and after that, now we need to have a way to set the current month. So to define that, let's use this public function called the set current month. Okay, and from here we're just going to do this, then selected month will be equals to now, then month, okay, and for selected year, yeah, it will be like that one. Okay, but also we are going to have a way to delete the budget. So to delete a budget, we are going to define a public function which is called the delete budget, which will accept a budget ID. So it will be budget ID, and then after that we are going to do the following. So we need to get the instance of that budget. So budget will be equals to budget, then find or fail. Okay, then we are going to use the budget ID, and after that we need to say if, and then from that if condition we are going to say if the budget user ID is not equal to the logged in user. Okay, and then we need to abort this functionality. Like that one. And after that, if that's not the case, so we just need to delete the budget, and we need to flash the message or the session message, and then we are going to say flash, then we are going to say the message should be budget deleted successfully. Yeah, so something like that. So up to now we have a complete budget listing blade file, I mean the component class. So now let's go to the blade file here, and from here let's start to update that one step by step. So from there, the next thing, the first thing will be to have the outer div. So we'll have something like this one. Okay, but as you remember, we need to make sure that this adapts to dark mode. So we're just going to say on dark mode, this should be corresponding to neutral of 900. Okay, as you remember. So now if you go back here, you see, so this will be like this one. And after that, we need to make sure that this is a little bit rounded. So I don't want to see these sharp corners. So let me just zoom a little bit so you can see. So now this one, you see, it is a little bit rounded, okay? And after that, now let's add the header. So on the header here, we're going to have the following things. So on the header, we're going to give it a background of gradient as we did for the categories. If you remember, for the categories, we have the gradient of green, as you can see on header, but now we have a gradient of indigo, like this one, okay? And after that, we have the heading, which is budgets, and then you can see this is the like a description of the budget page, and after that, we'll be able to show the current selected year and month, and the user can be able to click these buttons. So for example, when they click this first button, which you see here, this button will call the previous month, means it will going to call this method, and it will reduce, or it will remove 1 month, so it will go 1 month before the current month, and after that everything will be updated on our page. And after that, if the user click the second button, which is this one, it will set the current month by creating the date, and you can see it calls this set current month, okay? So after that, we have another button which will be for basically for going to the next month. So now if we go to the view, you should see something like this one. So this is the heading, and you can see this is the text, and from here we have the first button, which redirects us to the previous month. This one we will set this to the current month, and if you click this one, it will go to the next month. So if you click this one, you should be able to see that the months are changing. See, so now we have gone to September, and if we click again here, you see we go to October, and if I click again, it will go to November. So you can see that this functionality is working as we expected. So the next thing here is to have a body tag here, so like main content. Okay, so on main content, we are going to have another div here, which is this one, and from that div, the first thing is to show the session flash message, so the message that we are flashed from the session, which we are talking about this one. So for example, for the deleted, yeah, and that's all. So if there is any deleted data, so the flashed message will be shown by using this particular block of code. Okay, so you can see we've already shown you how to use this one, so you can do that, and it will have a button to close it, which call this method. Okay, so it will just remove this particular div from the view. Okay, and after that, since we have that one, so let's add the overall summary and the overall progress bar. Okay, so what we are going to do is to add the following things. So let's add them quickly. So make sure that you are still inside this div. So down here, okay, and let me go back up to here. Okay, so we have the overall summary, which shows the overall budget summary. So these are the things that we were mapping them here. So if you remember, we mapped those things here. So those will be the budget overall summary. So we have the total budget, we have the total spent amount. So if the total spent amount is greater than the budget, so the background or the text of the of that particular total spent amount should be in red. But if that's not the case, it should be of 900. But by the time, as you see here, you should be able to see something like this. So we need to make sure that this is adapting to the dark mode. So to make it adapt to the dark mode, let's start from here and add the dark class, and then we need to say it should be of, let's say we can use gray of 800. Okay, and the text we can just use the 400. Okay, yeah, so this one, and after that we need to update these text messages, which shows the total budget, total amount spent, the remaining, and the used, how they use the percentage. Okay, so here the text should be 400. Okay, and for the progress bar, also we need to make sure that this adapted to the dark mode. So on dark mode, the background color should be, let's say, gray of, let's try the, let's say the 600, I guess. Let's see what it will be here. Yeah, so this is not bad. And if it is on progress, so if the percentage is 100, it should be red. If it is 90 or greater than 90, it should be orange. If it is greater than 80, it should be yellow. And if it below all of this, it should be green. Okay, so now because we don't have anything here, that's why you don't see that background color. Okay, so after that, now let's update this category budget, which is the like heading. So let's give it like so by default it should be that one. Yeah, but on dark mode, so the text should be of gray, like of 100, I guess. So let's see. Yep, and after that, you see we have this button for creating new budget. So this will direct us to this page which we have not yet created. So what we are going to do is just to register the budget form there. So let me just do that. So route, then we can say it says budget, and then create, and then this one should be budget, budget form. Okay, and this one should be dot create. Okay, and after that, if we go back here, this should be budgets create, not budget, it should be budgets. Okay, and now if we refresh again, now we should be able to see a blank page. So let's go back to the budget listing, and from here we need a way to show the budget list. So what we are going to do is to add the budget card. So to add the budget cards, we are going to do the following. So the div that we are inside is this one, so we are going to add it down here. Yep, and it starts from here. So we have the budget cards, and from the budget card here, let me squeeze this one, you can see we have a way of checking the count of budgets from here, because here we've shared the view with all the budgets. So it is going to count if the budget is greater than 0. So if it is greater than 0, so we are going to have this grid of cards, which we are going to loop through all the budgets that we have, and then from that budget we're going to show the category, we're going to show the category color, then we are going to show the name of the category. The monthly limit means we are going to show the following things. Here we are going to have this link for editing the budget if you want to edit that budget, and then we are going to have the button for deleting the budget. Okay, so when you click the delete budget, it should call the delete budget function that we defined here. Okay, and if you click this edit budget, so it should call the method for editing the budget, which I'm going to show you in a minute. And for now means we are going to show those cards, and on card body, so this is actually a header of the card, you can see from here, and then from the card body we are going to show the amount. So you see the amount is coming from the budget, then the amount, and we have formatted it to be in a well formatted number, and the decimal places to be only 2. And then we are going to show the progress, like the progress in a percentage way. So here you can see, we see if the percentage is greater than 100, so the text should be in red, and if it is greater than 90, so it should be an orange, and up to here, you see. So similar way for the background color, which shows the progress, like the progress bar. Okay, and after that we have the stats for that particular budget. So you can see we show the number of amount spent, and we show the amount remained, and we check for the colors and for amount remaining, so in order to control the color. Okay, so the color of the text. So if the remaining amount is less than 0, so the remaining amount color or the text of the color should be red, and if it's not that, it should be green. Okay, and if the remaining amount is greater than or equal to 0, then we can show the remaining amount, and if it's not that, we are going to show the negative value of remaining. Okay, so Down here we have the status badge, which shows the following status. So if the budget is over, means we're going to show that the budget is over, okay? Else, if the percentage is greater than or equal to 90, means we are going to show this, that this particular budget is on critical states, okay? And if the percentage is greater than or equal to 8, means we are going to show that this is in warning that the user should pay attention when spending, because the remaining amount is actually like the percentage that he already spent on that particular budget is above 80%, okay? And then if the budget is still below this mentioned amount, so we can just say this is on track, so the user can continue to spend, okay? And after that we have an else condition here, because on top here we have if condition, so we were checking if the budget is greater than 0. So if it happens it is 0, so we are going to show the empty state. So on the empty state, this is how it will look like, you see. So it will say no budget for this particular selected year and month, okay? And then it will say you can be able to create a new budget from here. So this will be like a button, and then from that button it will direct us to the budget creating page, okay? Yeah, and after that, if we go back here, you see, so this is the card that I have shown you. So this is on else condition, because we don't have any of the budget. That's why you see this particular card, okay? And after that, we have the tips, like the tips for directing your user on what to do. So we are going to add that tips down here. So let me just add it from down here. So it should be like this one, and after that you should be able to see those tips down here. And the tips actually are going only to be shown if the budget count is greater than 0, okay? So if it is less than that, you should not be able to see this one. So let's make this one on empty state to adapt it to dark mode. So let's say dark, then background should be neutral, then like this is actually inside this div, so this should be gray. So let's use gray, the gray of 800. And after that we need to update this text. So this text should be by default, but on dark mode we can say text should be of gray of 200, and similar way to this one. So let's see, but instead of 200, so we can just make it to be a little bit fed, so we can use 300. Yep. And after that we have this button for creating your first budget. So if you click this one, it is similar to the button that you should click here, okay? So this is all about the budget listing. So now let's work on the create budget form, and then we should be able to start to see the budgets here. So let's work on that. So let's open the budget form. So let's go to the budget form, which is this one. And after that, now let's start to define the following public key properties. So we are going to have the budget ID of the budget that we are editing. We are going to have the amount of that particular budget, the month, the year, and category ID. And after that, we are going to check if we are doing edit or not, okay? And we are going to have the following rules of validations. Okay, so on the validations, we are going just to use the following rules. So on amount, we need to make sure that it is required. It should be numeric. It should be minimum. The minimum value should be 0.01. On a month, a similar way, we are going to have the required, something like that. And we are going to check for the duplicate budget, because when you are editing, so if the field is marked as unique, so means it should give you an error. So to avoid that, we are going to use this if condition, which we will check if we are on edit. So means the unique rule should change, like you see. So this will be the unique rule. But if you are not doing the edit, so this should be the unique rule. So you can see here it is returning null, but here it is returning the actual value. Okay. And after that, we have this for category ID. You can see it here. And after that, we are returning the rules. So these rules will be returned by this method. And if you want to customize the messages, basically particular for any of these validations that we have up here, so you can just use this protected messages, then you return this associative array, and then you define the column, then the condition that you are checking, or the rule that you are checking. So if it is on required, you can just say, if the user does not put anything on amount, you can say please enter a budget amount, okay, which you are trying to override the default messages from Livewire. Okay, and after that, we are going to have the mount function. So the mount function should be like this one. So it has the budget ID, which is by default it will be like null, and then we're going to have an if condition. So inside this if condition, it will check if the budget ID exists. So we're going to say we are doing the edit, and we are going to put that one to true, and then we assign the budget ID to this budget ID property that we defined up here. Okay, and after that, we are going to load the budget. So to load the budget, we are going to define this method in a minute. So we're going to load it, but else if we don't get the budget ID, means we are not doing the edit. So we are doing the creating. So if we are doing the creating, we need to have the instance of the current month and current year. Okay, after that, let's define the load budget method. So the load budget method should be like this one. Import this budget model. Okay, and after that, we need to get the instance of the budget by using the ID, which is actually already defined here. Okay, so after that, we need to check for authorization of that user, because the budgets are belonging to the users. So if the logged in user is not equal to the ID or the user ID of that budget, so if it's not the owner of that particular budget, so we just need to abort and give this status code, which shows that this user is not authorized. Okay, and after that, if that is not the case, so the user is the owner of this budget, so we're just going to assign these values, and after assigning those values, we need a way to save those datas. Okay, so in order for us to be able to save those data, let's define the following method, which should be called the save. Okay, so this is the method for saving the budget. Okay, so we have the validation, which we will call the rules that we defined here. Okay, and after that, it should be define the data on how we want to show the data. So the user ID, amount, month, year, and category ID, we assign them with these values or the properties that we have already defined up there. And after that, we have an if condition. So if we are doing the editing, means is edit equals to true, which we have already put it here, because that is when we are doing the edit. And if that is true, means we need to get the instance of the budget, which is the current budget, and then we are going to check for authorization. I've already explained that, and then we are going to update the budget by using this data. Okay, this is the data that we are passing here. But after that, we're going to show the flash message saying the budget is updated successful. But if we are not doing the edit, means on else we are just creating the new budget. So here you can see we are calling the budget, then create. After that, we are going to create by using the data that you defined here. Okay, so it's that simple. And after that, you are going to redirect back to the budget.index. Okay, so after that, before we go forward, we need to have the following computed properties, and these properties will be helping you to get the year, the month, and categories, which will help you on the form so that you can be able to select or to auto-populate the current year and current month. So let's define them a little bit quickly. So let's say public function month is okay, and after that we can just say return collection, the range. Okay, let's call the range method, and after that we need to say on the range of 12 months. Okay, let's map that to function, and after that let's close that one. So it should be something like this one, and then inside here we're going to do the return, and we're going to return the following array. So we're going to say value should be a month, and on the name should be the instance of a new date that we are going to create. So create and after that we are going to format this one to this particular format. Okay, and here terminate. Make sure you've imported this one. Yep, so this is how we are going to return the months of that particular year, and also we need to define the one for years. So make sure that you are using the computed attribute here. Okay, and let's use it like this way. Okay, and then let's define the method for categories. So on categories, basically we're going to return the following thing. So it's just a matter of getting the categories, and then we are going to check the ID, which should be equals to the ID of the logged in user, and after that we are going to order them by this way, and after that we also need to get the year. So we are going to change just this one a little bit. So this should be years. Okay, and on years we are going to change that to use this code. Okay, so what it does, it will get the instance of the current year, and then it will give the the collections of this range. So the year -1, and the end year, which should be the current year plus 2. So that should be the years that you should be able to see them. So you should be able to see like 3 years. Okay, and after that Now we should be able good to go, but here we need to make sure that we shared the additional data to the blade view, and from this point we're just going to show the computative properties that we defined. So here we're going to have the categories, and we have the months, and the last one should be for years. Okay. Yep. So now this is good. So the next thing is to update the form now. So if you see these errors, as I've mentioned before, you can use this auth for the side. Then you can just say user, then ID, and to make sure you import the facade like this one. Okay. Now means you can just go back and update all of this. Okay. Yep. So now everything is fine. Now let's go to the form. So this is the form. So currently, when you navigate to the create page, see, so you don't see anything on the page because we didn't already define the form. Okay. So let's define that quickly. Okay. So this should be the form, and then I'm going to start to explain to you step by step. Okay, so this will be the form. It has a header, and on this header, basically before that we have this background, which you should be make sure that this adapted to the dark mode. So we can just say background should be neutral of 900. And then on this, let's say a heading of that form, you see the background is white. So you can just go back here and refresh. Okay, so property not found. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, this one should be yes. Okay. Yep. So this is the form of full budget, and as you can see, it has this heading, and down here you can see we have a way of selecting a month, then a year, and you can see we have only like 3 years, and here is where you're going to select the category, and after that you are going to suppose to add the amount of the budget. After that you have these tips which we have for helping the user like to know what they can do or to help them on how they can do. And after that this is budget examples. So these can be the examples of what a user can use to create their first budgets. So let's update this one to adapt to the dark mode, and then we are going to see on how that works. Okay, so after that, now let's make this one on dark mode. The background color to be of gray of 800. Similar way to this one. And also this one. Basically, and on the examples. Okay. And after that, if you refresh, you should be able to see the updated page. And after that, now let's update this text. So on the dark mode, so the text should be gray of 100, okay? So this one, let's update the other one. Similar way to this one. Yep, so you can see budget details, budget period, and these budget examples. So now let's update these ones on the labels. So on the labels, I'm going to use the 300. Okay, and after that, the background color of this one, the select so we're going to say on dark mode should be, let's say, of grade or gray of 700, okay? Yep, so now if you select this one, you should be able to see the months and years, okay? And after that, let's update the one for categories. Yep, so these are the categories that we have already added. And on the label, this should have the dark mode, and the text should be gray of 200. Okay, similar way to the other one. Yep, and after that, you can update this one. Okay, like this one on dark mode can be like your blue, or we can just say like of 200. I don't know. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, this is fine basically. And then let's update this cancel button. Okay. The text should be of gray, like of 300, I guess. Let's see. Yep. And when you hover, on dark mode, it should be like of 400. And now let's see. Yeah, that's not bad. So now means we are able to create our first budget, but let's update this one on heading 2. So you can see on our budget, now we see the create new budget, which is this one. So we need to make sure that this adapt on dark mode, and then the text should be of gray, like of 200, and this one should be of 300. Yep. And now we can be able to see that the current month was auto-populated, the current year was auto-populated. The user can be able to select the category, but you can leave that blank so that if you want to create the overall budget without specifying the specific category. But if you want to create it for specific category, just select like this one, and then you can give it like amount. So let's say on education, I want to spend only $100. So let me click create budget. Now I should be able to be redirected to the budgets or the budget listing. Okay, attempted to read the property ID on null. Okay, so it says this is empty. Okay, so we see this error saying we are attempting to read property ID on null, which is an internal server error. And as you can see, it is pointing to this wire key attribute, and then you see when we are trying to access the ID. So basically, this means budget is null. While we've already created one budget, if you go to the database and go to the budgets, you should be able to see the first budget that we created, which is this one. Okay, so if we are seeing this, means the budget is not created accurately. So let's try to debug and see what can be the cause. So here the budgets, we assign it the computed property, which is coming from this one. As you can see, this is a computed property. So let's see what happens inside there. So this is the one. This is the computed property of budgets, where we get the instance of budget, and then we call the category relationship. So let's see if this relationship exists in budgets. Yeah, so this one exists, so that is not the cause. So the second line, we are checking for the user ID for the user that created the budget, if it matches with the user that has logged in the system at the current time. And then we check for the month, which check for the selected month, which should be good. Actually, for the year too, this should be good. Okay, and then we get the data. So for example, let's try to remove this one, the mapping, and save. Now let's try to see what will happen here. Yep, so this works. It works just fine. And okay, now I understand the thing. So means the issue is on this mapping. Let's try to return it to mapping. So this mapping, okay, so now if you go back, you should be able to see that here. Okay, so means here we added this. So for the spent, the get spent amount, let's see. Here it checks for the category ID, it gets the total spent amount for that particular month, and then if that's not then it check for the expenses for that user in a month, and then it sums the amount. So this is good. And for the remaining, get the remaining, so it will check the total amount of that budget, and then it will subtract to the spent amount, so that is good. Then the percentage, we get the percentage used, which is this one. So when the amount is 0, so it will return 0. Then it will use the get spent amount divided by total amount, then times the by 100, so or multiplied by 100. So this is fine actually. And the last thing is over budget, which is this one. So spent amount, if it's greater than the amount of that particular budget, so this should return true. Okay, so all of that is good. So what can be causing the issue here possibly can be, okay, so yeah, because this is a void function, so basically we are required to return the value here. Okay, so you have to return the budget. So let's save and let's see. Yep, so the thing was we were not returning this value. Okay, so after adding this line, so now we should be able to see the application working fine. So you can see now we have the budget, and this is the budget that we created, and you can see the background of this header card is basing on the category that you select for that particular budget. Okay, so for example, you can see from the categories, if you go to the categories, you can see this is the color that is on education. You can see, so the education have this color. So now if let's say you want to create another budget, let's say for food and dining, so here you have to select food and dining. Let's say you put let's say 2000, and then you create. Okay, yep, so you see now on our budget, the total budget is now 3000, and then you can see the remaining equals to, so remaining equals to the total budget, and then total spent now is 0, and the percentage used is 0. So means all of these things that we added on the mapping, now they are working fine. And the correlation you can see, so if you go back, so for food and dining, you can see the color is red, so that's why you see the background of this header of this card is red. So now you can be able to edit these categories, I mean budgets. So for example, if I click this, okay, so edit, it says this one is not found. Okay, so basically I guess this is coming from, let's check it, from the code here. Already we have the form, I mean the budget form component, and we have this save method, which can act as saving and also on updating. So if we are doing edit, so means it we are supposed to use this one. Okay, but currently it says we didn't have that page. Okay, so you can see, so this page means is not found. So what we are supposed to do is to check if we have, because on the budget listing here we have these two buttons. So we have the one for edit and we have the other one for delete. So the one for edit, it is called the budgets, then you bind the ID of that particular budget, and then it is edit /edit. So let's see if we have that route here. So we have the budget create, yeah. So we didn't create the one for edit. Okay, so let's create that. So route, and then we are going to say get, and then we can call it budget, which should match with the one that we see. So budget, see, and then forward slash, then we need to bind the budget. Okay, and it should be budget ID actually, and then we can call the edit, and after that we should call the budget form. Okay, and then we need to give it a name, which should be budget dot edit. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's save it, and let's go to the code, and now let's refresh. Yep, you see, so now it has changed this title to edit budget, and you can see you are updating your budget, and this is happening dynamically. So on the same form we are doing all the edit and the create. So you can see from here, so if it is edit, so it will change it to edit budget, and if you are creating, it will be creating. Okay, so this flag will help you to reuse the same form for different purposes. Okay, so after that, yeah, everything here on the form will remain the same. So here you can see now the current month and year have been selected automatically. You can see the category for that particular budget and the amount that you appointed to that particular budget. Okay, so now from here you can be able to change it, let's say to 3,000, and after that, let's say you want to save it, so update budget. Yep, so you see now it has updated the total budget to 4,000, and the total spent is 0, and the remaining equals to the total budget, so it means the usage is 0%. So from here you can switch between the months, and this data will change. So for example, if I go back to September, you see, so we don't have the budget for September. So that is a quick way of navigating, or a quick way of doing filtering. Okay, you can see, so this is create your first budget. So if the user create the budget, so let's say they create the one for September, so here you can see we can create, let's say 120, then you create. Yep, so you can see on total budget of October it is not there. So if we go back to September, you should be able to see it. Okay, so this is the one for September. Okay, and after that, now means in order for this usage percentage to work and this progress bar to work, means we are supposed to add the expenses. So when we will start to add the expenses, that's when we are going to see this working. So now if you see from here, we were able to add the category, the budget based on categories. So you have to know that you can also be able to create the overall budget. So the overall budget means it will be for all categories, and all categories can use that budget. Because on expenses, you are supposed to select the categories specifically. So if you don't put the category, the overall budget is the one that is going to be used. Okay, so if you don't select any category and leave it that way, means we are going to add the overall budget of, let's say 1,500, and then we are going to save. So this is for October. So you can see now the overall has been updated, and you can see the remaining is the same. But here you can see the overall budget, even its correlation is not from categories. See, so on categories we have only for food and education, but now we have this one for overall. And this one, as I've mentioned, you will see it progress only when you do the expenses without using any specific category. Okay, so this is actually a good approach, because when someone try to, let's say, to separate the usage for education, something for this category and that category, and they should have another one, let's say, for overall expenses or day-to-day expenses. So this will be useful. Okay, so for now means we have everything that we need for budget. So the next step will be to start to add the expenses, and then from there we're going to start to add the recurring expenses. So for now, this is the end of the third video. So see you on the fourth video, where we'll be studying about how you can add the expenses. So yes, hello and welcome back. This is Code with SDM, and today we are going to continue with our video series. As you remember, last video was video number 3, and today we are going to continue with video number 4. So on a recap, on our last video, we had a way of adding the budgets. So we see on how you can start to manage the budgets on your expense application. And we have seen on how the user can be able to see the listing of the budget regarding their corresponding categories. Also, we have seen on how the user can be able to create the new categories, how to edit them, and also to delete them. Okay, so in today's video we are going to start to work on the expenses. So let's start to work on expenses directly by creating the required Livewire components. So let's go to the terminal here, and then let's run the following command to create the new Livewire component. So we're going to say make, then full colon Livewire, then the name of the component should be expense list, and then I'll click enter. Yeah, so this one has created the new component, and you can see from the component we have the class and we have the view. Okay, so now let's open the class, and from here is where we are going to define the logic, and on the blade file is where we are going to pass the front end of code. Okay, so now let's start by creating the required properties. So let's define the public properties, or the required public properties, and then we are going to start by the following. So we have the search, because we want our user to be able to search through the expenses. Also, we want to have the selected category, which should be an empty string by default. Also, we want to have the start date. So this is for filtering, start date. Okay, which we can put like an empty string, and we're gonna have the end date. Then we are going to have another one, public, then sort by, because we are going to see on how you can do sorting. So by default, the sort by should be, we should sort by date, and then we are going to have a sort direction, which should be descending by default. And after that, we are going to have another check or a flag that we will use to check if we want to show the filters or not. So here we are going to have show filters which by default should be false. Okay, after that, let's define a mount function which will be used to initialize our data. Okay, so here we are going to have the mount function, and from the mount function we are going to show the default current month. So we are going to generate it from the instance of carbon. Okay, so here the default to current month. Okay, so we are going to say if empty, then the start date. Okay, so if the start date is empty, means, oh, this should be a function, and then we're going to say, so the start date should be an instance of now, then we can just say start of a month. So use the start of a month, then you can format the date so that it can match with the date that we want to show on the screen. Okay, so we'll just use this one, so it will be a year, month, and then day. Okay, so this will be the default way of getting the current month. Okay, then for the end date, so now we have the start date, so the end date we are going to do the other way around of this one. So we're going just to change here to be end of a month. Okay, yep, and after that everything remains the same. And now the other thing that we need to do is to define the computed property that will help us to get the listing of all expenses. So let's define the computed property of expenses. Okay, as I've mentioned before, the computed properties, these help you to get the data and then catch them, or get the value from the database and then it will catch them, so that you can be able to use them on the future uses or on future request. Okay, so this is the helps you when you want to maintain optimization of your application. Okay, so here let's define a public function, then we are going to name it expenses. Okay, and after that we need to make sure that this is an a computed property, so let's give it this attribute, which is this one, and make sure that you have imported it like this one, see. And down here we want to have the following things. So the first, we need to create this variable called the query, which will store the instance of queries. Okay, so we are going to say expense, which is our model, and then we are going to call the relationships that we need, which will be the category relationship, which should be available here, which is this one. Okay, and after that let's call the where condition. So we're going to say, so basically this is a scope that we defined, so it is a scope, so for user, and then we're going to get the currently logged in user. So we want to get all the categories, I mean the expenses with their categories, but all that are belonging to the logged in user, because if you go back here, you see, so we have this scope which is called for user, so this will help to get all the expenses that belongs to the logged in user. So that's why here you see I passed the user ID, and from here you can see we have the query and the user ID. Okay, so now that's fine. And if this gives you this error which says this is not found or undefined, so you can use the other way around by using this helper method, which you can just say user, then you can get the ID from it. Okay, so by doing that, the code is remaining clean. Okay, so after that, then we want to return this data to our user. Okay, so we're going to say return. So we're going to say return, then query, but then we may need to paginate our data. Why? Because the expenses basically can be a lot of data. Okay, so we may need to let's say to paginate for performance issue. Okay, so let's say we can paginate, let's say, to 10 datas per page. Okay, like this way. But now we want to sort this data automatically to let's say by using the sort direction that we've already defined here. So we have the sort by and the sort direction. So what we are going to do is just to say sort or order by, and then you can see we need to pass the column and then in the sort direction. So for the column, we are going to use the date of expenses, and then the sort direction should be the sort direction that we want to use. So sort direction. Okay, but remember, already we have defined this one as the default value here on sort by, so means we need to use this public key property instead of this static data. So because the user can use other way around to sort the data. Okay, so here we can just pass the public property which is dynamic, and here we can just say this way. Okay, so means now we will get all the expenses but with the sort or order by. So on order by we pass the sort by and the sort direction. Okay, after that, now let's consider when the user, let's say, do a search on our expenses. So when the user do the search means we are supposed to find a way to apply those searches. So here let's say apply search filters. Okay, let's say search and filters. This makes more sense. Okay, so after that we are going to have the if conditions. So what we are going to do is to have an if condition here, and then look for this property. If the search property is not empty or it have any data, so what we are going to do is to run a query and add this constraint on our where condition. So we're going to say where, then the title of our expenses or our expense should be like, and then you have to mention the following. So you have to say, when you use these symbols, I've already explained it in my previous videos, but you have to understand this. When you are adding these symbols on the SQL commands, means if you add it on this side and don't add it on this side like this way, so means it will look if there is any title that starts with the value that you pass here. But if you add it only on the front side and you remove it from this side like this way, means you are trying to find any title that is ending like the value that you pass here. But if you leave it this way by adding both on back and front, means you are checking for the full text. So you are trying to match the text that you pass here with any title that is found inside your expenses table. Okay, so that's why we are using both on the front and on back. Okay, so after that we need also to check for description. So we need to say where, then the field should be description. Okay, and then we can say like, and then on description 2 we need to use the same way. So pass the value, or you can just copy this one for simplicity and paste it here. Okay, so that way. So now means if user try to do a search on our data, so it will filter by checking this value. If there is any value on search, means it is going to check on these fields, and if there is any value, means it is going to amend it on this particular query. After that, this query will order that value that has been found by it will order by using this sort by and then the sort direction. After that, if there is more than 10 data, they will be paginated, and after that they will be available to our blade file here. Okay, so let me save the file. So now this is fine. So the next filter that can be applied is this one. So when the user change the category, so means here if there is a selected category, means we need to have a filter or the constraint on our query, which is by checking the category ID of the selected value against the database data or against the value that we get from here. Okay, so this is when we are going to add that filter, but also when the user change the start date and end date. Okay, so we need also to add the where conditions to get those values. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we're just going to check for the date, but we are not going to format this value. So let me just remove this value and leave it this way. Okay, and after that, let's close this condition similar way to, but this one should be okay, this should be greater than or equal. That should be the the operator here. So greater than or equal to this start date. Okay, so on the end date should be the vice versa of that one. Okay, so it should be less than. Okay, this way. And after that, now the last thing that we need to do, because we have already added all the constraint, so means now we need to have a way to show this data on our page. But for the simplest way that you can use here is to pass those values here. Like for example, expenses that we defined from this computed property, so you can access them by using this expenses, and then from here you can just call the expenses value. Okay, like this way. So means this we didn't define it here on public properties, but because we defined it as a computed property, so means you can be able to access it by using this way. Means Livewire will understand that this is a public property, but it is a computed one, like this one. Okay, and also we need also to get the total amount of all the expenses that we have on this page. Okay, so to get the total expenses that we have on this page, means we need to define another computed property, because here we are supposed to show the total amount. Okay, so total amount. So because we need the total amount, so we just need to say something like this one, and we are going to define this property up here. Okay, so we're just going to do the following. So we're going to say public function total. Okay, and then from this total we are just going to call and define a new query instance, and then we're going to say expense, then for user as we did before, then pass the auth here like this way. Okay, and then after that, from that query means we can apply the search and other filters as we did before. So we can apply these filters similar way to here, because we want to recalculate this total. So when these changes are done, so we want to recalculate this one. Okay, so it means after applying those filters, so we need to return the query. So to return the query, we need to say query, then we want to get the sum of which field. It should be amount field, okay, which we have already defined it on our model here, okay, which is this one. Okay, after that, now we were able to pass the total. Then the last thing is the number, the categories, because we want to categorize our expenses. So here we are just going to pass this one, but let's define these categories. Let's say so we need to get the property for getting, or the computed property for getting the categories. So we just need to say, oh, I forgot to add this one to be computed. So apply this attribute. Okay, similar way here. And then let's define this one. So public function categories. Oh, this should be categories. Okay. And after that, now we need just to return the category model. Okay, and then we can just say where the user ID equals to the user ID of the logged in user, and then we need to order by, then by the name of the category. Okay, and after that, now we have the categories, we have the total amount, and also we have the expenses. That's what we passed here. Okay, and after that, let's say when you want to, let's say, to sort the data, so we need to define the function that will be used to sort the data. So here on sorting, we are going to have the following public function, which we are going to call it sort by, and then basically you should pass here the value of the field that you want to sort by. Okay, and then here we are going to have if condition. Okay, and on this if condition, we are going to check if the sort by will be equals to the field that we have passed there, then we should execute the following statement. So sort direction should be equals to this, then sort direction, then you can do the following. Okay, so means you're just going to update this sort direction basing on the field that you defined. So when the field, let's say, that you passed here is the title of the expenses, so means the sort direction of the of the title will be, if it was ascending, we should change it to descending. Okay, and if the sort direction was descending, means we are going to make it to be ascending. So it's just a flipping way around, okay? And then after that, we need to have an else block. On this else block, we are going to define the following. So we are just going to assign the sort by that field, because here, if the sort by and the field are matching, means this was the active field on the sort by, so we don't need to assign it again. So we just need to change their sorting direction. But if that's not the case, means this was not selected at first, so we need to assign the field to the sort by, means we are going to replace this one, and after replacing it, then you should add the sort direction. So we just need to say this sort direction then should be let's say by default ascending, okay? So we can just do something like that, okay? And after that, we're going to have the sort by function, which is very useful when we started to look on our view, okay? So, and after that, let's say you want to define a function or a button for like a functionality for deleting. And why I'm completing this component, because I want when we finish about the class, then we are going to finish about the front, and then we are done with this component, and then we go to the next component, which should be the form, okay? So let's make it a little bit quick. So let's finish it here. So we have another one for deleting the expense, okay? So here, on deleting the expense, we are going to have the following function called the delete. Let's say you can name it like this way, delete expense, but we are going to pass the expense ID, okay? And after that, inside this expense delete expense function, we're just going to find or fail. So we're just going to say expense, but here I want to find or fail. So if it fails, it should be able to send or to throw an error, okay? And after that, we're just going to have an if condition, and then say if the expense then user ID is not equals to the ID of the logged in user, okay? So if they are not the same, we need to abort this functionality, okay? Because it means the user is not authorized to perform that function, okay? So let's say we want to return the 403, and then on the message, you can give any kind of message. So for example, you can say you are not authorized from this function, okay? So you can leave it that way, but if you remove it, so Laravel will give you the default message, okay? And after that, if that's not the case, we need to delete the expense, and after that, we need to flash the message from the session, okay? So from the session, we're just going to flash the message. It should be this way, and then we can say expense deleted successful, okay? So means now we have everything that we need to start to build our application, and what we need next is to have the following lifecycle hooks. So if you don't know about the lifecycle hooks, go to the Livewire documentation. So these are basically the functions that will be generated during the different event of your let's say of your lifecycle of your component, okay? So for example, you can see this is called on a particular events. So for example, before or after, or when you are initializing the component, when you are updating properties and something like that. Okay, so for example, here you see there is this lifecycle hook called the updating. So when some of the components, some of the properties that we have here, like when the user is updating the category, or when the user is updating the search, or when they are updating the start date and end date. So we want to refresh the page. By doing what? We want to reset the pagination, because for example, when the user is doing the first search, let's say you are paginating data to this first 10, okay? But let's say the user has navigated to another page which has only 2 values, okay? Okay, on that page, let's say we have only 2 values. So when you are doing the search, means this search will only apply to those 2 values. So what we need to do is to reset. So when you are updating the value, so it should reset the navigation, and then it will apply the filter basing on all data. Okay, so what we're going to do is to add those lifecycle hooks here. So I'm just going to do the following. So I'm just going to call these functions public, and there is a better example if you don't understand that. For example, let's say you want to format a certain value when you do update. Okay, so for example, this one. So when the user is updating the value, let's say the value of the username. Okay, so when the value is updated, you want to change it from the any kind of use case or for any case to lower case. So this is the best example that you can use. So for example, this is using the updated, means when this value is already updated, means it is already changed. Okay, so that's when you are going to make this value to be in a lowercase. So this is the better example actually, but there is another way of doing that. Let's say by using this way. So you just give the name of lifecycle hook and then the name of the property. So the name of the property, you need to make it to be in a camel case. So for example, in our action here, so you just need to say public function, then you need to say updating, then the property that we are doing, let's say it is a search. So if you already here we have the property called the search, which is this one. So when you are creating the lifecycle hook for that, you need to use this way. Okay, and after that we just need to do the reset page. Okay, but this one will not work. Why? Because here, if you see, this is not defined. Why? Because when you are doing this reset, the main function of reset page, this is only works when you are using the with pagination trait. So means we need to use here with pagination trait. Okay, and after adding that one, means that's when even this pagination will work. So if you don't add that one, means this will not work on your Livewire component. And you can see now this function is enabled, and it is you can be able to use it. Okay, so after that we need to add another ones for the other properties. So just paste it like this way. So we have the other one for selected category, for start date, and also for end date. So now we have everything that we need. So the next step will be to add the another function which will be helpful a little bit. I'll show you why we need this function and I'll explain to you. So we need this function called the clear filters. Clear filters will help us to reset these fields to their original state. Okay, so after you have added this let's say filters here, so a way to remove these filters and return it to the original data, so this function will be helpful. So we'll just call it to return this to an empty string, this to an empty string, this to the current date, and this to the current end of a month. Okay, so after that, then we are going to reset the page again. So this is what we are going to have on expense listing component. So now let's go to the view, and here on the view, as I was doing on the previous videos, I'll just paste the source code and then I'll explain to you one by one, and then we are going to have a way to understand this very quickly so that the video won't take so long. Okay, so up here, as you can see, we have this outer div, okay, which have these changes, but here let me just use the light mode for today. Okay, so let's do that. And let's use the light mode, which you can see all the things that we did before, they look perfect even on light mode. See? Yeah. So now let's finish up here. So let's first register this component into our routes here, which is on web.php, and then here we need to say the new route should be down here. So let's say this will be for expenses, and it is going to be like this way. So route, then get, then we are going to say expenses, and then we're going to say expense list. Okay, and then we're going to say this should be a class, but its name should be expenses dot index. Okay, like this way. Okay, remember to save the file, and after that we need to add this one to our sidebar, okay, which is our layout that we use on our Livewire component. So here, after this one, let me copy paste, and then this one should be expenses index, okay, and after that this one should be expenses, okay, this way. And the icon, we can just find a new icon here. So for the expenses, I guess the icon, the best icon should be, let me see, let's try the banknote, I guess. Banknote, yeah, let's try this one. Okay, now let's update this one to banknote. Okay, this one. And after that, if you go back to the application, yep, so here you can see this is the new icon and this is our new page. So if you click that, you should be redirected to the new page, which is this one. And as you can see here, this is our new page which says expenses, and you can see we have this header which I'm going to explain to you one by one, and we have this button. So let me show you according to the code. Okay, so here we see we have the main screen which has this background which you see here, okay, and then we have the header which is this one, and you can see the background of this header, this one is a white background, and then we have this div which carries the header and its little description on a paragraph, and then we have the add new or add expense button, which is actually a link which link to this page which we didn't already create. So we are going to create it in a minute, but now you can see this is the header, and you can see, so this is a way of separating those two. So you can see here justify between means that's why you see the header is here and the button is here. So when you use the justify between means you're going to leave this space in between, okay. And after that we have this div which carries the main content of our data, where inside it we have this if condition for showing the session messages that you flash from the component here. As you remember, we did that for deleting. When you do the delete here, you see, so we are flashing the message, so that message is going to be shown here. After that, we have the filters section, which you can clearly see here. So this is the filters section, see, and after that, you see inside it, you see we have this button called the show or hide the filters. So this will toggle this show filters, which basically this is so this is a property that we defined from the component, which if you remember, by default we said it should be a false. So if it is a false, means we need to hide the filters, but if it's true, we need to show the filters. Okay, and after that we have this grid of those filters. So we have a search here. Make sure that you are using this attribute of wire model. So bind that property here on this model and make it to be live. And in order for reducing the number of requests sent when you are typing your search, let's say your search constraint, so use this way of debouncing. So after 300 milliseconds, it will stop to send the request to the backend, and after that, it will send the request of that value that you passed through the search field. Okay, and these other ones are just decorations of our field. So you can see up to here. So let me close so that you can see even on this side. Okay, and after that we have the other one for category. This is when you see the use of these categories that we defined here. Okay, so these are the categories. So that's when you see their use here. Okay, and make sure that you bind it to the selected category and make it to be live. Why? Because here we are seeing, so we are using this to track if that was updated. So when you give it a live attribute, means you are tracking it in real time. Okay, then we have the start date, which should be a date field, and you binded the start date and you define the let's say the styling and something like that, the similar way to the end date. So that div ends there, and then we have if show filters, means we need to show the expense count of, let's say, total number of expenses. So this will actually shown when you apply the filter. So when you do something like this, and then you can see showing this number of these expenses, then their total value, and you can hide them by clicking clear filters. Okay, and then if you click hide, then this should be removed. Okay, and after that we have the expense table, which is this one, which will have all the values that we need. But here on defining this let's say table heading, so we pass the this event, so it will help be tracking this event of click. So when the user click on the header, we are going to add the sort by method. So we call this one, and after calling it, it is going to set this as the sorting value. Similar way to the title, you can see, similar way to the amount, and that's what is going to happen. Okay, and after that, here we are going just to show the sort by, which is this one, and then if the sort direction is ascending, so we're just going to give the actually this icon. So we're going to rotate it to this degrees of rotation, and the way around we're just going to leave it normal. Okay, similar way to the category and the title, also the description and amount. Okay, and after that we have the actions. So down here we have the table body, and on table body is where we are going to look through the expenses, but instead of using the for each, we are using the for else, and after that then we loop through those values, then we show the expenses. So we have the date here, so this is at the date, and then we have the category. After the category, we have the check if this was auto-generated, and we are going to see the use of this field is basically when we start to use the recursive or the recurring expenses. That's when we're going to use this field. So for now, just leave it that way, and then we have this one for description, we have the other one for amount, and then remember to format that amount. And after that, we have this div for actions, which you will have the expense edit and the expense delete. Okay, and on the empty side of the for else condition, so remember we have the for else, so the second side of it is empty, so it will just check if for else means when the data is available, we are going to show the other side, and when the value is empty, we are going to show the following value. Okay, so this says that, let's say no expense found, start tracking your expense to see them here. So here we have this button which is called the add your first expense, and that's when that's what you see actually on the page now. See, so no expense found, start tracking, and when you click this one, you should be redirected to that page, but because that page now is not found, so you should be able to see this 404. Okay, so now the next step is to define this form, and let's do that quickly. So let's start by creating the Livewire component, and after that we are going to update it very quickly. Okay, so we have the expense form. Okay, and after that, let's update this one quickly. So we're just going to have the following things. Okay, so here we have the expense ID, which should be a public key property, so I like to use this way, and then we have the public basically amount, which should be an empty string by default. Okay, and also we have the following, so let me just copy them from the database and then I'll paste them here. Yep, so we have the title, description, date, category ID, type of expense, because we have next I'll show you how to add the recurring expenses. So let's start by doing this way. So now we have this way, and after that then we have the recurring frequency, this one, we have the recurring start date, and we have the recurring end date. So remember, all of these three will be used only when you change this one to recurring. Okay, so we are going to see on how that will be useful. So after that, we need to have another flag which will help us to track if the user is doing update or not, or is he editing this value. So it is called is edit. Okay, and by default it should be false. Okay, and after that, now we have the rules messages, or the rules for validation of our fields. So let me just add it here. So these are the rules of validations. So you are not recommended, like you are not forced to do this, because this only gives you the right or the control over your rules when you are applying them on validation. But if you don't like that one, you can apply the validation through the attribute. So you just need to say like let's say validate, which is this one, and after that you need to pass the rules that you need to define. So for example, for the amount, then you are supposed to pass this details inside here. Okay, so just like this. And after that, make sure this is on amount, so you are supposed to do something like this. Okay, so this was the other way around that you can do, but yeah, everyone can use the one that gives him much control. Okay, so this one I believe it is much like a long way of doing it, but this one is the shortest way, which is actually the modern way of doing it. Okay, but I'll stick with this one for now. So you see we have these rules, and if the type of let's say if an expense is recurring, then we need to add these rules as addition. Okay, after that you need to return those rules, and after that you can customize the messages on how they look like when you do it, but for now I'll just leave it that way. So now let's have a function called amount, which we'll use to initialize some of the data. So here we just need to get the expense, and we need to get the expense from the expense model, and then we need to find or fail. Okay, and then we need to check for the expense ID. Okay, and after that then we need to have an if condition which will check for the authorization of the user. So expense, then user ID. If it is not equals to the authenticated user, then we need to abort the function. Okay, so this can be 403. You can pass the message, but just not pass it, so that the Laravel will populate the default value. Okay, and after that, on this else, basically and then we need to assign the following details from the expense that we get here. So we need to say amount equals to expense amount, then we have the title, we have the description, also we have the expense date, but we need to make sure that this is formatted to this date, to this format. Okay, and after that we need also to have the category ID, then we need to have the expense type, then the recurring frequency, then the start date of recurring, okay, and then the last date of recurring. Okay, and make sure that these are all formatted. So let's format this one and also this one. Okay, and after that we need to have another thing which basically I want to refactor this code. So what I'm going to do, so instead of doing this here, so we can cut all of this code. Okay, and let me just do the following. So we can cut that and use it on another separate function, which can be called load expense, and then we're going to paste the code here. Okay, after that, here on mount, we're just going to have the following if condition, and then we're going to say if expense ID, okay, if expense ID means if this is not empty, so let's add it here, expense ID, which can be equals to null, by default. Okay, and then we are going to say, basically we need to say we are doing editing. For example, when you are doing editing, so means you need to first update this flag is edit, then make it to true. Okay, after that you need to assign the expense ID to this property, and after that we need to call the load expense. Okay, load expense, like this way. And if you are not editing, so means you are supposed to create the date, which should be the date of now. So let's say date, then this should be an instance of now, then you can format it to this way. And after that we need to also update the recurring that date, okay, to the same thing, like we are doing the initialization of those two dates when you are creating that. But when you are updating, so we just need to assign these values, okay, and make sure that you are updating this one. So this should be an else, okay, else, like this way. Okay, yeah. So now also, if this gives you error, so you can just do the facade. Okay, so use the facade one, import this one. Yep, so now that's fine. And now the next step is to add the function or the computed property, which will help us to get all the categories. So we are just going to say computed, okay, and then we are going to say public function categories, okay, and then we're just going to get the categories. So we're going to return category where the user ID equals to the logged in user, okay, and then we need to get those values, but remember to import this model, and then you can order by, and then you can order by name, okay. And after that let's say when the user has let's say they are saving this actually expense, so we need to have a way to save those values, because already we have defined the rules, so means we need to have a way to save our data. So to do so, we are going to define the following method called the save. So let's define it here. So public function save, and from save we are going to have the following things. So the first step is to apply the validation rules. So just call this, then validate. So this will apply the validation to all of the rules that you passed here, okay. After that, the next step is to let's say to create the data, or to format the data on how the data will be on our request. So here we're just going to have the following. So on data we're going to have the user ID, which will get it from the logged in user, so you can just use this way, okay. After that we need to have the amount, the title, description, date, category ID, and the type. Okay, and after that we need to have the if conditions to determine if the type of expense is either recurring or let's say one time. So if it is a one-time expense, means we don't need the recurring fields. So here we're just going to update the data as follows by checking the type of expense. So here you can see if the type of expense equals to recurring, so means we are going to add the frequency, start date, and end date of the recurring expense on this array of data. Okay, but else means if this is a one-time expense, so we are going to run the following block, which will remove all the values of frequency, start date, and end date of the recurring expense. And then after that we need to have another if condition, okay, which will check for the value if we are doing the edit. So if we are doing the edit, so that we can update the value accordingly. So if is edit, okay, and if that is true, so means we are going to get the expense instance here. So expense, then you find your file, then we get the expense ID, and then after that we need to have if condition for checking the authorization. Okay, so we're going to check if the user ID on that is specific expense is not the same as the user ID of the logged in user, which is this one. So we need to abort the functionality. Okay, so we need to abort that function, and after that if that's not the case, it's just a matter of updating the value on our database. So we are going to update the expense. We call this update method, and then we pass the attribute. So the attribute is our data, which is this one. So if it is a recurring, so that data will contain this field. If not, it will not contain these fields. All these fields will be null. Okay. After that, on the else condition, if we are not doing the edit, means we are creating a new expense. So it's just a matter of adding the data on our database. So after adding the data on our database, we need to flash a session message, which is this one. Okay, so we're going to say expense created successful, similar way to the update. Okay, and after update, we're going to say expense updated successful. Okay, so now that's fine. And the next thing is to pass down the categories as we get it up here. So you can see we have defined the computed property of categories, and then we need to make it to be available on your component. So categories now is available, and when you pass it here, so it should be available on your form here. So here on the form, let's update it very quickly. So as I've done on the other, so I'm going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to paste the code, and then after that, now let's see what we have here. So the first thing that you will see, we have the outer div, and because we are using the Livewire starter kit, so you don't need to mention here the layout, because the layout will be applied automatically to all of your full page components. So here on our component, we have the outer div, then we have the header. So everything of this design is the same, but we are just changing things. So here, instead of having the add new, so because we are on the form, so this will be expenses. So this will be the link to redirect back to the expense listing. Okay. After that, we have this either edit or update the expense. Okay. So edit or add new expense. So this will check for this field that we have already defined here. So it will check for this one, which is this one. Okay, if it is true, so means it is going to be edit, and if it's not, it will going to be add new expense. So that's what we are going to even do for the this narration. And after that, we have this main content div, and it has the form, and the form is calling the save function, which we've already defined down here. So this is our save function. So make sure that it is a similar way to the one that you use here. And after that, we have the basic information card, which will show the basic information like amount, which is this one. You have to bind that amount here, and you see, so this is the error, and here if we have an error, so that's what we are going to show. Okay, and we have the date, we have the title, so it will be the similar thing. And all of this source code, you will get them on my GitHub repository. I've already shared it on my video's description, also on the first video comment that I have pinned. Okay, and after that, we have the category. So you can see on category, if you you wanted to create a new category, so I've added the link here, because let's say you don't see the category that you wish to see it from here, so you can just click this one and it will direct you to the page to create the new category. Then we have the description, then we have the expense type card, and here is where you are going to control, so like this is a one-time expense or recurring. So when you change those means there is something that you should update. So when it is one time, then we need to show this icon, and on the other way around, if it's a recurring, we are going to show the other icon. Okay, and these details are the details for, like, it will check if this is recurring, the background should be this one, and if it's one time, so the background should be this one. So these are just the control of our design. So you're going to see it actually when you start to look on the form on our browser. Okay, so after that, if it's a recurring, so you need to show these fields for adding the frequency of the recurring, and then the date when you are going to start that recurring expense, and the date where you are going to end that recurring. Okay, and after that, you see, so there is a note which shows that this expense will automatically generate new entries based on the frequency. The scheduler will run daily at midnight. So this is just to tell your users what is going to happen. So here it tells you that we are going to create a new command on our application, and that command we are going to make it to run it daily at midnight. So for now, let me just try to create just a one-time expense, and then when we reach the recurring, we can create that. And if we want to see it run on our application, we need to create the command and schedule it basically on this issue here. So here we have the form action for either cancel or either update or save, based on if we are doing the edit or we are doing creating. Okay, so for now the form is fine. Now let's go to the browser and let's refresh this one. Okay, so basically this will not work because we didn't register it to the web.php. So let's go to the web.php, and from here we're just going to do the following. We're just going to use the following route. Okay, so let's say route, then get. On this get, we're going to say expense, then create, then expense form, and then let's give it a name. It should be expense dot index. Okay, so now the new route should work. If we go back here, refresh, Okay, this is expenses create. Now let's see what we have here. Expenses. Yep. So this should be expenses. Okay. Now let's refresh. Yeah. So you see, now we have this add a new expense form, and you can close it to go back to the expenses. And here you can see the basic information. We have the current date that was updated automatically. We have a field to add the amount. We have the field to add the title and the way to select the category. So you are adding the expense on which category. And also we have the description. See, so this is the description, and here the expense type is one time, and that's why you don't see the other fields additional here. So if you switch it to recurring, you should be able to see this field for frequency, which can be daily, weekly, monthly, or year, and then the start date and the end date, which is optional. So if you don't add this one, means this will not stop to generate the expenses for this recurring type of expenses. So for now, let's try to create a one-time expense. So for example, I want to do an expense of $100 on, let's say I can just say buying book, let's say books, right? And after that, for the category, it should be location. And after that, you can give the sample explanation here. So I can say blah blah. Okay, and then we need to save. So when you do the save, this should be create a new expense. Okay. Okay, so I think this is creating the data, but we didn't do the redirection. So when we save the value, we should do the redirection here. Okay, so down here we should say return redirect, and then for the route it should be expenses dot index. Okay, like that one. Okay, now let's go back to the listing. Yeah, it was not created, so let's try to recreate it again. So let's say $100. Let's say for buying books, and then here we need to select the education, then you can just say test the description. Here. Okay, and after that, let's try to save. Okay, now expense created successfully. Okay, but here we don't see the expense. Why we don't see the expense? Because now you see this is on start date is on 1st of October, which is right. The end date is does not select. Let's try to use this way. Still we don't see anything. So let's see from the database expenses. Okay, now you see the expenses was added. That was happening here, so you have to make sure that you make this one to be a similar way to what I have here. Make sure the if conditions that you have are like these ones, and for the return statement, make sure that the sort by and the sort direction are similar to what I have here. Okay, and after that, now there is a change that I've done here on this search if condition. So when you have a search condition on your browser, so what will happen, so instead of using this directory where conditions on your query, I have left that and used this new way by using the closure. Okay, so we can see this is a closure function or a callback function as you can see. So why I'm using this one, by creating this new object and then pass it down here and then apply the same where condition. So why I'm using this one is because if you use this way, so means it will give you the logical error. Why the logical error? Because the end condition or the end statement on the SQL have the higher precedence than all. Okay, so when you use this way, means the query that will be generated out of this query, it will be this way. So you see, it will be title like the term that you pass, and then or then it will combine the description like term and category equals to a certain category ID. So means this will give you error. Why? Because the description must be equal to this one. So like you are trying to say that this one and this one should be the same. So like you are trying to give this like a must condition. Okay, so it will give you the error. So to avoid that error, so it is a good way or it is a good idea to use this way. So by using this way means you're going to generate a new query structure which will be like this one. Okay, so the statement now will look like this one, see, which is actually true. So let me just push this one up here. Okay, yeah, it will be like this one. So means we're going to combine the title like term or description like this one, because this was the intention of using the where or condition. Okay, and after that we are going to check if the category is the same. Okay, so this will be the correct way of doing that. So this what it happened is just combining them to be or to group them in a one term of condition. Okay, so that's why I'm using this way. So I will just leave these comments so that you can see them when you are trying to to use it. Okay, after that make sure that all of this remain the same. Okay, after that now let's try again and create a new expense and see how the system will respond. So here let's create a new expense of let's say $100, and this will be the date. Now let's try the title like the similar one. So let's say buying books. Okay, so the category will be education, and after that let's say we want to do a testy, let's say testy description. Okay, after that leave it to one-time expense and then save. So you see now the expense has been shown here on our listing, and when you change these categories, you see, so the filter will be you can show the filter here, so you can see that the value is not shown here. But if I go back here on education, you see I can see it, and if I go to all categories, still I'll be able to see it. But now if you go to the category on budgets, okay, if you go to the budgets, you will see the progress has started here, and you can see the total amount spent is 200, which is not correct, because if you go back down here on these cards, you can see on the card of education category on our budget, you see we've spent only $100 out of $1,000. Okay, and with the remaining is 900. But also on the overall budget, you can see we have a total budget of 1,500, but here you can see already $100 have been spent, because when you are doing this expense, we didn't select it, or we didn't allow it to be on overall. So means the overall budget that we are getting here, it is not excluding the budget of specific categories. So to avoid this error like this one, because when you do the overall expense, means you are supposed to create a new expense like this one, and then you are not supposed to select any category here. Okay, so for now let's do the following. So let's open the code and see what is going on here. Okay, so when you go back here on your budget model, you can clearly see here on this method, which is called the get spent amount, we are checking if the category ID is there. We mean like it's not a null, and then if it's not null, we get the total spent amount for that particular month. And then if the category is null, means we are going to return these expenses. So that we are going to return all the expenses for that particular user from this scope. So this is where the issue comes in, because basically what happens, it is like when the category is null, so it is trying to return all the expenses. So it will return the ones with the category and the ones with no category. So all the overall expenses and not the overall will be included here. So that's where the problem comes in. That's why here you see we have the overall budget with 100 spent. Also you can see from here 100 spent, which is not right. So this 100 should only be spent on education, and on overall it should remain with 1,500. So to correct this one, let's update this method, because this method, the one that is used to generate all other data. So let's update this one like the following. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'll try to change this query the way I was generating it. So let me try to use this way. So instead of just checking if the category is like this way, so I can just change that logic here. For example, I can remove this before I can return it. So let me do the following. Let me create the query variable, and then from that query variable we are going to get the expense. Okay, and then from the expense we are going to say where. Then as usual we want to check for the user ID, because we want to get all the expenses that are related to the specific user. So we are going to get the user ID from here. Okay, and then here we are going to have a where condition to get the expenses for that specific month and year. So we're going to say where month. Okay, so then we pass the column called the date, which is the date for particular expense here. Okay, so date, and then we're going to say this month. Okay, so we have the month here. Also we are going to check for where year, then the year. Okay, and after that we are going to have this query, and then from that query here we're going to have an if condition that by checking the category ID. Okay, but we are not going to get the total spent amount for that month. So what we are going to do is to change that logic a little bit here. Okay, so I'm going just to say here we're going to say query, and then where, then we're going to check for the category ID. Okay, and then we're going to say the category ID. Okay, and after that we are going to have an else condition. Okay, so on else block we are going to do the following. So we're just going to say if the category exists here, so we are going to get all the expenses with categories, but if category is not there, means the else block will run. So on else block we're going to say query and get the values where the field of category ID is null. Okay, so category ID like this way, and then you terminate it here. Okay, and after that we're going to return okay, we're going to return a query, then we get the sum of amount. Okay, so like this way. So now this should work as we expect, because we want to exclude the expenses with no category. So if it does not have the category, means we are going only to get the expenses with no category. Okay, so by that way we're going to get the sum which is excluding those unwanted expenses. So now let's go back to the view here, and from here you can see now this is fine. So the total spent amount is 100. You can see the remaining is 5,400. Like you can see, or it's only 100 has been spent, and it has been spent specifically on budget and not on overall. Okay, so what we are going to do now, let's try to create an overall expense to see if this works well. So let me open this on new tab, and then from here I'm going to open a new expense. So let's quickly add the expense, and then from this form I'm going to create another $200 expense, and then let me say, for example, let me just use that one, grocery shopping, and I'm not going to select any category here. Okay, let me just say let me use the random expense. Okay, and then do not select any category from here. So here we can just say blah blah. Okay, and then you can save. Okay, so remember this is one-time expense, and then later on I'm going to show you on how we are going to create the recurring expenses. So now let me click save. Okay, so you can see it is loading, and now the expense was created successful, and you can see here from the expense listing, so the date and the category, you can see the category, it says it is uncategorized because we didn't select any category. So you can see the title, the description, and the amount that you have spent. So if we go back here, let's refresh again. So you see the total spent amount now is $300, and the remaining is this one. But here the thing that you are going to say is that here on the education we've only spent $100, but here on overall you can see we've spent $200. So you can see how this thing has fixed what we were doing. So on overall you can see we have spent the total of 300, and you can see here it is 100 and here it is 200. So it has just separated the concerns, and this is what we wanted. So you can see the usage percentage, which is this one, has been tracked by this progress bar. So this is fine, and I believe this works as we expected. Okay, so now the next step is to create the recurring expenses. So from the code that we have now on our budget here, you can see that it is already we've already implemented the things that we are going to suppose to use when we are creating the recurring expenses. So for example, on rules here, this will apply when you are doing the recurring expenses, and then also down here when you are saving here. Okay, see, so this is where you're going to save these fields if you are doing the recurring. So all of those I've already done it. So for now it's just a matter of creating the recurring expenses. But to make this a little bit clear, we are going to create a separate Livewire component which will let's say separate the recurring expenses and the normal expenses. So if you want to see only the recurring expenses, we are going to create the separate Livewire component. So for now here it will be for all expenses, but we are going to create another one for recurring expenses. So for now let's try to create a new expense. So let's create a new expense, and from this expense let's say create an expense of just $50, and this will be like Netflix subscription. Okay, and after that we are not going to select any category here, so let me just leave it that way, and then I'm going to select the recurring. So when you select the recurring field, it should populate these fields with the start date and the current month. But for the end date, you can specify it, but you can specify it if it's necessary, but you are not closed to do anything here. As you can see, this is optional, means you can be able to add it or not add it. So for example, if you have you've added the subscriptions and you want, let's say, this to be continuing until when you cancel the subscription, so you can just leave this way empty. But if you want to let's say to subscribe for like 1 year, so you can put the date that ends to that date that you want. Okay, so for now I'll just leave it that way so that it can continue to regenerate these expenses. But to make that these expenses to be regenerating, so we are going to use a way of using the Laravel scheduler, and we are going to see on how it can generate the recurring expenses automatically. Okay, so for now, let me just leave it this way, and then I'm going to save the expense. Okay. Yep, so you can see the expense was created successful, and you can see this is expenses that we have created, and it does not have any category. Okay, so for now, if you go back to the budget here and refresh, you see, so the total spent amount is this one, and you can see that was like in overall, because you see we didn't select any category. Okay, so that expense will be counted here as well. But if you want to see the recurring expenses separately, so that's when we are going to use the following recurring expense Livewire component. So let's create that very quickly, and then we are going to see on how it will work. So let me close this, and now let's go to the terminal and create a new Livewire component. Okay, so let me clear the terminal it. So let's do PHP @ make then Livewire. Then we are going to call it recurring expense. Okay. So this should create the new Livewire component class and the Livewire blade file. Okay, so now let's start to update the Livewire component class. So let's go to the component class here, and from this component class we are going to update the following. So the first thing will be to get all the recurring expenses. So here I'm going to have the following. Here we are going to use the computed property. So we are going to define that public function. Let's say we are going to call it recurring. Let me call it recurring expense. Okay, expenses. That sounds well. And then we are going to return the following. So remember, to make this one to be computed, so you have to use this attribute which is called the computed. Okay, which is this one. So import it. So make sure that you've imported it like this one, and from down here we are going to use the following. So to get the recurring expenses, so we are going to use the following expense. Okay, this is our model, and then from the expense we are going to call the following relationships. Okay, so the first relationship will be category, and the second one will be the child expenses. Okay, so remember that we defined this one on expenses. So let me import this expense model, okay, which is this one. So now if we go back to this model, let me just do this way, and then you can be able to go to this one. So from here you can see we define the parent expense and the child expense. So these two are very important when you are doing the recurring expenses. So from the recurring expenses, so the parent will be like the first one, the first expense you do on your recurring expense, like this one. So this one will be the parent. So all the other that will be auto-generated by the system will be acting as the child expenses. So we are going to see that when we do the code. So here you can see we call the child expenses, and from there we are going to have this is actually the local scope, so which is for user, okay, that we defined from the expense model, and then we are going just to pass the logged in user instance. So let me just say user, then I want to get the ID of the logged in user, okay, so that we get all the expenses for that specific user. So import the facade one, and then let's also have the following scope, which is called the recurring, that we defined here. So you can see it is called the scope recurring, and then you are going to copy to get all the expenses that have the type of recurring. Okay, so for the expense that we've created now, if you go to the database on the expenses, if you refresh, now the type of this expense that we did should be on recurring. Okay, so you can see now all of these were one time, and this one is recurring. So that's what is going to be happening here. So it is going to scope all of these record to only the record that have the recurring as their type of expense. Okay, so by calling that one, it will going to add the scope, and after that we're going to order by, then we're going to order by name. So let me say name, okay, and then after that we are going to call the get method, okay, so that we can call those details, okay, and after that now we need to get all the categories. This is important, so we're going to define another computer property. So let me just copy this one, and below it we're going to get the categories, like you can say categories, okay, and after that we're going to close that method, and then inside it we're going to return the categories that belongs to this user. So we're going to say category, okay, then where user ID belongs to the logged in user, and then we are going to get, but remember to order by their names, okay, so we're going to say order by the name, okay, and after that let me squeeze this one so that the code will be reading well, and then we're going to return those values here. So let's pass them down here, and then we're going to say, so the recurring expenses will respond to this computed property, which is called the recurring expenses, which is the one that we defined here. Oh, this should be recurring expenses, so this one should be corresponding to this one. And also for the categories, so we're going to say categories, and then we're going to say this should be corresponding to the categories attribute. So all of these are computed properties, okay, and after that now we should be able to update this view. So this view now should have the following code that I'm going to paste here, and you guys, you are going to be able to access it on my GitHub repository, okay. So let me go back here, so let me squeeze this one so that you can see the codes that I have here. So here you can see we have the header as usual, so we are going to have this header, You see? So this is the header that shows that we are on the recurring expenses page, and here is the button that you are going to be able to add a new expense, okay, which will direct you to the expense create, which you have already created. Here is where you're going to show the flashed messages, and after that we are going to have the stats. So these stats are the one that you are going to show that we have the active recurring expenses, the monthly total, and generated this month, okay? So this will be the stats, and after that, and down here we're going to have the recurring expense grids, and these grids are the one that are similar to what we have on like on budgets. So these are just the copy of that on the budget, but the things that you're changing here is just you are passing the recurring expense that you get from the component here, okay, like this one, and then after that we're going to pass it here. We get the category, we get the background color for that category, and then you can see the category color, and that we have the title, and here the category name, and then after that we are going to have the action. So here we're going to have a way to edit the expense, which will direct you to the edit page of expense, and then after that we're going to have the delete button. This will call the confirm delete, and then after that the user can be able to delete the expense, but this method we have to define it. So to be able to define this method, let's go back here. Okay, so on our recurring expense component, we're going to have the following method. So let me define it above here. So first thing is to get these two properties. So the first one will be to have this show delete model. Okay, so by default it should be false. Okay, and after that we have this another public key property, which should be the expense to delete, which by default should be null. Okay, and after that we are going to define the method that we were supposed to define, which is called the confirm delete, okay, which should have the following two things. So the first one will be to show the model, but before you show the model, you should assign the expense ID to this expense to delete. So what we're going to do is to have the following, because this method will accept the expense ID from here, which is this one. Okay, so we should accept that from here. So we should say expense ID, and then from here you can just say expense to delete should be the expense that you find from here, or you can just assign the ID here, because we don't need to make this complicated. So you can just assign this ID, and then this will be the ID for the expense to be deleted, and after that you need to define the method to delete the expense actually. So here we're going to say function delete expense, okay, and then from this method we're going to have the following. So the first thing is to check if this user is authorized to delete this expense. Okay, so let's do the following. So if the expense to delete is found, means, let me show you, means we're going to say expense which should come from the expense model, and then we should call the find or fail, okay, and then we are going to check for expense to delete, okay, expense to delete, okay, and if this is found, okay, so the first step will be to check if the user is allowed you to delete this method if it's the one that created this expense. Okay, so let's say expense user, then ID, so make sure you're using the if correctly here. Okay, and then we are going to check if it is not equals to the ID of the logged in user. So if you call the facade, so which is this one, and then if those are not equal, okay, if it is not equal, so means the user is not allowed to delete the expense, so that expense is not belonging to that user. So you're just going to say, let's say you are not authorized, and you can pass the message here if you want, but I'll just leave it that way so that Laravel can generate that message automatically. And then if the user is the one that own this expense, so we are going to do the following. So we're going to say expense, and then we're going to delete the child expenses. So child expenses, then delete. Okay, so we first delete the child expenses for that particular expense. So delete the dependent expenses, and then we are going to delete the main expense. Okay, so expense, then delete, and after that we are going to flash the session message, which should be the following. So then we flash, then we are going to have the message, then the message can be like recurring expense deleted successfully. And then after that we're going to hide the show delete model, and after that we are going to return the expense to delete ID to null. Okay, so we're going to say this, then ID expense to delete, which is this one, then we're going to return it to null. Okay, and after that we should be good with our code. Okay, so now the next step is just to define it in routes. Okay, so here say route, and then from there we are going to say get, then after that we are going to say recurring expenses, and then after that we're going to do the following. We're going to call the Livewire component that we created, then okay, like this way, and after that let's define the name for this route. So on the name it should be the following, so recurring expense, then I can say dot index. Okay, and after that we can be able to copy this name, and let's import this one first. Okay, and after that this name should be added on your sidebar. Okay, so from here we're going to add the recurring expenses. So let's copy this link and then update that one with this one. So recurring expenses dot index. Okay, and after that, for recurring expenses, let's use the following icon. So let's use this one, arrow then path. Okay, and after that, this should be also updated to here, and then here it should be recurring expenses. Okay, and after that, now let's go back to the application. Okay, now we see this error. So now let's optimize our project. So PHP @sun optimize. Okay, so unable to prepare. Okay, now let's see. So expense, this is a recurring expense. Okay, recurring expense. Now let's see here. Recurring expenses. No, there should be expense. Possibly we can change it from here, so it should be the same to there. Okay, so recurring expenses. Now let's try to optimize again. Okay, so now that's fine. Now refresh. Okay, so now you see recurring expenses. Now if we visit that page, so here we have the error on order by yeah, so this is the mistake actually. So let's correct that one. So here on expenses we don't have this field, so it should be here on categories. Okay, so now let's go back here. Yep, and here you can see, so now we have the recurring expenses, and from the recurring expenses you can see we have a way to add a new recurring expense, which should direct you to the expense form, which is this one. So let's go back to the recurring. Okay, and from here you can see these are the stats that I was showing. So the active recurring is only one because we created only this one. So we have the monthly total and the generated this month amount. Okay, so this month we didn't generate anything, so that's why you see here it is 0. And only the cards, as I've mentioned, so this is the card. It has the edit and delete buttons, and then it shows the amount of that particular recurring expense, the frequency, which should be monthly, and you can change that to weekly or yearly. And then you will have the date which this recurring starts, and on end if you didn't provide any data, so this will be never, means it will not stop until when you cancel it yourself. Okay, and then the total generated expenses, for now it is 0 because we didn't generate anything automatically by using the Laravel scheduler, which is the next step that we are going to do in a couple of minutes. Okay, so for now this is done, and everything looks well here because we can see the expenses from here and also from the recurring expense. See, so this is how it looks like. So now the next step is to add the first the Laravel command that will auto-generate the recurring expenses, and after that we are going to add the Laravel scheduler to schedule that recurring expense to be generating the expenses based on the user frequency of generating this subscription. Okay, So let's do that very quickly. Okay, so let's go back to the code and let me zoom a little bit. Okay, so now that's good. Now let's close this, and after that let me update my code so that you can understand what I'm doing. So let me commit these changes on GitHub. So I'll say updated the recurring expense feature. Okay, and after that let me commit this, and then I'm going to sync it to the GitHub repository. Okay, and after that now let me go back to the code, and I'm going to start to generate the Laravel command. Okay, so let me clear the terminal, and from here I'm going to say php @make command. Okay, and then I'm going to call that command to be generate recurring expense. Okay, and then you click enter. Okay, so you can see now this new command has been generated inside app console commands, then generate the expense.php file has been added here. So you can see, so this is our new file that has been created, and from here by default you see it has two things. So the first one is this protected signature and protected description, then we have the public key handle method. Okay, so this is the method that will be executed when this command will be called. Okay, so let me start by updating this one. So here instead of app I can call it expenses. Okay, like this way, and then for the description you can pass any description that you want, but let me just say the following. So generate recurring expenses based on their schedule. Okay, and then after that on our handler, which is our method here, we are going to have the following. So we are going to have the info, which will trigger on the command to show the user that we have started to generate recurring expenses. Okay, then you can add something like that, and then after that we are going to have the one for generated. Okay, so let me skip it for now. Let me just focus on performing the functionality first, and then we are going to update that one. So here we're going to do the following. We're going to get the recurring expenses, okay, which should be coming from expense model. Okay, and then after that we're going to get the one with recurring. Okay, and then we're going to get, but you have to check for this where condition, where the deleted at is not equals to null. Okay, so means we're going to get all the recurring expenses where deleted at is null, means it is not deleted. Okay, because on our expense model, if you remember, we are using this soft delete, so means when the user will delete the expense, it will be deleted softly. So you can see that from the database here if you don't remember. So you can see from the database. So all of these you see, these were deleted softly. Okay, so we are just going to get the ones that have null here. Okay, so the ones that you were not deleted. Okay, so for now let me go back here and continue with this query, and then after that we are going to get the generated count. So let's create the generated count. Okay, and then after that let's start from 0. Okay, like this way, and then after that we're going to do a for each loop, and then we're going to say for every recurring expenses is going to generate this object, and then after that we are going to do the following. So the generated, okay, should be this. Then we're going to define this method in a minute. Generate expense for recurring, and then we're going to pass the expense, which is this one. Okay, so this method we are going to define it in a minute, and then after that we are going to increment the generated count. So generated count, okay, then we are going to amend by using this operator, and then we are going to get the generated value here, okay, like this way. Okay, so we're going to get this one, and then we're going to add it here. Okay, and after that we are going to have this info, and then from this info we are going to show the amount of generated values. So the first message you can show it is like successfully generated, then it's a good idea to use the double comma or the double quoted. Okay, so after that we're going to say generated count, okay, recurring expenses, like that way. Okay, and after that let's now define this method. So we're going to define that method down here. So we're going to say public function, then we accept that recurring expense, but we are going to pass the model, so like this way, and then after that we are going to have the following functionality. Okay, so the first thing is to have an if condition. So we're going to have an if condition. So on this if condition we are going to check if the recurring expense that has been passed here can generate or should generate the next currency. Okay, so if you remember, this method is already defined here, so you can see it is checking if it is recurring first. So it is checking if it's recurring, and then if it check if the end date of the recurring is after now. Okay, if it is after now, means we should not be able to generate the next occurrence, but if all of these two returning false, means we are not going to generate anything. But if all of these are not returning false, means we are going to return it true, and if we return it true, so this should be returning true, and after that if it is returning false, so means we are going to do the following. We are just going to return 0, okay, and then after that we are going to, if that's not the case, means if this does not return anything, okay, or if it is returning false, so we are going to do the following. So the next occurrence or the next date should be equals to recurring expense, then get the next occurrence date. So this method is already defined here. So if you missed the previous lesson or the previous sessions, So it's a good idea to go back to those session and see on how we defined this method. So this method will just generate the next date based on the frequency of generating these expenses, okay? And then after that, we're going to say the generated count, okay, equals to 0. And then after that, we are going to generate all missing occurrence up to day, okay, by using the while, okay. So let me use this while, okay. So this is actually a while loop, okay. So from the while loop here, what we are going to do is we are going to say the next date, okay, and because you have to pass the actually the condition here, and then so this method determines if the instance is less before or equal to another, okay, and then after that it is going to check if it is less than or equal to the now instance, okay, and if that's the case, so we are going to do the following. So first we are going to check if we have already generated that expense, okay. So we're going to say exist equals to expense, okay, then where then the parent expense ID, okay, equals to the recurring expense then ID, okay. And then after that we're going to say where date, okay, then equals to the next date, okay. After that, then we are going to check if it exists, okay, by using this exist method, okay. So this will determine if any row exists for the current query, okay. And if that is the case, so we are going to do the following: if, then on condition we are going to say if not exists, okay, means if it does not exist at all. So this should be a variable, okay, so like that one. And then if it does not exist at all, so we are going to say this, then create expense occurrence, okay. So this is the method that we are going to define, and it accepts occurrence recurring expense and the next day, okay. So these two parameters will be accepted by this method, and after that you should be able to increment the generated count, okay, like this way. So after that, then you can be able to say this, then line, which will write a string as a standard output, and then from the line we're going to say, let me use the double quote, then the generated then we're going to say recurring expense, then the title, and then for we're going to show the date, so next date, and then we're going to format it to the format of year, month, then date, and let me call that one like this way. And now let's create this method first. Okay, so that method will be defined down here, so it should be public function. Okay, and this should accept the expense, which is a recurring expense, and then the next date. Okay, and then after that let me just remove this one like this way, and then after that we're going to create the expense, so we're going to call the create method, and then after that we're going to define the following array, okay, where we are going to have the following. So the first one to store in our database is the user ID that created this expense, so we're going to say recurring expense, then user ID. After that we are going to have the category ID, so let me just copy paste this category ID, and then this should be category ID. Okay, we are going to have amount, okay, we are going to have the title, the expense. So remember all of these fields we have from here, so you should be able to define them here. So then we're going to have the title, description, then we are going to have the date, then the type, but here the thing that should change on type is now we are generating the one-time expenses, okay, because we are generating them from the recurring expense, so their type now should be the one-time expense, okay. And after that we are going to define the parent expense, so parent expense ID should be the ID of the recurring expense, okay. And this is where I showed you that this is going to be the parent and the generated expenses will be the child to this particular expense, okay. And then after that we're going to define this field is auto generated, then we're going to say true, okay. And then let's terminate that. So now this method will generate the expenses, and then after that here we are going to have the following. So now this is done, and then we are going to increment the generated count, and we have this output, and then after that we are going to calculate the next currency, okay. So this is important occurrence. Okay, and then after that we're going to say next date now should be we are going to use this method called the merge. Okay, this one, and then on expression we're going to pass the following. So recurring expense, then the recurring frequency, recurring frequency, okay, of that particular expense. Now if it is corresponding to, let's start with daily, it is corresponding to daily, then the next date should copy. So this is a method provided by Carbon. So then we're going to add day, okay, like this way. So we're just going to get the next date that we had from here, which is this one, okay, and then we're just going to generate a new date, but we add just 1 day to it. So we're going to do the following, the similar thing to weekly. So if the recurring frequency corresponding to weekly, so we're just going to define, or we're just going to say the next date now should copy this next date instance, and then after that it should say add week, like this way, and similar way to monthly and yearly. So monthly, like that way, and this should add month, and this should add year. Okay, so this should be yearly, okay, like this way. And then if all of this does not work, we can return the default value, which can be corresponding to null. Okay, and then after that we have to terminate this one. Okay, and after that we are just going to have the following check down here. So we're going to check if we have passed the end date of this recurring expense. So we're just going to say if recurring expense, then the recurring end date, okay, and the next date is not empty, and then the next date okay, and then we are going, this actually will define if the instance of this value is greater than or is after. So this is the just abbreviation of which is provided by the Carbon. So it is standing for greater than another, okay, and then if it is greater than the recurring expense end date, so recurring expense end date, okay, then we should break this loop, okay. So here we should call the break, okay, like this way. All right, and after that, now for safety check, now we should be able to see if we above now. So you can just do the following, copy paste that one, but here we're just going to check if it is above now. Okay, so this will help you if you are trying to generate it for the next date, so you can just break that recurring. So you can just remove this one. Okay, so if you're just saying if the next date is there and the next date is greater than now, okay, so you can just break the loop. Okay, so this while loop can be broken in these two ways, and those are the conditions for breaking that while loop. And then after that we are just going to return the generated count. Okay, so means this method will return the generated count, which will be getted from here, and then from the generated, that is the value that is going to be added to this generated count variable here. Okay, so this is what is going to be happening here on this command, and after that now is time for us to assign this one to the scheduler. So now let's go to the routes, and then on console, here on console we're going to assign it like the following. So we're just going to define that method here, and then we are just going to say schedule. Okay, and then this should be coming from this facade. Okay, and then we're going to say command. Okay, and then after that we are just going to pass the name of the command or the signature. So if you don't remember the signature, we defined it from here. So the signature is this one, so this should be here. Okay, like this way. And then after that we're just going to say we are scheduling it to run, let's say daily at a certain time that you want. Let's say I want to run it in the middle of night, like this way, when the new date is starting. So that's when we are going to run it. Okay, and then after that we can just say it should run without overlapping. Okay, so this does not allow the event to overlap to each other. Okay, and then after that you can say on success, if you want to have a more controllable way to, let's say, to log these events, so you can just say on success. Okay, so this is a callback method actually. So you're just going to pass the function. So let's say function. Then on this function, you're just going to log, and then let me import this log, and then you're just going to say info. Then on our info here, we're just going to say recurring expense generated successful. Okay, and then after that you can just have another one for on failure. Okay, just say on failure, and then pass a callback function, and then after that we are going to log that we have the failed to generate recurring expenses. Okay, and then after that, now this is done. Okay, so now it is a time to test if this command works as we expected. So for now, for you to be able to see if this works, so you can just do the following. So you can say php @sun, then schedule list to see when it will be the next time to run this command. Okay, so you can see this command is due to run on the next 2 hours. Okay, but because this is a long time to wait for, so for now I can just let's say change that, let's say to instead of running daily, so I can just say after every, let's say every 15 seconds. Okay, yeah, so let me do that. So let's say after every 15 seconds. So let's see, so it is due to run on 3 seconds to come. So now let me do the following. Let me clear it, and now let's run the following. So PHP @sun schedule then work. Okay, so this will run this command when the time will be for that command to run. So now let's see if nothing is giving us an error. So let's see if the command works well. So you see, so the command is running, and you can see the command was done. Okay, so if the command was done, we are supposed to see that it generated the next occurrence of our expense. Okay, so you can see after another 15 seconds it will generate another expense, but it will check if the expense is already generated, so it will not be generated again. So that will be this check. So now let me first stop it. Okay, and then let me go back here and let me refresh. So this is our recurring expense. Now let's go to the expenses, and you can see here this expense for the November is already here. That's why we don't see anything here. So what you can do, let's say we can just so we didn't find the expense edit page, so let's define that in our web.php file very quickly here. So we can just say here, so we can just say route get, then we can say expenses, then we need to bind the expense ID here, expense ID. Okay, and then after that we can say edit, and then we can direct to the expense form, and then we can call the class method here, and then we can give it a name, and the name should be expenses.edit, like that way. Okay, so now this should work. So now let's go back and refresh. Okay, call to a member function format on null. So let's see on expense form. So the recurring end date is this way. Oh yeah, so I see this issue here. So on the expense form, we have formatted this recurring end date while it is empty. Okay, so if the expense does not have the end date, so this will give you an error. So for now, let me just remove this one, and then let's try to refresh. Yep, so this works well. So I want to return this a 1 month back. So for example, on October, and then I can just say this was the date. Okay, and then let me update. Okay, so yeah, so now we don't see it here. So we are expecting to generate a new expense for November, because that one was for October. So if I go back to the October date, so for example, if I go back to October, like this one, so we should be able to see it down here. So now let's use the scheduler to generate that one for October. Okay, so now let's try for November. So now let's try to run the scheduler. So after 15 seconds, it should be able to generate a new expense. Okay, so this shows that it is done. So now let's see if this has generated the expense for this month. So now let's see. Let's refresh this one. Okay, so nothing has been generated here. Okay, now let's see why this does not generate the expense. So let me stop it. Okay, the first way to debug this, we can just run it as a normal command because we've already defined that command here and we have this signature. So let me clear this and you can just run php at sun, then expenses, then generate recurring expense. Okay, and then after that let's click enter. So you can see it started to generate recurring expense, but it successfully generated 0 recurring expenses. So if it generates 0 expenses, means there is this command that does not run as we expected. So when it run here, so generate recurring expenses, here you can see we get the ID, should generate the next occurrence. So here it should check for that recurring end. Okay, is recurring. Okay, and after that we check for the end date. Okay, so now that is fine, and then get the next occurrence. Now let's see to get the date. Okay, so if the child is not found, okay, okay, so here I guess now we can be able to track this by using the following method. So for example, we can get here the next occurrence, so we can be able to log it. So for example, we want to show the next occurrence here so that we can be able to know if it is generating correctly. So we can just say next date here. Okay, and then after that, now let's run again the command. Okay, so 0 occurrence or expense has been generated. So now let's check on the Laravel log. Okay, so let me actually rerun again so that we can have something very clear. Okay, so now that's fine. Now let's go to the Laravel logs. So go to the storage, logs, and then laravel.log, and from here you can see the next occurrence date is on the December of 5. Okay, so means now we don't see any expense because this is the date where this expense will start to work. This is affected by the date that you will put at the start date. Okay, so let's check from here. So our expense, we've returned it back to October. So let's go back to October. So this one, you see, so the start date for this expense is the one that is affecting us. So let's see from here. So the start date, we have put it to start on 5 of November. Okay, so that's why now we are not able to see the effect. So let's make it to start, let's say, on 5 of October. Okay, and let's update. So means now the next occurrence should be the 5 of November, which is our current time. So now we are going to do the following thing. So now let's rerun again the command, and you can see, so the generated is for this one, and it has been generated on this date, and you can see here we have generated one expense. So means the command was run successful and it generated the expense as we expected. So now if I refresh here, I should be able to see the expense, and you can see the expense is generated on this date, and you can see it is uncategorized. The name of the or the title, it is Netflix subscription, and you can see there is this tag which is auto generated, and you can see the amount is the similar amount as the one for its parent, and you can see the amount is the same. So from the database you should be able to see that expense generated down here. Okay, so you see, so we have this one, see, so it is a one-time expense, and here it has the parent ID of this one, which should be this one. Okay, so that works as we expected, and from this perspective means we are now done with generating the categories, budget, expenses, and the recurring expenses. So the next step is to create the dashboard with all the stats as we have seen from the demo. So on the next video we are going to deal with the dashboard, and then when we are done with the dashboard is when we are going to integrate the API for AI smart recommendations. So that will be the last thing that we are going to perform on our video. So the next step, we're going to finish with the dashboard, and after that I'm going to be back on this one, and then we are going to integrate the Gemini AI APIs that will help us to have the smart recommendations for the amount of budget that we should use to generate the new budgets. So for now, let me say thank you and see you on the next video. Alright, so welcome back. This is the 5th episode of our tutorial. So in today's video, we are going to cover about how we are going to create the dashboard for this expense tracking application. But before we do that, let's update some of the things. For example, for this text that you see here, so we need to update that one. So let's do that. And also we are going to update the title for these pages that the user can visit. So you can see now it says just the expense app on all of these pages. So we need to update that. So Livewire gives you the ability to do that. So let's start with the first thing, which was to update the name that is shown, the name of the application. So let's see. So let's see on the layout. Okay, basically on our sidebar, so we can check it from sidebar. No, not this one. Choose sidebar. Okay, yeah. So this is the app logo. So this is the logo that is shown there. So let's open it inside, and you see here is where you see the name of our application. Okay, which is this one. So here I'm just going to change it and it is going to use the configuration name. Then I'm going to use the app, then name. Okay, so means the name that we are going to set in our .env file will be the same name that will be used here. So for example, if here we have set the name to be this one, so basically we should be able to see that name reflected here. Yeah, so here you see now the name is saying to be expense app, but also we can be able to update this icon or a logo, so we can just change that one if you want. So it's this one, so you can see this is the logo. So you can go inside this one and you can see this is a app logo icon.bed.php, which is found inside the components. So you can just update this SVG. So to simplify that, I can show you how to use a logo ipsum. So we can go to the logo ipsum. So here you will find the mocking logos like this one. So these are the logo placeholders. So for example, I can just use any of these. So let me just try to see which one will be good. So let me try this one. I guess it will look fine. So I'll just click this one and it will copy that logo, or I can just use this one. Okay, yeah, let me just use this one, and after that I'm going to replace with this one. Okay, so after that, now this should be the new logo. So let's go to the application. Yeah, and here you can see the logo has been updated. Okay, so now you will see that here there is this styling of the logo. So you can see it has the text white, and on dark mode the text should be black. So that will control the coloration of for our logo. Okay, so for now this works fine. So now the next step is to update the title, for example, for categories. So here we should be able to show that title for the categories. So let me close these files. Let's go to the categories component on Livewire categories, and here we can use this attribute. So we can use the title attribute, which is this one, and then we are going to say expense, we can just say categories, then you can say expense app. Okay, so this sounds well. So we are going to do the same thing for budget listing. So just import this one. Okay, the same thing to all of the other pages, but we have to update this one, so it should be budgets. Okay, and we have budget form. Import this one. So this is create, or I can just say still should be budgets. Okay, and then we have the expense form. And then we have the expense let's say expenses. So this sounds good. And now we have the recurring, and here we can call it recurring expenses. Okay, so that's good. Now let's go back to the application, and now we see, so we have the categories dash expense app. So if we go to budgets, now you should be able to see the budgets, then expense app. If you go to expenses, you should be able to see that on recurring, then you will see recurring dash expenses. Okay, so this is actually working fine. So now it is time to start to work on our dashboard. So let me start to build the dashboard. So I'll create the new component and then I'll replace the current dashboard logic. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just say PHP add some make, then Livewire, then I'll create the component called the dashboard. Okay, so this will create two files, the component class and the blade file. So on those two, we are going to update them accordingly. Okay, so you can see here we have this component class and we have this one blade file. So let's start to update this component class. Okay, so let's visit it, and now here we're going to define the following things. But before we start to update anything here, let's go and register it to the web.php, which is right here. So instead of this returning this bloody view, which is this one, so this you can see this was a placeholder, which is the one that you currently see it here. So this is a placeholder. So we want to replace that. So instead of returning this dashboard view, so I'm going to update this one. Instead of returning the view, it should return the Livewire full page component. So we're going to return, just still call it dashboard, and then we are going to return the dashboard component, which is the Livewire component. Okay, and then we have already the name, so we are not going to update that, so it will be this way. Okay, so make sure that you've imported this component, which is this one. Okay, so now this should work fine. So now if I go back to the application, you see now the placeholders have been gone. So now anything that will print here, it should be able to be shown on this dashboard page. Okay, so now let me go back to this component and let me start to update the following things. So the first step will be to define the public key properties that you're going to use. So the first one will be the selected month for controlling the data that we see. So control the selected month, we have that, we have the selected year, and then we have the public, let's say total amount spent. So total spent, let's say. We have the monthly budget, so monthly budget, okay, which should be a variable, public variable, let's say monthly budget. Okay, we have the percentage used, we have the expense by category, expense category, and we have recent expenses, we have the monthly comparison, and each of these properties I'm going to show you their usage. Then we have the top categories, then we have the recurring expense count. Okay, and after that, now we have every public property that we need to use into our dashboard. Okay, so this will help us to show the required data as expected. So after that, we need to have the mount method, and on this mount method, we need to define the selected month. So we want to initialize these values by using the mount function. So here we're going to use the now instance, okay, and then we are going to get the month, okay, from the now instance, which is a carbon instance of the current time. And after that, let's close it by getting the year, and then we can close it like this way, okay. But after that, we need to have a way to show the data or to show the data for this dashboard, okay. So we need to get the data for recent expenses and everything that you see from here, okay. So before we do that, I want to define that method here, which we are going to use to get this data. So I'm going to define a method which will be load dashboard data, okay. And after that, that method will be called here when you initialize the values. So it should be this, then load dashboard data, okay, like that way. And after that, let's now define the following details. But before that, we can have these lifecycle hooks, which will help us to track the changes on our data when you, let's say, you update these two properties. So because if you remember on the demo, I showed you a way that you can be able to switch between the months of a certain year. So when you do the changes on a month, so we should be able to reload it or to refresh the data, okay. So to do so means we need to have a lifecycle hook which will be updated. So here we're going to use this lifecycle hook called the updated. Then you have to give the name of the property, which is selected month, which is this one, okay. And then after that, here we need to call this, then load dashboard data, and after that we can close it. So similar way to when the user changes the year, okay. So selected the year, okay. So now these two will help us when the user updated any of these details, then we are going to refresh these details. So now here, now let's work on the logic behind loading the data, okay. So the first thing will be to get the ID of the logged in user so that we can be able to identify the expenses basing on the logged in user, to identify the budget, and then to identify any data that is related to this user. So let's get the user ID. So that will be coming from auth. So I'll import the facade one, and then I'll get the ID of the logged in user, okay. So after that, now we are going to get the total amount spent for the particular month that we are currently in. So here we have the total spent amount, so it should be for the current month, okay. So here we're going to say total amount spent in a month, okay. So what we're going to do is to assign that value to spent total spent, let's say, and then this should be get from expense, which is our model. Then we are going to get the expense for the user. So we are going to use for user, which is this one is a local scope that we have already defined. So let me import this one first, okay. So then after that, you see, so this is a scope which you have already defined it, so it will get the expense where the user ID equals to the ID that you will pass it on here. Okay, so here we're going to pass the user ID. So user ID, and then after that we need to get the expense in a month. Okay, so this method already we've defined it here as a scope. So you see, so it will get where the month is equals to the month that you pass, also the year equals to the year that you pass it here. So here it requires to pass two details, which already we have defined them here. So we're just going to use them down here. So we're going to pass the selected month and the selected year. Okay, so after that, now we have to get the sum of the amount. Okay, so now we have the amount spent in a month. Okay, so now if you can dump that data, so you can just say this, then total spent. Okay, and after that, if you go to the browser, yep, so you can see here we have the total amount spent for this month, which is $350. Okay, so that was the amount spent on the particular month. Okay, so now let's continue with what we are doing. So after that, now the next thing is to get the monthly budget that we were budgeting for this particular month. So monthly budget, you'll get it from, let's say, budget. So this should be from budget. Okay, so from the model, and then we're going to say where the user ID equals to the user ID that we've defined up here, and then after that we need to get the budget where the month, okay, where the month, because we have that field on budget. So here we have the month and the year. Okay, so where the month equals to the selected month, and for the year equals to the selected year, and then after that we need to get the first value that we will find for that particular month and year. Okay, because we cannot have more than one value on a certain month. Okay, so after that, now we need to have a way to get the monthly budget now, because this was the budget for that single month. So we need to get a way to if it happens this does not return anything. Okay, so we can be able to, let's say, to return 0 for that case. So here we need to assign this to monthly budget. So monthly budget should be equals to the budget. Okay, but if it happens the budget is there, okay, means it is not null, so we can say budget, then we can get the amount, okay, which is the field that we have on budget model. And then if it happens that this is null, so this will be the else side. So this acts as like if else. Okay, so it will act as if else. So if this is not null, so it will show the amount, but if it is null, so it will return 0 instead of null. Okay, so after that you can also get the percentage used, so like percentage used. So to get the percentage used, so we can just say percentage used can be retrieved from this way. So for example, I can do the following. So I can just say this, then monthly budget, okay, if it is greater than 0, okay. So if it is greater than 0, what I can do, just do the following. So I can say, say I want to do the rounding of the spent amount total spent, then divided by 100, okay, divided by the monthly budget, which is this one, and then after that we can multiply it by 100. But when we are getting the decimal places, I want to make it only 1, okay, and basically that is the precision, not the decimal places. That is the precision, okay. So the precision of 1, okay. So after that we can be able to terminate this one, but here we need to have a where, like an else for this. So if it happens it is not greater than 0, so it should return 0, okay, like that way. You can just put it here for clarity, okay. Yeah, so now means to get the percentage used, so you just need to divide the amount that has been spent from that budget, and then we can multiply it by 100, okay. So this rounding is just to return the float, which you can have like a precision of number of, let's say, of zeros, okay. So that's good. Now we can be able to show that percentage used. So for example, here you can just dump that value if you want to see. So percentage used, okay. So now if you go to the view and refresh, now you see, so the percentage used is 23.3 percentage, okay. So for now this is works fine, okay. So let's remove that, and now let's continue with other thing that we need to have. So we need also to get the expense by category. So expense by category, so like we want to get the separation of concerns, like in this category we spent this amount, on this category we spent this amount, okay. So here we're going to say this, then expense by category, so this will be from expense, okay, which is our model, and then we need to specify the fields that we need to select. So the first field will be the field from category table, okay. So this is a relationship because we already have this category relationship here, which is this one. So we want to get the name from this category table, okay. So here is where we define that, and then from category again we need to get we need to say category, then we need to get the color of that category, okay. So after that we have those two values from the relationship. Now we want to get the sum of the amount of expenses which are related to these categories. So what we are going to do here, we are going to use an old way to get these values here. So I'm going to show you how we're going to use this. So we're going to use this db facade, like this one, okay. So let me first import this one. So let me import this facade, and then here I'm going to write a raw SQL command. Okay, so here I'm just going to say sum. Okay, and then I'm going to get the sum of expenses dot amount. Okay, which means this amount is found on expenses table here, which is this one. Okay, after that we want to identify this as total. Okay, like this way, and then after that down here we are going to have a join for this query. So we're going to do the join. Okay, and then we're going to join the following tables. So we're going to say categories, then here you have to provide the value that is found on the expenses, then category ID, and then it should be equal to the categories ID. Okay, so means this will be the categories table, then the ID that is found on expenses should be referenced from the ID of the corresponding table. Okay, so this is actually a way of writing joins in Laravel. So if you don't know about anything about this one, so you can just visit the page where the Laravel documentation explains more about this way of writing the raw queries, and by using this facade which is called DB. So this actually will give you these explanations about how you can write the joins in Laravel. Okay, and then after that we need to have a where condition here, like to trim down these values. So we are going to say all the expenses that we get from here. Okay, the expenses that we get should be basing on the user ID of the logged in user. Okay, so user then ID. Okay, so here we trim the expenses that we retrieve from here, and then we trim them to be basing on the user that has logged in, and then after that we want to trim them to the current month. Okay, so we're going to say the month should be expenses dot date, means we are accessing the date from the expense, and then it should be equals to the selected month from up here, which is this one. Okay, and then after that now we have to get the where the year, so this should be selected year, and from here it should be where year, not where month again. So after that we have trimmed that details, then we can group by the following fields. So we can say categories, then ID. Okay, then categories name, then categories car. Okay, so these are the fields that will be used to categorize these expenses. So basing on the IDs, categories, names, and colors. Okay, and then after that we can call the order by, and then from order by we can order them by total amount. Okay, then we can say it should be in a descending. Okay, in descending order. So this should be here. Okay, and then after that we can call get method like this way. Okay, so now we have these values, so we can just dump them and check what we have. So this should be expense by category. Okay, now let's go back to the view and check what we have. Okay, so here it says column not found, category.name field is not found on this. Okay, now let's see where we missed that one. Category.name, we accessed it here. Yeah, this should be, oh wow, this should be categories, because here we are passing the raw SQL, so we need to say this should be categories, not just category. So it should be categories like this way. Okay, and then after that, I guess everything will work fine. Now let's go back here. Yep, so now we have the following details. So you see we have the category called the education, the color, and the total amount spent for that category. Okay, so now means this is working fine. So let's remove that and let's get the recent expenses. Okay, so let's do this quickly. So recent expenses, this should be coming from expense, then with the relationship of category, and then after that we can call for the logged in user, then you need to pass the user ID, then we can call this for the month, so here it should be date. Similar things for the selected year. Okay, and then after that, then we need to order these details. So order by, then we are going to order by date, then we're going to do that in descending, then we're going to get the details, but before that you can also order by the date they were created. Okay, so by using the created at field, then by default we are going to take only 5 details at a time. Okay, so this will help to reduce the query execution time. Okay, and then after that we have the recent expenses. So now the next step is to get the monthly comparison. Okay, because that is the one that is not done yet, so we need to get the monthly comparison. So let's do that. Here we are going to do monthly comparison, which should be will be found from, so we can just call the collect here. So we define the instance of collection, and then what we can do, we can just do the for loop. Okay, or like a for loop like this one, and then here we're just going to have the following thing. So on 5 values that we are going to have, and is when it will be greater than or equals to 0. Okay, then here we are going to decrement, okay, instead of incrementing, and then after that we are going to do the following. So we are going to get the date, then we get the instance of carbon, then we are going to create, then from this, then selected year, then selected month, okay, and then for day we're going to pass 1, then we're going to say sub months, Okay, and here we're going to submonth for the instance of this I. Okay, so it will get the state of this I mean of this loop, because it will be checking for the previous 5 months. So this one will be the instance. So like when it is on the first month, so it will submonth for that amount here. Okay, and after that, let me terminate that, and then here we need to get to the expense or the total. Then it should be expense. Okay, and then we can get for the user, then pass the user ID. Then we are going to get the in month. So here we're going to pass the date that we get there, and then month, then year. Okay, after that we need to get the sum of the amount from this query. Okay, after that, now this is fine. Now down here we need to have a way to push these values into our collection. Okay, so what we are going to do is to say this, then monthly comparison. It is going to use the push method. Okay, and then here we're going to do the following. So for the month, okay, it should be the date, then we're going to format it to just month. Okay, and then we're going to have the total, which should be corresponding to the total amount. Okay, so this total will be this one, and from the date we'll get that from there. Okay, and then after that, now this is done, so means we are going to get the monthly comparison between the previous 5 months, and then after that we are going to have the top categories. Okay, so what we can do, we can just do the following. So we can just get the, let's say, 3 top categories. So we can say top categories. This should be this, then expense by category. Then instead of getting all, we can just take only 3 of them. Okay, and then for the recurring expenses, we can just do the following. So recurring expenses, so we can just do the following. This, then recurring expenses count should be from expense, and then for user, then we're going to pass the user ID, and then after that we are going to get the recurring expenses, and then we're going to count. Okay, like this way. So now already we have all the necessary details that we need from here. So you can see all of these now are done. So now we need to get a way to get the next and previous months, as we have that functionality here on, like on budgets. I believe we have that functionality like this one, you see. So what we're going to do is just to copy paste this functionality, because it doesn't change on anything. So let's update that here. So I'm just going to paste it here. Let me squeeze it a little bit here. Okay, and now you can see we have the selected year and month, and we have the instance of those dates. Okay, so now this will work as we expected. So now it is time to update our view side. So on our view side here, now currently here you will not see anything because we didn't push anything on our view. Okay, and you can see the view will be currently blank. Okay, so now let's update this view. So what we are going to have here, so let me remove this text, and from here this is where the header should be. So here we're going to have this styling, so this will be the outer styling. So we are going to have this background, but we need to adapt it to dark mode. So on dark mode, the background can be like of neutral of let's say 900. Okay, so when you will be in the dark mode, this should adapt. So now we are on light mode, that's why you see this gray, okay, background. But when you will be on dark mode, you will see that you're adapting to this neutral. Okay, and then after that we are going to have the header section. So on header section, we're just going to have the following thing. So we're going to have the header, which will be having this background of gradient, which will be from purple to indigo. Okay, so you can just change that on your own. So let's say if you want to change this one, let's say from green, let's say to something like yeah, you can leave that one, but you can change if you want. Then we are going to have this div which will wrap these details, where we are going to have the items. So in these items we are going to have the first item, which will be this div, which contains the name of the page, which is dashboard. Then here we're going to show the name of the logged in user, and then after that we're going to have this another div which contains two items. So the first one will be the button for previous month. So when the user click this one, it should activate this method, which is we'll call this one, and then we are going to submonth one month from the current date. Okay, and then when the user click the second one, this should be on the next month. But if they are on the middle here, they're going to show the current date and the current month and the year. Okay, so we're going to format it to be shown as the year and the month. Okay, so now if we go to the view, so this is what will be the product. So you can see here it says dashboard. So welcome back, then the name of the logged in user. So you can check that from here. So the name of the logged in user is this one, and after that we have the two buttons that will help you to navigate to the previous month and to the next month. And here on the middle you will see the formatted date, so it will be the full name of the month and the current year. Okay, so if you go back here, you see, so we are on October, and if you go forward, you see now we're on November, you can go to December and something like that. Okay, so this works fine because we've already tested that on other features. So now let's go to the next session. So down here, so the div for header ends here. So down here we're going to have the another div. Okay, so we're going to have another div here. So let's say, let me use this way. Okay, so this div now will act as a main content div, and then inside it we're going to put the start card in a grid. So let me have the grid here. So this will be the grid of our cards. So here is where the cards will be shown here. Okay, after that, now inside that let's start with the card for showing the total spent card. So let me have it here. Okay, so this will be the one for total spent amount. So you can see the border, you can see the background, you can see that it will show the amount of total spent amount here, which will be formatted, and you can see the currency now it is on $1, but you can update that one, let's say, to be dynamic, so you can be able to update that from the system. Okay, so after that, here we have a way to show monthly budget. So you can see here there is a way to say if the budget is over or under the monthly budgeted amount. So we are going to see that in action. So if you go back here, now you should be able to see this thing. So see, so the text is this one, total spent amount. You can see the dollar sign or the icon for this card, and then you can see the total spent amount is this one, but here we're going to show if the amount spent is above or under the budgeted amount for that particular month. Okay, so for now we are still under the budget. Okay, so now let's go to the next card. Okay, so this is the first card, so you can see the code up to here. See, so that was the first card. Now let's go to the second card, which will be for budget. Okay, so for the budget, now the card is from here to here. So now let's paste that. Okay, so this is for the budget card. Similar things, like you can see the percentage used already, we've defined that. So you can see those details already, we have defined them on here. Okay, so now let's go to the view, and you should be able to see that thing here. So you can see the monthly budget that we have defined, the percentage used, and the amount left. Okay, so if you take this one minus this one, you should be able to get this one. Okay, so now that works fine. Now let's go to the next card. So the next card will be the categories card. So here we're going to paste the following. So categories card, so it should be this one, and you can see here it is going to show the expense by category count, and it will show the active spending categories. Okay, so okay, and define the expenses by category. Let's see what we have here. Expenses by category, expense, yeah, so this is expense, not expenses. Yep, so now that's fine. If we refresh our page, now we should be able to see the active spending category. Okay, so now means on category here you should be able to see that the active expenses are in education, but this one does not have any expense, so that's why you see it shows only for the education category only here. Okay, and then after that, let's go to the recurring card, where we're going to see the number of recurring details. So let me just use this card here. So this recurring expenses count, already we've defined that. So let's go back here. Recurring expenses, let's check it from here. We've already defined this one. It is expense, not expenses, like that way, and then you refresh. Yep, see, so now we have the one active subscription on here, recurring expenses. Okay, so after that, now I want to add two things down here. So the first thing will be to add the chart for showing the 6 months spending trend, and then we are going to have the spending by category. So those will be the two charts but after that we are going to show the top categories and the recent expenses. So what I'm going to do here is just to start by showing the two grids for top categories and recent expenses. Then on top of them, I'll show you how to add the chart.js for those two things. So for now, let me just show you these two cards for top categories and recent expenses. So let me do the following. So down here, where this grid ends, down here, so here is where I'm going to have the following two things. Okay, so what I'm having here is the top categories and recent expenses, and from here you can see I have the grid, and you can see this is the styling for grid. So we are going to have one column, then on large screen you are going to have two columns, and then we have the gap of 6. Okay, and then after that we have the first grid, which will have the top categories, where we are going to get the top spending categories. So already we've defined these details from here. So like the top categories, how you're going to get them, and everything that you need to have. Okay, so you can see that here we have the category color. So you can see the category color will be acting as a background color for that particular category. And then after that we are going to have the name of the category. Then here we're going to have the percentage used for that particular category. So you just need to take the total, then divide by the total spent amount, and this is the total from the category. Basically that is what we defined here. Okay, so you are going to have that total here, and then after that that amount will be here, and then you are going to use it here. Okay, so after that you're going to get all the recent top categories expenses. Okay, and then after that we are going to get the recent expenses. So you can see here is a way that you can be able to see the expenses, but if you want to see all of the expenses, this will be the link to redirect you to the expenses page. Okay, and after that the recent expenses, we're going to loop through them, and after that we will show the details like the color, the title, the date, the amount. Okay, and we are going to show the badge if this was auto-generated, because we are going to track if this was auto-generated by using the command that we scheduled yesterday on our previous section, if you remember. So we have this one which was scheduling, but for now I'll just remove it, just to make it to run daily. Then you can just say from, let's say, on middle of the night. Okay, like this way. Okay, so that's what we have. So if it was auto-generated, so this one will be added automatically, but if it was not auto-generated, you will not see that. And on empty, if it happens that we don't have anything on the recent expenses, so we are going to show this message here. So now if we go back here, you should be able to see that the top spending categories, you can see the name of the category, the background that you have seen here. So you can see the percentage of the total from this particular category, and then the amount that we have spent. You can see here we have another card for recent expenses. Here is where you're going to be directed to the expenses. So if you click that, you should be directed to the expenses page, which is this one. But if I go back, now we should be directed back to the dashboard, and here you can see that we have this Netflix subscription, which was the last thing that we did, and you can see it was auto-generated. And then we have the random expense that we did for $200. Then we have this one for buying books, okay, which we did for this particular category. Okay, so that was for these two things. But before I forgot, let's down here I'm going to add the quick actions. which will help you to navigate through the system. Okay, so for the quick actions, I'm going to add the following things. So down here below that grid that we added, so I'm going to add these 3 quick actions. So the first one will be for adding expense, the next one will be for managing the recurring subscription or expenses, and then we're going to have the categories so that you can be able to organize your categories. So this is nothing new here, it's just the link with the hyperlink that you see there, the styling you see. So we have the icon here, and then we have the text for add expense, then the simple description. So it will be similar things to other 3 or 2 actions. So if you now go back here, you should be able to see something like this. Okay, yeah, so these will be the quick actions. So for example, if you want to add a new expense, so you can just click that and it will direct you to the expense form. Okay, so you see, so this is just for simplicity of navigating through the system. So if you go back to the dashboard again, then you can manage the recurring expenses from here. So it will direct you to this page. If I go back, see, so I can manage the categories from here, and you can see everything is working as we expected. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do here is to show the actually the charts here. Okay, so to do the charts here, let's do the following. So I've said that I'm going to add them below the stats card and above the top categories and the recent expenses. So means here is where we're going to have those charts. Okay, so on charts, what we're going to have the following grid. Okay, so we're going to have that grid here. So means inside this section, so we're going to have the charts here. Okay, so on charts, what we are going to do here, I'm going to write this step by step so that you can understand what I'm doing. So for the monthly trend chart, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a simple div, okay, with the following styling. So I'm going to say the background of this should be white, then it should be rounded. So I'm creating a simple card, and then it should be rounded in a extra large size, and then we're going to have the shadow of medium. So shadow medium, and then after that we're going to have the padding of 6. I guess that is fine. And then after that we're going to have the heading 3, and then on this one is where we're going to say, let's say this is for 6 month, like 6 month spending trend. Okay, so you can see that from here, 6 month trending. So if I refresh, yep, and I can have the same thing down here. So this one should be for spending by category. See, so now I have 2 cards here. Okay, and after that, now on the first card, let's define the canvas where we are going to use to show the chat.js actually. So I'm going to use the chat.js library to show this monthly trend chart. Okay, and similar way we are going to use the same thing here. Okay, but this one will change to category chart. Okay, so these are the different IDs that I'm going to use them in my JavaScript to reference to these two canvas. Okay, so let me a little bit style these headings so that we can have something great. So the text should be large. Okay, and then the font can be semi-bold. Okay, and then for the text I can just say it should be of gray of let's say 800, and then we're going to have the margin bottom of let's say 4, and then now we should be able to see something like this one. Okay, so you can see the difference. So you can just reuse that styling, so you can just copy that style and use it here. Okay, so now this should be in a similar way. Okay, so now here you can see the gap is right here. So here is where we are going to show those two charts. Okay, so to show those two charts now means we need to have integration to chart.js. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the chart.js site. So you can use this chart.js, or you can use any library that you feel works well with you. So I'll just go to the get started, and then on installation. So you can use this way to install the chart.js, and you can use this deliver, so JS deliver, or you can use the CDN. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use any of these two. So I'm just going to use this one. Okay, so let me copy the address, and then I'm going to add it below this div. So let me just do the following. So basically, because this one is not styled, so let me just use this way. Okay, so you can see this does not show the version, but basically I guess that version is shown here. So you can see the version, it is like 4.51. So there is a little bit difference here. So this is 4.4. So you can use the one from the latest version here, but I'll just use this one. Okay, and then after that, down here, I want to define the script tag, and inside the script tag, I'm just going to do the following. So I'm just going to access the document, then I'm going to add the following event listener. Okay, and then the event that I'm going to use is Livewire, then navigated. Okay, why I'm using this event is because if we don't use that, I'll show you the thing that will be happening, and then you will understand why I use this concept. So I'll just finish with this one, then I'll show you that. Okay, so here for the monthly trend chart. Okay, so what we are going to do is to define a constant, let's say trend, then ctx. Okay, and then we're going to have the following. So we're going to access the canvas that we defined above there, and then we're going to say get element by id, and then we're going to define the id that we have defined here, which is this one. Okay, so after that, let me paste it there, and then we're going to say get context. Okay, then we are going to say the 2 dimension. Okay, like this way. Okay, and then after that, we're going to create the new instance of chart.js. So we're going to say chart, then we're going to pass this object, so trend ctx. Okay, and then after that, we're going to return this function, and then from this function here, you're going to define the following things. So first property or option is going to be the type of chart that you want. So the type of chart will be line, and then after that we are going to define the data for this particular chart, and then after that inside the data, so there is this labels, and from the labels you can use this JSON method to get the monthly comparison details. Okay, so monthly comparison details, and then from them we're going to plug the month, which will act as a label. Okay, and after that we are going to have the actual data, okay, which I guess there is something that I missed here. So this is labels. Yeah, this is correct. So this will be the labels. Okay, yep, so will be the labels, and then this should be data sets. Okay, and then from the data sets, here is where we're going to have this a particular array of object, which will have the following. So label, okay, and then we're going to have the label, which will be, let's say, spending, and then the data. Now the data should be we're going to use the JSON again, and then here we're going to get the monthly comparison again, but here we're going to plug the total, okay, like that one. So now this should be a way for starting to show the details. So you can see now the labels will be the labels for the 5 months. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and you can see even the value are now shown. See, so the values now are shown from this total. So it will be getting those details by checking the month and the total. So it will be plugging them from the monthly comparison value that we defined here. Okay, so after that, now we need to add some of the things like a simple styling for our chart. So I'm just going to paste these styles so that you can be able to see, but you can change this because it's not necessary. So the border color, the background color, border width, so you can just leave them if you don't want to use them. Okay, so now I'll just leave it that way, and then you can see this is how it will look when you add those styling. Okay, so you can see here we are doing the filling. So if you don't want that fill, so you can just say false, and after that you will see that you will be removed from the chart. You can see, so that's the essence of using this fill, then it's true, and then you can be able to use the background color. Okay, and after that now you see this works very fine. Now we have the other options for this chart, so you can add the other options. So for example, the first option that you can add, so here you can define the options. Okay, so from the option, this object will accept the following things. So the first two things that you can pass will be the responsive, so you can say to true, so means when the user change the size of their devices, so the chart should be responding to the size of the page actually, and then after that it should maintain its aspect ratio. Okay, so by making this to true, so means they will act accordingly, and after that we need to have the plugin that you can use, but it's not let's say important, so I'm just using them here to show you that how powerful ChatJS can be. but you can just leave them if you don't feel they fit your needs. Okay, so let me just squeeze this one. Okay, like this way, and this should be from here. Yep, so like this way. Okay, so this is plugin, and now we have another one for scales. So for scales, let me just paste it here. Okay, so here you can see on the y-axis, so you can say if it should start from 0 or begin from 0. So here we're going to say true, and then for the ticks you can see the callback, like this will be the value that will be shown there. Okay, so now this is how it looks like. You can see, so this will be the values on the y-axis. Okay, so that will be for making this to be dollars. Okay, so if you remove this one, means it will not add those dollars there. Okay, so it will be like this way. So if you remove that, see, so now this will not have the currency, but if you put this one, so this will be the callback function, which will help you to style these details, which are called the ticks. Okay, so now this will work just fine. Okay, so for the spending by category chart now, which we now need to make this to be a pie chart. So what we're going to do, we are going to do the following. So let me terminate that, and then here we're going to say category and then pie chart. So we are going to do the same thing that we did with the first chart. So I'm just going to paste these things, and I'm going to explain to you so that you can understand. So the first thing is to get the selector. So we have get that by using the element by ID. So the ID of that chart was this one. Okay, and then after that, then we have the context of 2 dimension, and then we created the new instance of the chart.js, and then we get the object. Then the type of the chart, it will be the donut, and then after that we are going to have the data as we did for this one, and then from the data we're going to have the labels and the data sets. On the labels we're going to plug the name from the expense by category, which we have already defined here, expense by category. So this will be this one. Okay, and then after that we have the total amount, which we have it from here, which is this one. Okay, and then after that we have the color from the category, and then for the border width we have that one, and for border color will be that one. Then on the options we have we need to have the legend on the right side of these details. So now on our view, this will be how it looks like. So this should be expense, not expenses. Let me update this one. So all of these should be expense, like this way. Okay, and then let's go back here. Yep, so now you can see this is our donut, and you can see the way it looks like, because this is a chart. So you can see it shows that we have only one category, which is education. So now if we go on expenses and we create the new expense for, let's say, for another category, which is food and dining. So you can say on shopping, like we use $200, and then here we say by food and other needs, let's say something like that. Okay, and then save. Yep, so now we have this expense that we have added. Now let's go to the dashboard, and yep, so now you can see, So these charts are not being shown because here this event was notified, and it was notified because the change from this page, which I was there, which is expenses, okay, going back to the dashboard, it was not triggering that. But now, because we have clicked this page, so it has just called it the wire navigate. So when it triggers the wire navigate, so it will trigger the auto generation of this, or it will just recall again this generation. But if you don't do that, for example, if you just comment this one, see, so you don't have that event. So if you don't have that event, means when you will be shifting, for example, from this dashboard to categories and then going back to dashboard, then these charts will be gone. But if you allow this one, okay, like this way, so now after refreshing, they should be shown, okay. And if we navigate to categories, because you see that loading indicator means that the Livewire is navigating. So now if I go back to the dashboard, you should be able to see the expenses, okay, and these charts will be shown. But if you navigate, let's say, to a page like this form, okay, and then if you cancel it or you just go here, so from going to this page, there is no Livewire navigation event triggering. So that's when the issue comes in, okay. So you can just update that. So for example, you can see now it is not shown, so you can just refresh that and this will be shown automatically. So that's all for today's video. So I guess on the next video is where we are going to finish up with the adding the AI. So we are just going to use the Google AI Studio, where we are going to use the Gemini AI, and then we are going to use this Google Gemini PHP, which will be the Laravel package, which will help us to interact with the Gemini AI APIs, okay. So that's when we are going to finish up with our project. So see you on the next video, and thank you for watching. Yes, hello and welcome back. Code is SDM here, and this is our fifth and final episode of our project where we are building the Smart Expense application, which from the last video we performed the functionality concerning with the dashboard of our application, so that the user can be able to oversee the expenses, the way budget is going on. They have a way to see those analytics through the charts. So in today's video, we'll be working on the side of adding the smartness of our application, or to add the AI feature into our application. So without further ado, let me first log in into my application, and then we are going to install this Gemini AI PHP Laravel package, which will help us to utilize the API from Gemini AI, okay. So now let me log in. So let me log in with the current email. Oh, this is the wrong one. Let me try the right one, which is this one. So let me log in. Yep, so this is our dashboard, as you can see. So this is how it looks like. Is my previous video I showed you how to create all of these. So you can see, you can be able to navigate through the months, and you can see even these datas are being changed, okay. So that's how easy you can just use this functionality, okay. So after that, now it's time for us to add the smartness into budget. So when you are creating a new budget here, like this one, so AI will give you the recommendations of which amount can you create for a certain category, or for a certain budget of that specific month. based on the history of what you have before. Okay, so it will just check on how you are spending your money through, let's say, 3 to 5 months before, and then from there, from that history, it will take that and recommend you with the smart amount that you can use here. Okay, so that is what we are going to build in this particular video. So let's go direct and start to install this package. So this package is known as Google Gemini PHP, which is specific for Laravel. And from here, you will see this is the documentation, and from it, I can just be able to install. First, I'll create, I'll require this package into my application, then I'll install it into my application. So let me go direct to the terminal. So let me zoom a little bit, and then let's go to the blank terminal. I'll clear it, and then I'll paste my command, which is composer require Google Gemini PHP / Laravel. So this will start to install or to copy all the composer files for this particular package. Okay. Alright, so now this has been done. So now it's time to install the package. So you need to run this PHP artisan Gemini then install. So let's run that. Yeah, so you can see, so it will publish the configuration file, which is gemini.php, and also it will add the Gemini API key variable into the .env file and in .env.example files. So here I'll say no because I've already done that. So means now the installation process has been done. So now the next step is to go into .env file and see how it has been updated. So now here on the .env file, you see there is this new variable that you can use to put your API key here. So now you may ask yourself a question like, where do you get these API keys? So now you need to visit this site, which is aistudio.google.com. So when you visit this link, which I'll pin it on my video description, so you'll be directed to this page. So you have to log in with your email, and after that, you'll be able to use this Google service, which is for AI. So basically, when you visit this page, you have a way to add the different applications. You can be able to do the chatting. So for example, you can chat here with the AI. You can ask, let's say, how can I become a good Laravel developer? So basically, when you do that and you click this one, so this is actually it will utilize the AI to give you these explanations. So you can see it will give you everything that you need. So now basically you have to be in a position to know that what we need from here is to basically to have the API key. So where do you get the API key from here is by visiting this dashboard. So there is a link which is called the dashboard. So click on that, and from here you will be able to see the API keys that you have already created, but you cannot utilize it if you don't have the the project. And this project, basically you will create it on your Google console. So if you don't have that on your Google console, so you will not be able to create it. So to do so, now I'll show you how to get the API key. So because I have already the project of from the Google console, so here I'll just create a new API key, which I'll call it smart expense. Okay, and from there I'm going to select the project. So basically I have this project, and if you don't have the project, you can create it from here. But basically, if you don't have the Google console account, so you just need to visit here and just search for Google console. Okay, so visit this first link. So make sure that it was loaded successfully. So I guess my network is not that good. Yeah, so now after it has been created and opened successful, so you can be able to select the project here. But if you don't have any project, so you can be able to create it. So here you see, so you have that ability to create a new project. So you can see from there, I was using this project, which is called the blog test. Okay, so that's what I was trying to show you, so that you can be able to create the project if you don't have anyone. Okay, so after that, now let's go back here and let's say we want to use this one, and after that, let's create a key. Okay, so this is just a name of the key. So let's create that. Okay, so you can see that key was created, and you can see it has been created on November 9, which is the date that I'm recording this video. So, and this is the name of the key. Okay, so from here, like when you want to copy that key, so you just need to click here. So let me zoom that you see. So this copying to clipboard button that you have, so click that, and after that, now let's go here and paste it here. Okay, so if you copy this one, it will not work, because after the end of this video, I'll just delete it from my account here, so that you guys cannot mess up with my application. So I'll just delete the key here. Okay, so after that, now we have the key on our application. So the next step is to utilize Gemini AI into our application. So basically, now if you go to composer.json, you should be able to see that application or the package being installed here. So you can see this is the new package that we have installed. So now it is time to start to build the application. So the approach that we are going to use to simplify and to be able to create a maintainable code, so I'm going to add the service layer. So when we are talking about the service layer, so this is a kind of development architecture that I'm going to show you. So what we are going to do here on your file system, here on your file structure, inside the app, we are going to create a new directory, which we are going to call it services. Okay, and inside the services, I'm going to create a new file, which I'm going to call it budget AI, then service, okay, .php. Okay, so this should be a .php file. Okay, and after that, this should be a PHP file, so we have to declare that this is a PHP file, and from it we are going to start to build the application. So let's create the class which should follow the PSR4 of PHP. So here will be the file, and then after that, this the class. Then inside it will be like this way. So make sure that this name is corresponding to this one. So make sure the characters, the way you put the uppercase and the small cases, so all of the characters should have the same case. Okay, so after adding that, because when you, let's say you add something like this, so PSR4 will not be able to understand this, what you are doing. So make sure that it is corresponding to this one. So after that, now the next step is to start to create the functions that we are going to need into this class. Okay, so here I'm going to create a new file or a new method. So I'm going to say public function get budget recommendation. Okay, and after that, this should be our first class or our first method into our class. Okay, and after that, now inside it, let's create the following things. So I'm going to start with the try and catch block. So here on exception, so I'm going to show the exception, and then the exception I'm going to call it E. Okay, and after that, I'm going to log any error that is going to happen. So I'm going to say error, and then after that I'm going to say, let's say budget AI recommendation error. Okay, and after that I'm going to add the specific error message. So from this object of error of exception, which is an instance of exception, we're going to get this method which is called the get message. So after that, now we have to return null here because there is nothing we're going to return when we have an error. Okay, and when we are doing this, so we need to do the following. So the first thing, we need to get the historical spending data of our user, and then what we are going to do, I'm going to create this variable which is called the historical data, and which I'm going to get it from a certain function that we are going to create, which is called the get historical spending, let's say. Okay, oh, not that way, we should terminate there. Okay, so this is what we are going to get. So now let's create this function first. Okay, and then let me pause it. So from this method, what we are going to do, we are just going to define the following. So basically it should accept the following parameters so that we can be able to process the historical data. So I'm going to pass an empty integer, which should be category ID, then integer of user ID, then integer of target month. Okay, and after that we have the target year. Okay, so after that, now let's have the following two variables that we are going to use here. So the first one will be expense, which should be an empty array, and then we are going to have the monthly totals, okay, which will be also an empty array, and after that we're going to have get the last 3 months of data, okay, which means we are going to exclude the target month. Okay, so here what we are going to do, we are going to get the last 3 months by excluding the current or the targeted month. Okay, so what we are going to do is to have a for loop here. Okay, in this for loop, what we are going to do, I'm going to define a variable which should be this way, and after that we're going to say when I is less than or equals to 3, means the 3 months. Okay, then we are going to do an increment. Okay, so do an increment like this way. So I then increment, and then after that, inside the for loop, we're going to define the date by getting the instance of carbon. So let's say carbon, then we're going to say create. Okay, and what we are going to create, we are going to use the target year, and this should be this way. So import this carbon. Yeah, so make sure that you have imported it this way, and then here we're going to use the target month. Okay, and for the day we're going to just pass the day 1, and after that we are going to say sub month. Okay, let's say some months, then it should corresponding to I. Okay, so this should be sub-months. Okay, and after that, now we have the date instance, and after that, let's create the query for getting those expenses. So here what we are going to do is to call the expense model. Okay, make sure that you have imported it like this way, and after that, from this expense model, we are going to get to the following expenses by saying where the user ID equals to the logged in user. Okay, and after that, we are going to say where, let's use the where month, then we can pass here the field which is date. Okay, and here you can pass the date, but the format of the date you can just leave it this way, but we need this specifically a month here, so we're just going to say month because we created this instance from the carbon, so it will support that month. Okay, because we are going to get it from this object. So after that, we need to have a where year, and here we're going to get the year. Okay, and after that, now let's terminate that one, and then we are going to have an if condition here. So we're going to check if the category ID it will be there, means if the category ID is not empty. So we are going to do the following. We are going to add the where condition where the category ID should be corresponding to that category ID that we have passed here. Okay, and after that, we are going to say monthly expense, let's say expenses will be equals to query, then get okay, and after that, the total should be equals to month's expenses, then sum of amount. Okay, because the amount field we have it from the expenses, so we are going to sum it. That's when we are going to get the total for that particular month. Okay, and then after that, we are going to do the following. We are going to have an if conditions, and in this if condition, what we are going to do is to say if the total is greater than 0, means we're going to do the following. So expense, okay, which is our array that we defined here. This should be expenses like this way. Okay, so expenses, which is an array, should be equals to the following array, which we are going to show the month. Okay, so the month should be corresponding to the date, then format to, I'm going to format this one to month. Okay, so the month, which should be a full month, and then the year. Okay, after that, we are going to have the other things, which should be the total, which should be corresponding to the total that we have get up here. So we're going to say total. Okay, after that, we're going to have the count, which should be coming from the monthly expense, so month expenses, then count, like this way. And then after that, we need to have the expenses, the actual expenses. So here we're going to say month expenses, then we're going to plug the title. So means you are just going to get the title from this data, and then you are going to take only let's say 10 of those expenses, and then after that we are going to say we're going to change it to array. Okay, like this way. So after that means you can be able to terminate this one. See, so means now we have all the data that we wanted to add into these expenses. So after that we need to find a way to return those data to where this method is being called here. So to do so, we are going to go down here and then we're going to say return. Then we're going to return the following array, which should be expenses. Okay, should be corresponding to the expenses that we have created up here. Okay, and after that we are going to get, let's say, an average, which you can use this way to get the average. So you can check if it is not empty. Okay, if let's say monthly total is not empty. Okay, so we're going to do the following. So array, then underscore sum. Okay, so I'm going to say monthly totals, then we're going to say divide by the count of the monthly totals. Okay, like this way. Okay, and if it is empty means we're going just to return 0. Okay, the similar way to get the minimum, maximum, and the trend. So for minimum amount, we are just going to do the following. If the totals is let's say empty, or it is not empty, means we're going to say minimum, then we get the minimum from the array of monthly totals. Okay, like this way. But if it is let's say this is empty, so we are going to return 0. So this is what we are going to do for max. So for the max, let me paste it. So what we are going to do is just to change the logic. So here instead of min, so we are going to use the max. Okay, so this method will just find the maximum value in this array, which is the monthly total, which is this one. So it is going to get the value, and then from that value it is going to add it. But here you will ask yourself, like, where does this monthly total we defined it? So we defined it here, but there is nowhere where we added the value. So down here we were supposed to say the monthly totals will be equals to the totals, or equals to the total that we get from here. Okay, so that's where you will be able to use it down here to get the average, minimum, and maximum values. And after that we need to get the trend. Okay, so the trend will be corresponding to this, then calculate. So this will be the new method, calculate, let's say, trend. Okay, which should accept the monthly totals. Okay, like this way. So after that, let me terminate this. Okay, so we need to create this method. So let's create it very quickly. So down here we're going to say public function calculate trend, which should accept that parameter. And from this method, what we are going to do is to check first if the monthly totals count is not, let's say, let me just show you. So let's say count from this method. So if the count of that method is not less than 2, okay, so means if we don't have less than 2 months on history here, okay, so if we don't have less than 2 months, so after that Oh, why this is not working as expected? Possibly we can just leave it, because I guess this is just the editor's error, so it will not affect anything on our side. So let's continue here. So here we were checking if the count of those let's say totals is less than 2. So what we are going to do, we are going just to return the following text, which is stable. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you why we use stable here, and then after that we need to compare. So we need to do the comparison for most recent month with the oldest month. Okay, so here what we are going to do is we are going to say recent equals to monthly totals, then you are going to get the first value in that array. Okay, so that will be the most recent, and for the oldest, so oldest should be from months, then we are going to say monthly totals, so we are going to say count, then we are going to say monthly totals, then we are going to say in array we are going to say -1. So means it is going to get the last value in this particular array. Okay, and after that we are going to say the percentage change between the 2 months should be equals to recent minus oldest, then divided by oldest here should be divided by oldest. Okay, then times 100, like this way. Okay, so that's when we are getting the percentage change, and after that we're going to say if the percentage change is greater than 10, let's say, we can just return there is an increase. Okay, so increasing means from the oldest month to the newest there is an increase in trend. Okay, so the trend is increasing. Okay, and the other way around means in an else if we can just say if the percentage change let's say it is less than, let's say 10, something like 10, which should be -10, let's say, so means there is a decrease. Okay, so we're going to say decreasing. Okay, I guess this I will write it correctly, decreasing. Yeah, I guess that is the right one. Okay, and after that if there is decreasing, and the last way to return, so we're going to say stable. Okay, like this way. So if let's say the last the percentage change of the recent and the oldest there is no difference, so it means that this is stable. That's what we are going to do even on this. So if we just have less than 2 months, means let's say we have just one historical month, so we cannot be able to get the percentage change. So we just need to say the change is stable. Okay, or the trend is stable. So that's what we are going to do in this method here. Okay, so from here, as you can see, so this method requires these 4 parameters. So means we need to provide these parameters to here, okay, to our method here. So how we're going to pass them, so means we are supposed to have those values passed from this method here first. So we need to say int category ID, after that then we need to pass the integer user ID, then integer month, and the last one should be year. Okay, so after that this should return, let's say, an empty array, like something like this. So after that, now let's have a way to pass those values down here as parameters on our method. So let's pass them here. Okay, but here we don't need this type hinging, so we can just remove them like that way. Okay, so after that, now everything is fine. So means now when you just call this method, it will just call this method here, and after that this method will do the for loop, and from that for loop we are going to get this result of an array. So from that array you have this method called the calculated trend, which will be called down here, and from that method is when you are going to get the trend. Okay, so after that we have more method which are usable. So the next method that we are going to define here, it is called the create prompt. So here is when we are going to create the prompt, so like preparing the prompt of which prompt we are going to give the AI. So let's say created the prompt for Gemini AI. Okay, so here what we are going to do, we are going to define the private function. Basically, even this method should be private because we just call it here, not outside this method or this class. So basically it should be the private, so that no one can be able to access it outside of this class. Okay, so similar way to this get historical spending, but I guess that one is important to be private basically because it is being called within the same class. Okay, but this one should be public because we will call it outside this class. Okay, so after that we are going to say create prompt. Okay, so that is another method that we are going to create. So this method it is going to do the following things, but before you create anything we need to pass the following parameters. So the first parameter, it is an array of historical data. Okay, so let me check on the historical data here. So this should be not historical. It should be historical data. Okay, so after that we need to pass down the historical data, and from that historical data then we have category ID, then you have, let's say, month, then you have year. Okay, so after that, now let's start to work on this method. So the first thing that we are going to do is to say category name should be coming from category ID. Then we're going to say from category model we're going to find category ID, and then from it we're going to get the name, But if it happens that is empty, we can just say this category okay. And if it happens like this category ID is empty, so import this class first. Okay, so if it happens that category ID is empty, means this is an overall spending. Okay, so we can just say overall spending. Okay, after that, now let's define the target month. Target month, so equals to carbon. Then we are going to create the date. So we are just going to create the date from the year, month, and for the day we can just put 1. Then we are going to say format. Then we are going to format it to the similar format of a full month and year. Okay, and after that, let's define the prompt. So we are going to say prompt should be equals to, let's say we're going to do the following. So I'm just going to paste the following command that I've already started to prepare for you. So I'm going to paste it like this way. So we're just going to tell the AI that you are a personal finance advisor, analyze the following spending data, and provide a budget recommendation. Then after that, we're going to give it some line breaks, and after that, we're going to append the following thing. So we're going to say prompt will be, when you do dot, then equals, so means you are doing an appending operator. So the text that you will put on this side will be added where this text is ending. Okay, so that's why we are using this way. So here, make sure that you are using the dot. Okay, and after that, inside this one, we are going to say category. So we are going to pass the category that we have, which will be coming from here. So this is category name. So make sure that this is category name, like this way. Okay, and after that, we're going to say for the targeted month. So in targeted month, we are going to say prompt, and then we are going to say target month. So we're going to call the target month that we created from here. Okay, and then after that, it is time to add the historical data on our prompt. So we're just going to say prompt, then historical spending, then we're going to say last 3 months. Okay, then after that, we are going to add the line breaking, and after that, we are going to have a for each loop here. So for each, so here we are going to say historical data, which is an array, and then we're going to say expenses, then we are going to call it just an expense. Okay, then from there, inside this for each loop, we're going to say prompt will be equals to the following thing. So we're going to say expense, then we want to access the month. Okay, then we want to add another, then expense, then total. Okay, after that, then we can be able to access expense, then count. So remember, all of these details, we defined them here. So we have the month, total, count, and expenses. So that's what we are going to access them here. Okay, and after that, we've added that, and after the count, we can just say expenses, then this way, and after that, we're going to add the following thing, and after that, we're going to terminate it. Okay. So this is the way that we are going to add that in our prompt, and then we are going to have an if condition. So in this if condition, we're just going to check if it is not empty here. Let me just show you. In expense, then we are going to say expense. Okay, if it is not empty, what we are going to do, we're going to append the prompt in this way. So top items, then we're going to say include, which will join array element with a separator. So the separator that we are going to use here is a comma, and after that we're going to say array underscore slice. Okay, so on this slice, what we are going to do is to do the following. So just to say expenses, actually expense, then from it we're going to get the expenses. Okay, and here we're going to say an offset where should be 0, and then the length of the array can be 5. Okay, so we can just slice this let's say array into 5 parts, okay, which will be the length of that array. Okay, so we're just going to get a new array which will create it from this array. Okay, and after that, what we are going to do is to append that value that we've get from here. Then we are going to append the next step. So prompt, then we are going to say spending statistics. So the spending statistics, so down here we're going to add the spending statistics. So the first statistic that we're going to add is that the average, then we are going to add the average that we created before. So we're going to say this way, then number format, and from number format we're going to say historical data. Then from the historical data we're going to get the average amount. Okay, and from there we're going to say the decimal places should not be greater than 2, and after that let's say we can add the line breaking. Okay, so after that I'm going to add the minimum, maximum, and trend. So let me add them here. Okay, so you can see here I've added the minimum, which is this one. I've added the maximum, and also I've added the trend. Okay, which already we have those details from here. Okay, which has been created by using this historical spending. Okay, after that, now the next step is to add the details for the AI to understand what we are going to do. So we're going to add the following additional text to the prompt. So the first thing we're going to say is, based on this data which we have provided, we are going to say provide first a recommended budget amount, which is a single number; 2, a minimum safe amount; 3, a maximum comfortable amount; 4, a brief explanation within 2 or 3 sentences on why you recommend this amount. Then the last one, which is the fifth action, should be one actionable tip to stay within budget of a certain amount. Okay, so based on the details that we have, so we are going to ask the AI to give these details. So the recommended budget, minimum safe amount, maximum, a brief explanation, and the actionable tip, so that the user can stay within the budget. Okay, and after that, now let's add the last two, let's say guide to our AI on our prompt, and after that we are going to return that prompt to the AI. Okay, so after that we are going to say format your response as JSON with these exact keys. So we are going to guide the AI in a way that the prompt or the response for this prompt should be. So we need to have a recommended value, which should be like this way, a minimum value, which should be like this way. So this is just an examples, and an explanation, which can be here, and then for the tip. Okay, so this is just a way that we have created this prompt. So you can see from here up to here, this is how we are formatting the prompt. Okay, so after that, now let's return the prompt. So we're going to say return, then prompt. Okay, like this way. So now the prompt now is working very fine. So now the next step is to try to pass the AI response. Okay, so to pass the AI response, we're going to use the following method. So like a way to transform the AI response. So we're going to say private, then function pass AI response. So we're going to pass the string of response. Okay, and then we're going to pass the array of historical data. So inside this method, what we are going to do is to have a try and catch block. Okay, and inside this try block, what we are going to do is to have an if condition. Okay, so inside this if condition, what we are going to check is to check this the following things. So let me just paste this, and then I'll explain to you step by step. So from here, what you will see, we're going to check if the pretty much let's say a certain pattern. So we're going to check for a regular expression if matches the following things. So if on your details of our response we have any of these let's say brackets, so because here we know that the response is coming in JSON format, so we are trying to get if there is any JSON format that has been returned from the response. So if we get that these let's say brackets in that value or in that response, and we have checked that we have that matches, so that's when we are going to continue with the following thing. But if it's not that way, we are going to define another thing here, which will act as a fallback way of using the statistical approach. So what we are going to do is to say return then this get fallback recommendation, which will accept the historical data. Okay, so after that, here on the else or in the catch block, we are going to say exception, then an instance of exception, then we can do the log, then on error we can just say failed to pass AI response. Okay, like this way, and after that we can return get fallback recommendation. Okay, so we are going to define this method down here, so let me just create it very quickly. Okay, so we are going to deal with that. Also, you see here we have this method that we should create, so let me just create that. Okay, so after that, here you can see after we have get the JSON, so from this matches we are going to assign it to this JSON variable. After that, we are going to check if from that variable we have the recommended value or index. So if we have that value in this array, so that's when we are going to do the following. So the recommended, we are going to type hint it or to transform it to float, and then after that we are going to make it to be corresponding to this value. For the minimum, we're going to check if we have the minimum. If it happens that it is not there, so we can just say the recommended, then we can times it by this value, so that's when we can get the minimum value, and for the maximum it will be the vice versa. So we'll just do the following. After that, the explanation, we'll get the explanation. If it happens it is empty, so we're going to use this null coalescing operator to assign this value. So this will act as an if condition in either way, so it will just do like this. When this side is empty, it will take this side, or when this side is empty, it will take this side. Okay, so this is null coalescing operator. Okay, similarly to the tip, and for the confidence is where we're going to calculate it by using this method. So now it is time to create the fallback recommendation. So to create the fallback recommendation, I'm just going to paste the following code so that we can fasten a little bit the video. Okay, so from here you can see the average of our historical data is the one that we are going to use here. So from that average here we are going to get to add a 10% buffer for safety. So we are going to do this way. So down here you can see the recommended. We are going to get it from here by using this value. So you can see we are timesing it by 1.1 to add the 10% buffer. You can see the precision there. So the minimum, the maximum. So this is just as a fallback. So if it happens that the JSON format was not returned, or the response does not contain the recommended values from the AI, so that's when we're going to call this fallback. So this is just a fallback way of instead of returning null to the user, so we can try to return the let's say the fallback way of that. Okay, after that we have the function to create how to calculate the confidence of data, so that the AI can track from there. So what we are going to do here is to say the month with data. Okay, we're going to count the expenses from that month, and from there we're going to check if the month is with data greater than 3. So if the month is from expenses, let's say we have more than 3 historical months. So if we have the 3 historical months, so means the confidence will be high, means we can get the most accurate data. But let's say if the months with data is only 2, means the confidence level will be medium. Like we cannot actually get the correct recommendation, but we will try basing on the values. But if the value is less than, or you don't have anything from the expenses, so the confidence value should be low, or the confidence level should be low. So that's what is going on this method. So I guess that this is very straightforward, and so that you can be able to understand it correctly. So the last additional method that we need to create it here, it is to check if the user has enough historical data. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we're just going to say public function, then as enough historical data, and then from it we're going to pass the following two details. So the first one will be an integer of category ID, and after that we're going to pass the user ID. Okay, after that we're going to say 3 months ago, it will be equals to now, then sub months, okay, then we're going to submit 3 months, then we're going to say start of a day, okay, like this way. That's when we are getting the 3 months ago, and from there we are going to get this expense. So expense will be where the user ID equals to the user ID. Then we are going to say where the date will be equals, not actually equals, we can just say, for example, where the date will be greater than or equals to the 3 months ago. Okay, and after that, if we have the category ID, then we are going to add the where condition on that query, like this way. And if nothing exists again, so we can just return the query. And if the count is greater, let's say greater than 3 possibly, so let's say if we have enough historical data, you can say, let's say 3, but you can say 5, basing on what you want to have the confidence in. Okay, so for now I just leave it to 5. Okay, so now we will try to see if the 5 is not there, so minimum, let's say we can just reduce it a little bit. Okay, so now the class now is actually fine. So we have all the method that we wanted. So we have the get budget recommendation, historical data, we have the calculate trend, create a prompt where we created the prompt, we have the pass AI response, we have the get fallback recommendation, calculate confidence, and we check if we have enough historical data. Okay, after that, now the next step is to utilize this budget AI service into our Livewire component or our Livewire form, which is this one. Okay, so what we are going to do here is to add the following things. So the first thing that we are going to do basically is to add the flags. So these flags will help us to track the AI things. So the first things that we're going to add here is, let's say, I'm just going to say AI recommendation properties. Okay, so we're going to say public AI recommendation, which by default should be null. We have another one for like a flag, so we're going to say show AI recommendation. Then public loading Okay, so these are the four flags or properties that we are going to use. So we are trying to update this page because, as I've mentioned before, so that is the page that we are going to use. So here on budget create, okay, so we are going to see. So those will be helpful into the form. So we are going to see on how the form will be updated. Okay, so here we will update this method, this form as expected. So after that, we have other things that we need to add. So the first thing that we are going to update is on mount method, where we are going to have the following method, which will be called, which says check historical data, like this way. And then after that, let's define that method. So let me just define it down here. So we can just say public function check okay. So after that, from this method, what is going to happen is to do the following things. So the first thing, it will be to have an if condition, which will be checking if the current month and the current year are not empty. So make sure that they have any data. Okay. After that, we're going to say AI service will be equals to the AI service that we have created. So it will be budget AI service. Okay, so like this way. After that, we're going to say this then has historical data will be equals to AI service. Then we're going to call the has enough historical data. Then we're going to pass the category. So that will be the first thing. So it will be this, then category ID. Okay, and after that, we let's say in this category ID, possibly sometimes it can happen that it is empty. So if it will be empty, so what you can do is just to return null or pass the null value. And then here we have to pass the authenticated user ID. Okay, so let's say auth user then ID. Okay, because if you come to this one, you see, so it accepts the category ID and the user ID. So those will be the two things that we need them here. So this method will only be called in order to check if the user has enough historical data. Okay, so after that, now let's do the following things. So we need to update the one of the method. So when you are doing, let's say you are updating the category ID on the form here, let's say you are changing this one from overall to, let's say, education. So when you are changing that, we need to recall the checky historical data so that we can be able to see if the user has historical data. Okay, so this budget AI service not found. Okay, let's see if I've imported it successful. So let's import this one. Class already imported. Let me import it successful. So I guess this should be okay. So now I guess it is fine. Okay, so now to resolve that error, I guess it is because the autoload does not determine the new class. So to do so, let's just do the following. So we are going to say composer amp autoload. Okay, so means it is going to generate new optimized autoload because our new service class was not updated before. So now it will be included on the new autoload files, so that it will be included and it will be found as we expected. Okay, so after that, now for example, when you are doing the category ID update, we need to recheck if the user has enough historical data. So what is going to happen here, we're just going to define the following method. So we are going just to say public function, and we are going to use the lifecycle hooks of Livewire. So category ID, when you updated the category ID, so we are going to check the AI like we did before this way, because already we've done that thing here. So we're going to do the same thing here. So we're going to check if we have the historical data. Okay, and after that, if everything is working and the value was updated, so we need to reset the AI recommendations. So we're just going to say this, any AI recommendation, we're going to return it back to null. Then we're going to say show AI recommendation, then we're going to return it to false. Okay, after that, now when you update the month and the year, also we need to re-update the, or we need to check the historical data if it has enough data be checked. Okay, so we need to check the historical data when the month and year change. So when you update the month or you update the year, so we call again this check historical data, which we will call this method, and after calling it, then it will be called there. But this, because we call it inside this budget form, so this should be a private method because it is being called within the same component class. Okay, after that, now we need to define another method which is called the get the AI recommendation. So this is when we are going to get the recommended values from the AI service or the budget AI service. So here, let's define that method very quickly. So we are going to say public function get AI recommendation. Then we're going to do the following things. So the first thing, we're going to allow to say if we are loading the recommendations. So we're going to make it to be true. After that, we're going to do the try and catch. So on a try, we're going to say AI service will be equals to the new budget AI service. And after that, we're going to say the recommendation will be equals to AI service, then get budget recommendation, and we need to pass the following details. So the first one will be the category ID. So we're going to say category ID. After that, we need to pass the user ID. So we're going to say use auth user then ID. After that, we need to pass the month. So we're going to say this, then a month, similar way to the year. Okay. After that, now terminate that, and then we're going to say if it happens that the recommendation let's say if we have the recommendation and it is not null, so we're just going to say this AI recommendation should be equals to the recommendation that we have get from the service. And after that, we're just going to say show AI recommendation equals to true, because now it will be available, so we need to show the AI recommendations on our view. Okay. After that, now if it happens that this is not let's say it is 0 or it is null, so what you are going to do is to say session, then flash the message which will be AI error. It will be unable to generate recommendation. Please try again. So something like that. And after that, we need to have a catch here where we're going to catch the exception. So after that, we're going to say session flash. Here we're going to say AI service temporarily unavailable. Okay. Then please try again later, let's say something like that. Okay. And after that, what we are going to do after the catch, then we can do this, then loading recommendation equals to false, so to return that back to false. Okay. So after that, this will work just fine. So now the next thing is to apply the AI condition. Okay, so the AI recommendation. So to apply them, what you are going to do when the user wants to apply that into the field of budget amount, so what we are going to do is to say public function apply recommendation, then you are going to say type, so by default the type should be recommended, and I'm going to show you that we are going to have three types. So we are going to have the recommended and the other two types, the minimum and the maximum one. So here we are going to have an if condition, and then we are going to say if AI recommendation is not null, we are going to say is, then amount should be equals to this AI recommendation. Then from that array, we're going to say if the type equals to recommended, yeah, so this is what we are going to do here. And after that, let's say we want to close the AI recommendations and the user want to do those things manually. So you can just have a method that will be used to close the AI. So this basically it will just disable the AI showing. So show AI recommendation. This will be returned to false. Okay. So after that, everything will remain the same for this component class, and now we can be able to use these AI features that we've added into our view. So let's go to the view and start to update it very quickly so that we can add the AI recommendations on it. Okay. So let's go to the form, which is this one. So now basically already we have created the optimized files. So now let's try again to refresh. Possibly you can just do php @sun optimize. Okay, so this says unable to prepare route. Another route is already with the name expenses index. Let's see from the web.php. Oh, this should be AI create. Oh no, I mean expense create. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. And from here, yeah, so that's fine. So now that will work. So now let's try again. Okay, now this is done. Now let's go back here and try again. Okay, so still we are getting the same error, means that the budget AI service is not found. So basically what can be the cause here, let me check how we imported this one. So it is okay, so this namespace, I guess it has an issue because this service is found inside the app. Then you can see there's this directory called these services. So maybe we should use this way. So we can just say app \, then you can say services \, then budget AI service. I guess that now will work. So now let's go back here and refresh. Okay, still it is not acceptable. Services. So now I guess the issue here, let's go back to this class and see what is happening here. Okay, so this is budget AI service. Oh yeah, I guess it's because we didn't define the namespace here, so obviously it will not work. So let's say name space, then app, then services. Okay, so like this way. And after that, let me import this log. Okay, and after that, now we have another thing that we didn't finish here. So before I go to the view and started to update it, I forgot that I think that I didn't update, which is to finish the get budget recommendation. So the get budget recommendation method should be having the following things. So as we have already get the historical data, so check if we don't have the historical data. So if historical data will be empty, okay, so if it happens that the historical data is empty, so what we are going to do is to return a null value, okay, and after that, if it happens that is not empty, so let's use the prompt. So you create the prompt, which should be prompt will be equals to this, then create prompt, which is the method that we created down here, which is this one. Okay, after that, after we have called that, so here it requires the following parameters, so you can just copy them and paste them here. Okay, so basically you can just remove this type hinting. Okay, so you can just remove them like that. And after that, now down here we are going to get the response. Get recommendation from Gemini AI. Okay, so what we are going to do here is where we are going to call the Gemini AI facade. So what we are going to do, we are going to say response will be equals to Gemini. Okay, so call that facade, and then from that facade, what we are going to do is to say generative model. Okay, then here you're going to say model basically we need to import the facade. So this is the facade from Gemini AI. Yeah, so that is fine. So here the first parameter that you should pass, it is the name of the model that you're going to use. So you can see here the name of the model will be Gemini 2, then flash. Okay, and then after that I'm going to call this method, which is saying generate content. Then after that you need to pass the prompt. Okay, then after that we're going to return then pass the AI response. Then we are going to say response, then text. Okay, then historical data, something like that. Okay, so this is what is going to happen here. So we're going to get the historical spending, which we will call this method. Inside that method, it will call this calculate trend, which calculate trend will call this method. We are going to create the prompt, and after that you see we have a way to pass the AI, we have the calculate confidence, we have the get fallback recommendation, we have this one, and also this one. So now this component, I mean the budget AI service class, is now working as we expected. Okay, so after that now it is time to go and update the form, because already we've updated the component class. So now let's update the component view. So the first place where we are going to update is on amount of our budget. So on the amount of our budget, what we are going to update is the following things. So the first thing, when we go to the budget amount here, okay, so let's say for example the amount of, so here the amount field, we are going to update it so that it can adapt to AI recommendations. So means if the user is not using the AI, so they can just use this field to add it manually, but if there is AI, we need to update this div so that it can adapt it to AI recommendations. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste the following simple code, and which we are going to use it to update that value. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to paste the new source code, which is this one. So you can see from here I've updated this div to have a flex, and I've added this items center so that to center the items, and then I have justified between, I have the margin bottom. Here the label has remained, but here there is an if condition for showing the AI recommendation buttons, where if we have the historical data, the month, year, and is edit, that's when we are going to show these buttons. So you can see this button, inside it, it will have the get AI recommendation, and this will be the button that the user will click to get the suggestions. So when the user click, it will call the get AI recommendation, which will call this method. Okay, so this should be AI. Okay, this should be this AI recommendation. Okay, after that it will call that method, and after that you will see there is this loading, so the button will be disabled automatic. After that you see, so this will be the SVGs that will be shown when you are doing the loading. After that, now you will be able to see the AI recommendation on down here, which I'll add. But if you are doing the manual work, means you are not doing the AI recommendation, so you just add the amount manually. So the thing that is added here is just this one, and to add this way of being able to add the flexi capability. So now here you will just see the button has been added. Okay, and after that now the button has been added because we have the historical data, because you can be able to go to 1 month or 2 months and you will see we have the data. So now that's why you see this button here. Okay, so after that, now let's update the following things too. So down that button, or down that field down here, is where we're going to add the AI recommendation panel. So the panel that we're going to add, it is the following things. Okay, so let me just update that here. Okay, so which is this one. So AI recommendation panel, it will be this way. So we are going to have the close button, but it will check if we have the show AI recommendation equals to true, and also if we have the AI recommendations from the component. Okay, so if we have those two to true, so we are going to show the following details. We have this close button, we have the AI badge, which shows that this is the AI recommendation. You can see the confidence level, which can be high, the text should be green. If it is medium, the text should be yellow, and it should be orange if the confidence is low. Okay, then the recommendation amount. So here we're going to have the conservative, which will be the minimum value, which should have the minimum value from the recommendation. We have the recommended, which should take the value from recommended value. Then you have the maximum, which should be as a maximum comfortable amount the user can use. And when they click either of these method, it is going to call this apply recommendation, which we have already defined here, which is this method. We'll call with the type. So you see from here, the type can be minimum, recommended, or maximum. So when that type is passed here, so it will just be applied to the amount field. So when it will be applied to the amount field up here, so that amount field will be binded to the amount field of our form, which is actually right here. Okay, so it will just apply to this model. Okay, so after that, now we have this text, which will be the explanation as why this amount. So this explanation will be basing on what we have given the AI. If you remember where we are creating the the prompt, here we said that it should give the minimum, maximum, and a brief explanation of 2 to 3 sentences. Okay, then an actionable tip. So here will be the explanation, and the actionable tip, it is this one. Okay, so this will be the tip. And after that, this is the preview card that we have it from the beginning. Okay, so this should be the similar way. So on our component class here, it should be show AI recommendation. Okay, show AI recommendation. Okay, so let me update all of these to the new show AI recommendation variable, and now you can see, so we have everything that we need. So now what we can do, let's say when you change this one, so this should be remain there because we have the historical values. So now when you click this button, it should check from those historic values, and then it should suggest a better amount here. So let's try the magic. So click there, so analyzing. You see, so now it has given us the values, and you can see the confidence is low because we don't have a lot of details. So you see the conservative amount, it is $100, the recommended is $100, and the maximum comfortable value, it is 150. Why it has suggested that? Because when you go to the let's say expenses, check the expenses in the new tab, so you can see let me just do the following things. Yeah, like this way. So you can see, so this is the AI recommended values. So come to the expenses here, and you will see from the expenses here. So it will try to get the average of all the expenses that you have done, let's say in the 2 or 3 previous months. Like you can see, all of the expenses that we did, they were not more than 200. So you can see, so that's why it has tried to get the average, and from that average it has tried to suggest the recommended values which it is not exceeding or under the right recommended expense. As to why to this, so your education spending has been stable at this one per month. So you can see, let's say on this month we did the 100, and from the another month we did also 100. That's why you see, so it was been stable, means it was not changing. That's why it has suggested $100, okay, as your amount. So now to apply this here, so you can just click on any of these values. So if I click it here, so it should be populated here automatically like this way, and after that you can be able to create that budget on education. Okay, so if I go to, let's say, to food and dining, and then let's say let me refresh this again. So let me refresh the form, see, and let me go to food and dining and get AI suggestion or recommendation. You see, so now you see the conservative minimum value, it is 450. The recommended is this one, and the comfortable amount, it is that one. So you can see the details as to why you should use that budget on your food and dining. So this will be the explanation. The pro tip, so track every food related expenses. So let's say groceries, restaurant, and something like that. And when you have, get the value that fits your need, so you can just click on it, and that value will be added, and after that you can be able to create that budget. So I can click create. Okay, so it has not created because here we have an error. So it says you already have a budget for this category in this month. So basically means in this month already we have that budget for food and dining, and it has not been ended. So let's say now we are on November. Let's say you can just do that for December. Okay, so if we do that for December and you click create, now this should create the budget. Okay, so now you should not be able to see it. So if we go to December, now you should be able to see that food and dining, see, and the amount that you have created. But this amount was suggested by the AI. So that is a way that we have added the smartness into our application. Whenever you go to the create budget form, if you already have the enough, let's say, historical background of expenses, so this button will be shown, and when it will be shown, whenever you choose this, let's say, budget, or you just leave it to the overall and click analyze. So obviously the AI will recommend you based on the previous expenses. It will check the trend on how you are doing. Okay, so here we have an error. So the category ID was not given, actually, because I didn't select any of the categories. So you have to select the categories here, and when you select it, when you click this one, so it will just suggest you with the right recommended values for the budget. Okay, and it will give you the why as to why it suggested these values. You see, so it will just give you that values, and after that you'll be given the pro tip on how you can stay under your recommended budget. Okay, so this is the smartness that we have added on our application, and from here the application now it is complete from the beginning, where we started by adding the project. We started to add the categories, then we have a way to manage the budgets, we have a way to manage the expenses, we have a way to manage the recurring expenses. So now everything is working. We have added the AI recommendations so that now the application is very smart. It can be able to do some things to add like a smartness in your application, and you can be able to do other things very correctly. So now the next steps that you can do from this application, you can add, let's say, things like notifications, like the automated notifications, like you can use the notification from email or the database notifications. So when, let's say, a user has exceeded the budget, for example, here the user is doing the expenses, and the expenses have exceeded, let's say, a certain budgeted amount. Like, let's say you have budget of $1,500 and you have spent, let's say, 1,000. So it can give you the notification to give you that the alert that you have already spent, let's say, a certain amount, and you are away to an ending of your budget. So you can do that, and it will be like your side work, so that you can be able to do things on your own too. Okay, so for now, this marks the end of the project, and this marks the end of the tutorial. So if you find the whole project useful to you, please like the video, share with your friends, and support the video by subscribing. And ciao, see you on the next video.